Good morning. Public participation will start here at 9:30. If anybody wants to address council, please fill out the yellow card, and we will be glad to listen to you. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Do we have any cards for public participation? Is there anybody that would like to speak to council now? Dr. Sharples? Oh, wait. No? Good morning. Good morning. Staff, here's your chance. You got a shot. Nobody? With that, we will we will close public participation at this time and regroup here at 10 o'clock. Thank you. 2-minute warning here. We'll get started here in just a couple minutes. We on? We're on now. Okay, good morning. Welcome to Volusia County Council Chambers. We are going to call to order this morning at 10 a.m. And if you would join us for the invocation led by Dr. Lewis Gates from the Southern Cassadaga Spiritualist Camp.
We have an attitude of prayer. Infinite God, we ask you at this time to be with us and guide us and encourage us in our duties today and for the county at large. And we ask also for the prayers and love to go out to the hurricane victims up in the Carolinas, that we ask for guidance and love and support for the ones who've lost their lives and the damage and the ones who are rebuilding their lives at this time. We also ask that we ask ourselves to connect to the Christ Spirit within us and allow us to encourage ourselves to be the best that we can, and to be able to encourage others with our thoughts and be able to move this county and other counties that we have accustomed to be with, to move them in the right direction. And as we say, amen.
Join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Good to see you today.
Good morning. Good morning. If we could do the roll call, please.
Ms. Post,
Present.
Ms. Wheeler, Ms. Cusack, Denny's,
Here.
Dr. Lowry,
Here.
Mr. Patterson,
Here.
and Mr. Kelly is not present at the
Yeah,
moment.
Mr. Chair, Vice Chair, Mr. Kelly's not feeling well. He has just asked that we give him some time, and as soon as I have his status, I'll report if he's coming down or not. Thank you.
Very good. We will keep his seat warm until he gets here and joins us again. Thank you, Mr. Rechtenwald. Let's go to the consent agenda items. Is there anything that wants to be pulled? And I know we have at least 2 for comment. Mr. Rechtenwald?
Yeah, item D, and we're going to have a comment on, and item E as well.
So item D and E for comment, And are you going to comment on double item, double F?
Hold on a second. I think,
My version says you are.
yep. Yes, we will have a short comment on that as well.
Okay, so we've got D, E, and double F that were just for comments only. Anything else, council, to be pulled for comment or discussion? Seeing none, we'll entertain a motion.
I move that we accept the consent agenda.
Got a motion by Dr. Lowry, seconded by Commissioner Wheeler. Any opposition to the motion? Motion passes unanimously. Mr. Rechtenwald.
Yes, at this time, I'd like to recognize Dr. Sharples. He's going to come up, and we're very honored today to have Dr. Sharples, the Executive Director of the CEO Business Alliance, and he has brought a special guest with us today. So I'll turn it over to Dr. Sharples.
Thank you, George, and Madam Chair, members of the County Council. It's a pleasure to be before you this morning, once again, and particularly because I have a really, really important guest to introduce you to. Most of you have, I think, a bio in front of you and are fully aware, based on some really good reporting in the News Journal, what's going on with B. Braun, the newest corporate member to our community, and one that's continuing to grow and expand. And of course, we're here today to entertain the 20% match on behalf of the state incentive program. And I'd like to remind the council and everyone that this is an incentive plan is performance-based. This plan does include the creation of 100 new jobs along with a $100 million investment. It's also important to know that they are utilizing some space that I'm sure my guest will explain to you a little bit about, that did belong at one time to the county school board, which now puts that back on the ad valorem tax rolls. So we got a double win, and it is my pleasure to introduce to you Bruce Hugel, who is the Senior Vice President for B. Braun North America, as well as the Chief Financial Officer, who's here to meet you and to spend just a few minutes telling you a little bit about what their plans are for the future. So with that, Bruce.
Council, thank you so much. It's good to be back home in Florida again. This is very important for us at B. Braun, so we wanted to do this in person to show you how important it is. I also want to introduce Adam, one of our chief engineers, who's responsible for, he has a budget of over $100 million, so, you know, good luck to you, Adam. Well,
Pressure.
so-
Very good luck to you, Adam.
So basically, as a reminder, in 2016, we made a commitment to the county
did.
and to the city of Daytona Beach and the state that we would invest $100 million, and we would bring 175 new B. Braun jobs, jobs that have medical insurance, jobs that have 401ks, and jobs that paid at least 125% of the prevailing wage for the county. So since then, you know, we like to under promise and over, you know, deliver. We've acquired another 9 acres of facilities right next to our manufacturing plant, another 1 acre. And in addition, we made another commitment where you see that Clyde Morris Distribution Center that looks very attractive, I think, for the community. And we built that, and that with help of some others, put about $40 million into that. And we've promised 30 jobs at above prevailing wage. And then now what we have is an opportunity, and we're finding out that we like it here. The business is starting to do well. So we met with the state, and they said that, you know, I made a commitment to them that we possibly could, okay, create another 100 jobs in Daytona Beach and invest another $100 million. So what you have is the original Gambrel facility, and that we acquired, and then we have the adjoining 9 acres and then adjoining 24 acres, so we have a very large footprint. So with that large footprint, this can be a manufacturing center. So we're confident that now we have that opportunity to expand as we need and modify our manufacturing facility. And so that's going to be a commitment of $100 million plus $100 million plus $40 million plus, and total 275 jobs.
Wow.
So that's what we're talking about here, and we would like your approval and endorsement to move forward. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Would you like to make a comment? You're good?
Come on, Adam.
Mr. Rechtenwald, Mr. Earnhardt?
Well, Ms. Denny's and council members, Rob Earhart, Economic Development Director. This item does require your approval. So again, it's to approve or commit the funds for 20% of what the ultimate payout would be to the company if and should and when they create the jobs as described in your agenda packet. The point was made, it is performance-based, and you're very familiar with the program, so we seek your approval.
I move approval as stated.
It's already been approved on the consent
Got 'em
agenda.
all, yeah.
Thank you.
Again,
What's really solid with this is that I heard you say you underestimated and over-delivered. Thank you. Oh, and welcome to the expansion in Volusia County. We look forward to working with you, and great success for the future. Yes, council.
Yes, I just want to put in my 2 cents worth. Here's the way it's supposed to work. Economic Development, CEO Alliance, and B. Braun, we just thank you for investing in our area, our county, and we're just so excited that you're here, and we thank you so much for your believing in us. This is the payback. This is the payback. They talk about incentives and the money that we give out. It's a return on investment every time, and I'll just state it forever. Thank you again for all you're doing for Volusia County. Thank you to Kent. Thank you, Rob. Thank you all.
Anything else, council? Did you push your button?
I did.
It's not showing up on the screen, just, but okay. Councilwoman Post?
The monitors are down. I just want to reiterate what has been said already, but also to say the fact that you are creating those jobs and not just saying, you know, we're going to create jobs, period, but the fact that they're 125% over the median job income in Volusia County is so important, because that's truly what we need to be working on. And so I applaud you in that effort, and we really are grateful to have you here, and I look forward to working with you in the future, so thank you.
Very good. Any other council member comments? Yes, Mr. Sharples, please.
I'm a little slow on the draw this morning, but I need to acknowledge the collaborative effort that took place to get this job done. We met Bruce when, of course, they purchased the Gambro plant from Baxter, who had also purchased Gambro earlier. But between the county and the city, Team Volusia, I want you all to know this did not happen. It was the initial deal was consummated in what High Brown calls the barn, and many of you were there at that time. Some of you were there then, and it's just escalated from there. And I think it demonstrates the confidence that Braun has in the collaborative effort that we as a community have to help them move forward. And we're looking forward to seeing all of you Thursday at 11 o'clock when we'll ribbon cut Bruce will, the new 400,000 square foot warehouse on Clyde Morris. So hope you can all make it, and look forward to seeing you then. Thank you.
Look forward to seeing you there too, Mr. Sharples, Dr. Sharples. Thank you. Any, Mr. Rechtenwald, any final comment? Is your mic on?
To reiterate the team effort that everyone has put on, and these things are a lot of hard work, but I also really want to thank B. Braun and for having the faith in our community to come in and invest this kind of money. And again, we look forward to working with them on the further projects. And this is exactly the type of thing that we need to have in this community. So this is a big day, and the investments and the stuff that this company is doing were extremely important and for our future. So, thank you.
Very well said. Any final comments, council members? Okay, thank you so much. We look forward to seeing you this Thursday. Great success. Okay, Mr. Rechtenwald.
Yeah, the next item, just to comment on, there was some questions with this Daytona State contract, so Rick's going to handle this one for a minute. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Rechtenwald. Rick Carl, Director of Aviation and Economic Resources. Thank you for your approval of this item, but we'd like to bring up Brad Harris, who is works with Rob and as a business manager, and Dr. Weems. This is a partnership with Daytona State College, and I think it's worthy of highlighting this and explain a little bit about what this is about. So Brad, would you please come up and go through this? This is very similar to the business incubator partnership we have with University of Central Florida. This is with Daytona State. It does other things. So we try to nurture corporate success at many different levels. So Brad, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick, and good morning,
Good morning.
Madam Chair and members of the council. Again, my name is Brad Harris. I'm with the county's Economic Development Division, and I am joined by Dr. Cheryl Weems from, I guess officially, the Associate Vice President of the College of Workforce, Continuing and Adult Education as part of Daytona State College, who this agreement is with. And with her, she's got other members of the team that will provide the service that we're going to talk about today. And so she'll acknowledge them when she comes up. So I'm here to present for approval. Is it approval or is it just comment?
Comment.
Comment, okay.
We've already approved.
Already approved. So the renewal of a service provider agreement with Daytona State College for training and consulting services for fiscal year 2019. This will be the fourth version of this agreement. The program itself hasn't really changed. It's item E, page 6, and file 5960 on the agenda. The request is for $90,000, which will help fund two learning initiatives. One is called Volusia's Best, which is a classroom training initiative. And the other one is called the CEO Exchange, which is a roundtable discussion in individual consulting programs. So there's two facets. These initiatives are focused on small, second-stage companies located in our community, and both are consistent with the county's efforts to promote business expansion and job creation. So the large employers, we love them, and we see the benefit of the partnerships that develop and bring those jobs to our community. This is a different group. It's something we call second-stage companies. For those not familiar with what a second-stage company is, they are loosely defined as those having 10 to 99 employees and annual sales between $1 million and $50 million. They are widely recognized as the most productive private sector job creators in the economy. And I shared a statistic in the agenda package that underscores that. In a 10-year study, they made up 17% of the companies, yet created 35% of the jobs during that time period. So it is a great place to invest, and I applaud the county's continuing support of that investment in the most productive job creators in the economy. So you've already seen the descriptions of the programs in your agenda package. I don't want to take any more time to go through a lengthy description. What I'd like to do is introduce Dr. Cheryl Weems to come up and speak to you about participation and results in the program. So Dr. Weems.
Thank you. Good morning, members of the council. My name is Cheryl Weems, and I serve as the Associate Vice President of the College of Workforce, Continuing Adult Education at Daytona State College. So I'm here on behalf of our president, Thomas Labasso, and bringing gratitude for entrusting us with this opportunity to share in the investment of the growth and development of Stage 2 companies in our county. These initiatives that Brad spoke to are clearly valuable, given the members' feedback and the level of participation that we've experienced over the last 3 to 4 years when these initiatives were first birthed, if you will. The Volusia's Best project, which Brad referenced, is a training initiative, and it offers high-level training that these companies would normally not be able to afford at the level of investment in terms of getting people and providing time for their folks and for this kind of training and these kinds of opportunities. So we offer through this funding subsidized opportunities for high-level training. And this past year, we have served over about 207 participants, representing 26 companies. And we average about 2 training sessions a month. And the culmination of the level of commitment that these companies display is revealed in a designation that we term Volusia's Best. And to achieve a Volusia's Best designation, one would have to invest up to 48 hours of training. And so we are very pleased to recognize on an annual basis those companies that have reached the Volusia's Best designation. And mind you, people are very proud to carry the designation of Volusia's Best because it represents a particular company's commitment to their growth, to their development, and to their employees. And so it's a designation that we don't take lightly, nor do the companies that we work with. Frank Mercer is managing the Volusia's Best project for us at Daytona State College. And Frank, would you come up? And Jim Deering is managing our CEO Exchange. And perhaps if you have questions, they would be the best people to ask. But Frank has organized a celebration of the Volusia's Best this year. It's on October 3rd, and so we will be recognizing a number of companies in celebratory fashion, designating them as Volusia's Best members. And what that means is that not only have they invested the 48 hours this year, but then they will also continue to invest in their company in years to come. So it has a sustainable impact for our communities. The CEO Exchange represents a different kind of investment, and with the CEO Exchange, we have 10 companies, CEOs, that have invested their time monthly to roundtable discussions that speak to best practices in business. These companies or these CEOs come to the table, they share best practices, they talk about business development opportunities, they help each other with revenue generation, they talk about personnel issues. There's a myriad of things that the CEOs offer to each other. And also, from time to time, we're able to bring in experts that will, at their request, that will address any particular areas of interest relative to growth and development. Both of these initiatives generate consulting hours, and so these businesses and these CEOs are eligible to take advantage of our consulting services through our Small Business Development Center. And Jim Deering is the director here of our Small Business Development Center, and Jim also manages or provides oversight for the CEO Exchange roundtable sessions. Have I left anything out, gentlemen? So with that, I ask if you have any questions. We're here to answer them.
Thank you. Council, any comments? Dr. Williams, I would just like to thank you. I saw you, South Campus, Daytona State.
Absolutely.
You're all over, and we appreciate supporting that South Campus and the workforce development with the skilled trades certificates that are expanding county-wide, and want to encourage you, and this is part of that. So thank you very much.
Oh, you're very welcome. Thank you.
Council? I'm sorry, Councilwoman Cusack.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to have this item pulled so that we could have some discussion and that we could have some visibility. We read these things, but we want to make sure that our constituents and the general public understand what the partnership and the collaboration that goes on behind the scenes to help small business to be successful. So I just wanted to bring that to the attention of our citizens here in Volusia County. And want to say thank you to the partnership of Daytona State College for what you're doing to make things work well in this great county. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you all so much for being here.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Patterson.
Yeah, I just want to reiterate the amount of work that goes into what they do and what Rob and Rick do
not only with our large corporations that have an interest in coming to Volusia County, but in smaller businesses getting started. It's wonderful to see what's going on. I did the ribbon cutting the other day at DeVita Labs, and you missed something. I'll tell you, that's probably one of the funnest, if you want to use that word, funnest businesses I've ever been in, because they rock and roll over there. It's just amazing that what we have here in West Volusia and in East Volusia. All the boats float up the same here in Volusia County, and that's what we try to do, is to help everybody in Volusia County. And I'm really proud of what our economic development staffs and what the college is doing. My wife is on the board of trustees at Daytona State, and she's just excited about all the things that she's been part of over there. So thank you, guys. Thank all of you.
Thank you so much. Any other final comments, Council? Okay, thank you. We will move on to item double F. Mr. Rechtenwald.
Yeah, this item, I just wanted to make the comment that, when we put the agenda packet together, we were waiting on the city, we were anticipating the city of Lake Helen to approve. They have approved, and we now have a signed agreement. So I just wanted that as part of the record for this particular item.
Very good. Thank you so much. Okay, we will now end the consent agenda item and comments and move on to our first item. Item number 2, we have a retirement. Terry Sanders, I think, are you up?
Yep, Terry's going to handle the item. Today, this is another one of those bittersweet days for me. These are people that I've worked quite a bit of 20 years with. In the case of Sergio, he's going to retire today with 25 years here at Volusia County. He was the kind of the operational chief for quite some time for animal control before he became the director. So why don't Terry and Sergio step up there?
Good morning.
Good morning. Jerry Sanders, Director of Public Protection. And we're here today with Sergio Pacheco. And it's all you. Look behind you. You don't want to. Not yet. You've had a long and varied time, and you were hired in January 4th, 1993 as an animal control officer. You promoted March 21st in 1998 to the position of Animal Control Field Service Supervisor. In 2013, he became the acting division director when the current director, Rebecca Wilson, retired and was promoted to his current position of Animal Control Division Director. Sergio has a lot of things he wants to do. Some of those that I'm privy to is he wants to spend a lot of time spoiling his new granddaughter. She's how old now?
8 months old.
Okay. And you also want to do some traveling up and down, particularly back up north where you came from. So
Okay.
it's
Thank
yours.
you. Thank you. Good morning,
Great time.
members of the council,
Good morning.
guests, and staff members. I'd just like to thank a few people, if I may. I'd like to thank Mr. Rechtenwald, Mr. Sanders, for allowing me to be the Director of Animal Services. I'd like to thank the Department of Public Protection, all the directors. We became family as I got selected as Director of Animal Services. And I also, last but not least, like to thank my staff, my entire staff. We put a lot of programs together, and they've been successful programs, and I feel very, very confident when I step down at the end of this month that I'm leaving the Animal Control Division in a very good place. I'd like to thank also my family and thank everyone. Thank you.
And I would like to point out that Sergio was, of course, instrumental in putting in our trap, neuter, release program that's been highly successful and copied. And, and a lot of the work that group does, again, it's kind of the People don't talk a lot about it, but they do a lot of good things, a lot of prevention. And that's, really through the years, we've seen like a big improvement overall in the issues with feral cats and again, making sure people are taking care of their animals, and they do a fantastic job. And Sergio's led the way in some time.
Will be missed. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Council. Any comments? Councilwoman Post, yes.
Okay. Hi, good morning.
Morning.
So I saw you walking very slowly up here. You wanna drag this out? You don't want to go, do you?
Well, I was speaking to my field supervisor and some other people. Once you start packing, I started packing my stuff slowly.
You start realizing.
Yeah, realizing.
Yeah.
I've been doing it total 38 years, 25 with the county. So it's not easy, especially when you have to say goodbye to your staff members, and a lot of them I know from over 20 years. So it's difficult. It's bittersweet.
Well, I wanted to thank you for your service, and I wanted to also thank you for your service specifically in animal control, because as a cop, I used to always say I would never want to be a fireman, right? Because fire, I have no idea what fire is going to do when I go in the house, and the firefighters would always say, well, no, I would never want to be a cop because you never know what people are going to do. But holy cow, you really don't know what an animal's going to do. So that would be even above and beyond. So I applaud you for all the work that you've done over the years, and I thank you for your service to Volusia County. And I wish you lots of happiness in your retirement.
Thank you, Ms. Post.
Thank you, Council. Any other comments? I see none. I would like to thank you. I know we've been involved in a couple of rural issues. We'll leave it at that one. That's a never happy time when you have to be involved. And so thank you for what you've done in probably the most difficult of situations. And you're the face of probably the silent difficulties behind the scenes with animals and in the county. Mr. Rechtenwald's shaking his head, gives us grief.
It's a 24/7
It is.
operation, and I could tell you, I've seen Sergio as a director repairing appliances and stuff that they use over there. So he's been a working director in a very small division that handles a huge area. So my hat's off to him and the work ethic that he gave his team.
It's always said, it's not how you start, it's how you finish, and you finish strong.
Thank you.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Now we're going to move to a very special presentation this morning, and we're going to present this one again inside council chambers. So,
Joanne.
Joanne, you gave me my talking sheet, and I have this. I have got files and everything that says ASAP on it. So you are the current ASAP here. So good morning, Joanne Magley, Community Information Director, and I. We're pleased this morning we're going to present this item, which is our proclamation that celebrates the bravery of Paul Akumo, a Votran bus driver who did not hesitate to protect a passenger on his bus who was being threatened by another. This incident happened in Ponce Inlet, and with a little more background in the story, I'd like to introduce Chief Frank Fabrizio, the Ponce Inlet Police Department. So, Chief, it's all yours. Good morning.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chairman, members of the council. Appreciate the opportunity to speak here today. It truly is my honor and privilege to be a small part of recognizing this true hero. On July 20th, Paul Akumo was driving his normal bus route when a woman on his bus was physically assaulted by another rider. There were only 2 passengers on the bus that particular day. Mr. Akumu immediately stopped the bus and reported the incident to the Ponce Inlet Police Department. Without regard for his own personal safety, he intervened and restrained the suspect, preventing any further assault to the victim. It should be noted that the suspect was armed with a large knife about this big. He resisted Mr. Akumu. They actually fell into cracking a large bus window, and he certainly was no stranger to the criminal justice system, having been arrested 35 times in the past. Mr. Akumu's actions prevented the situation from escalating further and enabled the apprehension and arrest of the suspect. I have a quote on my email signature page, and it states, "Evil succeeds when good men and women do nothing." Well, evil did not succeed that day because of the actions of our hero, Mr. Paul Akumu.
At this time, you can read the proclamation.
I'm going to stand up for this one, sir. Whereas Paul Akumo is a true community hero, having put himself in harm's way to prevent a sexual assault on the Votran bus he was driving on July 20th, 2018. And whereas, with no thought for his own safety, he physically restrained a violent passenger who was attempting to assault a woman and held the assailant until police arrived. We do a lot of whereases. And whereas, it is truly remarkable that the cool, calm, and fast-thinking Mr. Akuma single-handedly prevented a violent crime. And whereas, Mr. Akuma is a Port Orange resident who graduated from Atlantic High School and Florida Technical College. And whereas, his community service includes volunteering with the Daytona Destiny Drumline and assisting the Atlantic High School band director from 2012 to 2016. And whereas, Mr. Akuma joined Votran's team as a professional fixed-route bus operator in 2017 and has earned praise from passengers and coworkers for his humble and his kind demeanor. Now, therefore, we, the County Council of Volusia County, Florida, do hereby proclaim September 18th, 2018 as Paul Akuma Day in Volusia County, and we urge residents to join us in thanking him for his courageous actions and dedication in providing outstanding service to Votran clients. Signed this date of September 18th, 2018 AD by the entire County Council. Congratulations and thank you, sir. Do you want me to come down? Yes, yes. Yes, ma'am. We'll do council comments. And Councilman Post.
Good morning, Paul. How are you? Come on up to, no, up to the,
Council, I am going to say this because this has been a request before. Make your comments, and he chooses not to speak. So if you'd like to make a comment, please do so, and we will move on. So feel free to make a comment. Thank you.
just want him to be part of the, this is for you, Paul. So I'd like to say, you know, people can do their role and get by, or people can do 110%. And it's very obvious, I think, just from talking to people in the community about you revolving this incident, that you are one of those 110%ers. So I want to applaud you for that. And then above and beyond that, it takes a special person to put your own life on the line, to go above and beyond without thinking, and to jump in at a moment's notice to protect the life of someone else. So I want to greatly applaud you for that, because that shows true character. And as a representative of the citizens of Volusia County, I thank you for that, and I thank you for your service. And we are very. It's wonderful that Volusia County has you as an employee. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councilwoman Wheeler.
Thank you. Paul, I had the pleasure of meeting you in Ponce Inlet when they celebrated you also, and I met your family and your mother, and it was a big deal. I just can't thank you enough for your bravery and just being an employee of Votran, how proud I am that we have representatives like this. I will say that when I went to the back room with you and your family to get pictures, that when he mentioned the knife, I think your mother about had a heart attack. I'm not sure if she was aware of that. And you probably had a conversation from her afterwards saying, don't you ever do that again. But we thank you for doing that, and I'm sure the victim thanks you for your bravery. But I personally want to thank you so very much, and we're so glad you're a resident in Volusia County. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Cusack.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just so honored to have had the opportunity to hear this proclamation and to be in your presence today, Paul. You know, there's a saying that say when you see something, say something. Well, not only did you say something, you did something. And so for that, we applaud you. And we're grateful that you put yourself in harm's way to do that. It's folk like you that make life worth living. It's folk like you that tell the story of what we must all do. We are truly our brothers and sisters keepers. And so thank you so much for just doing that, for just living up to the true meaning of being a good steward on this earth. Thank you so much. Be blessed, young man. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Welcome. Thank you, Councilwoman Cusack. So at this time, we're going to present the proclamation and take a picture, and then we will gladly shake your hand, sir, and present you with a county pin. If you could come forward, we will present you with your proclamation. Okay, thank you, Councilwoman. Item number 4. Who do we have? Ted?
Ted Casby.
Good morning.
Morning.
Okay.
The first vacation you have before you today is on behalf of Miss Carrie Sanchez, who owns 2 parcels adjacent to a drainage area. If you recall from last council meeting, we had a similar project or a similar vacation over in Waterway Park. It's a drainage tract that we've been vacating as people come in and request it. It's 15 feet wide by about 150 feet long. Ms. Sanchez is requesting it so that she can combine her 2 parcels on the east and west sides of it. There have been no objections from Road and Bridge with regard to drainage issues or no problems with utilities, and we have no objections from the property owners based on the vacation. So, any questions?
No questions. From council, any questions, council? Okay, so we are going to now open a public hearing. Are there any public input cards on this item? Okay, seeing that, we will close the public hearing. We've had the staff report. Anything else, Mr. Rechtenwald?
Nope.
No public participation. Council discussion, action. Motion, discussion, somebody?
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
I move approval of the vacational portion of the plat of Waterway Park, Section 2, Map Book 19, page 270 in the Edgewater area.
Second.
Approval.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Patterson, seconded by Councilman Lowry. Any opposition to the motion? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Thanks, Ted.
He's up
And
for the next one.
You're up next. You are.
Got 3 strikes here. I'm going to use them all. All right. This vacation is over in Daytona Beach. Vista Properties and the City of Daytona Beach are both requesting the vacation of the approximate northern 20 feet of the overall 40 feet of Harvey Avenue. It's a beach approach in the Rogers Seabreeze subdivision. The beach approach is currently used for pedestrian access, emergency vehicles, or commercial vendors. It's not currently used for public vehicular access. As a part of this, Avista is purchasing 2 property parcels from the city immediately to the north of the Harvey Avenue beach approach. Those 2 right there is highlighted. And that's why Avista and the city are working together on this requested vacation. As a part of this vacation, there are several different conditions that we have outlined in the agreement that we're asking for the council to approve. These are based on our past experiences with vacations of rights of way, particularly associated with beach approaches. The city, first condition, and I'm going to read these because there are quite a few of them. I'm sure that Jamie will step in if I need any help with this. But first condition is that the City of Daytona Beach and Avista agree on a development agreement, which is required to be done within a year from the approval of the vacation. Once the agreement is approved, they have 16 months with which to construct the project. If neither of those conditions is met, then the resolution is null and void. Next condition is that development agreement require the design and construction of a public boardwalk from Breakers Park to the Harvey Avenue beach approach. The agreement shall also require the design and construction of a 5-foot wide ADA accessible pedestrian walkway from Ocean Avenue on the west side to the beach. Perpetual easement shall be granted over that walkway to the public and shall be maintained by the city. Next requirement is that Avista Properties shall improve the southerly 20 feet of Harvey Avenue to include a vehicular travel lane 15 foot in width from Ocean Avenue to the beach. Will be an improved surface with a 5-foot sidewalk on the south side with a ramp access gate to be placed at Ocean Avenue. The next condition is that Avista shall not utilize the remaining Harvey Avenue beach approach for driveway access, a loading zone, for dumpsters, or any other kind of connection or use of that right-of-way. That'll be solely for our use. The last condition is that they shall not discharge stormwater either to the Harvey Avenue right-of-way or to the beach. So those are our recommendations. If you have any questions, we can certainly address them.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Casper. Right now, that's the end of the staff report.
Yep. Close this report, and then
Right.
if the applicant would like to speak, and then also
Then we'll do public participation. Okay, applicant, is the applicant here?
For the record, my name is Glenn Storch, and I represent Avista. At the same time, the application is authorized specifically by resolution by the City of Daytona Beach, because this is adjoining their property, and so Jim Morris is also here with me. The bottom line is that this is one of those good news stories, such as Bebron. This is the potential now for a $40 million investment in our E-zone, which we've always hoped to try and redevelop this entire area. And so this area here next to Harvey, I mean, you see in your staff report what it looks like now. It is a minimal parking lot that is being used for this frontage, as opposed to what it could be. And so instead, what we do is, let's see how I can get this over here.
You need a Vanna White there, Glenn.
Jim?
Chad, you want to help him out? Vanna?
Just got called banana.
You did. You just did.
It happened to me too, so. So, this is the project as it is right now. And by the way, the conditions that the staff has recommended are acceptable, and we would stipulate the same. We are well in the process of the PUD. We should be having our Planning Board and Redevelopment Board hearings in October, and anticipate the City Commission hearings in December to get the entire thing approved. At that point, the closing will be set, and this thing will be well on its way. So the initial concept was a single hotel. We've now been able to change this and make this something really exciting and creative for a double hotel. There'll be 2 hotels in this project as part of this. And that'll all be directly adjacent to the park, which is directly adjacent to Main Street. And again, this is a blighted area, part of the E-zone proposals, that will actually give us something we can now utilize to help the Ocean Center. So, on top of that, access to the beach is critically important to all of us. And so what the city has required as part of the RFP is the construction of a boardwalk at our expense, including a handicapped access to the beach on that boardwalk and a regular access to the beach. This boardwalk will connect to the existing boardwalk at the park. Now, on top of that, in the area that was previously part of the old Harvey Street, there'll be a sidewalk at grade that will connect to that boardwalk along the landscaping, and then connect to Ocean, which will allow the connection to go further down the beach. Then it will also tie into this new access at Harvey, and the new Harvey access will be totally redone. You've seen how it is now. It's not in great shape, but this is how it will look. And let me get the So your new access.
I think I'm going to add Jim to your Vanna list.
So your new access will look like this, because it'll then be a part of the redeveloped area. The paving provisions will go down in this area. It'll still allow for vehicular access for emergency vehicles and for the concessionaires. As you know, this is a non-driving section of the beach at this point, and will always be a non-driving section of the beach based on our Constitution. So this is now a new section that will be provided, and it will encourage people and provide them an easier access to the beach, both with the handicapped access and with this access. So we're doubling the amount of access, pedestrian access to the beach. We're maintaining the vehicular access and enhancing it, and at the same time creating a $40 million project to start revitalizing this entire section. So hopefully it's something we can all work together on. Obviously, the City of Daytona Beach has provided a resolution supporting this. We have a staff recommendation, and we're available for any questions.
Can I just ask you one question before you move on? Can you clarify, you said pending approval of the city. What are we waiting on pending approval of the city?
The PUD itself. In order to do this project, we have to get approval for the PUD, the zoning, for this site. And so we're in the process of doing that now. And as you saw from the conditions from staff, that's one of the requirements that we do within a certain period of time. It's also one of the conditions of Daytona Beach's resolution of support. But all this has been submitted, and like I say, we're well on our way and well on track to getting those approvals.
What's contingent on Daytona's approval?
The PUD. Sure.
Okay, so not the, I'm going to wait for council before I make my.
Chairman and board
Yes.
members, good morning. I'm Jim Morris. I'm the Deputy City Manager from Daytona Beach. The condition is that there will be a PD approved for the project to be constructed. It's illustrated here. The PD is pending with the city currently. So we're looking forward to processing that. The PD dimensionally actually depends upon the vacation in the way that it's laid out. A part of the reason for this condition is, and Chairman, I see your mind turning, and I know there's another
Where I'm
vacation
going with this, Jim.
that you weren't so happy about. And so we want to make sure is that the council's approval goes into a project that gets built, not one that gets a vacation and doesn't get built. And Jamie Seaman and I specifically discussed that concept to make sure that the project that's shown here is built. If it isn't built, then the vacation is null and void.
Is that in there,
Yes,
Jamie?
ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. We specifically have a provision that they have to enter into that development agreement within 1 year. If they don't enter into it within 1 year, this resolution is null and void.
And then
We also have a provision that they have to commence construction within 16 months of the adoption of,
it's a
six-
1-6.
16 months of the adoption of the resolution. 16 months of the adoption of the development agreement. So 1 year to get the development agreement in place. If they don't, it's null and void. After the development agreement is in place, they have to begin construction within 16 months, or it's null and void.
And then there's a completion requirement as well.
Okay, thank you.
If I may, just go a little further, and I won't take much of your time. In terms of the boardwalk aspect of this is a part of the Daytona Beach Comprehensive Plan for this area. The property that this property fronts on Ocean Avenue, which is the north-south road that runs behind the boardwalk and goes down almost to ISB. And since I've been at the city, we've changed policies applicable to other vacant land in the area to promote construction of freestanding restaurants. You may know about the projects further south that Consolidated did, but they actually had to do a PD because the general code didn't permit restaurant use. So we've got that there. We're doing our best to activate that part of Ocean Avenue. This property is part of the Main Street redevelopment area. So from a standpoint of contribution to other improvements, both at Main Street and East ISB, this will contribute revenue towards that source as well. The property is being purchased by the Glenn's clients from the city of Daytona Beach, and the city commission has endorsed the idea. Glenn spoke to something a minute ago I'd like to elaborate a little bit on in respect to beach driving. As you know, the general law of Florida doesn't promote beach driving. Volusia County has it by virtue of exception and a special use permit. In this portion of the beach, beach driving isn't permitted anyway, but public access for purposes of safety vehicles and vendors is permitted by the maintenance of the access way that will still be there. 15 feet is actually in excess of a lane width, which is ordinarily 12 feet. So you've got adequate space. You have improvements on the north side of the ramp, which permits people to come from the edge of Harvey and go up. And if you've been on Ocean Avenue, you know the sidewalks there are minimal or non-existent. So that the idea here is to permit a pedestrian connection basically from this property north of Main Street all the way to the back of the Ocean Walk shops. You can go from here, cross the bridge that crossed the pedestrian bridge that crosses Main Street, back down onto the boardwalk, and then all the way up to the back side of the Ocean Walk shops, which will take you almost to the Proto Group hotel property, which is currently under construction. So we're able to accommodate that with the cooperation of Glenn's clients, with the existence of current city facilities, and the property which is immediately south of Harvey is vacant, represented by a local attorney, and we've talked with them too about continuing this, and it probably will terminate at the southern end of that. So it has our endorsement. We support it from a comp plan perspective. We think it's a good improvement. It helps the tax base for Main Street redevelopment, which will help us with both Main Street and the portion of East ISB, and we think that it's good public policy and does not limit or in any way prohibit beach access any more than the current policies do with the ramp closed and the ability of public safety vehicles and vendors to go down. Thank you for letting me speak.
Would you say that this falls under one of the tenets of our beachside advisory group, that we I think you were a member of, were you not?
I was not a member of it. I did participate in a couple of their hearings, and I think that it does.
I would say this is a big tenet of that group.
It does, and I happen to know merchants that work, they virtually live in this place, in the vicinity. I can't tell you how excited they are to be involved in this, because it will be proximate to their property, and those are families that I've known and represented for many years that are greatly appreciative of the idea that this is coming.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Council.
I do want to follow up on a couple things. One, when a hotel goes into an area like this, it is a giant economic shot in the arm. All of a sudden, you'll have all this money flowing into the restaurants and the shops and the areas. The same thing happened when a hotel went into Flagler in New Smyrna Beach. It changed everything. This is a game changer when this goes in. And secondly, I've got to talk about the ambiance this is going to create. Because, even though you're saying we have a boardwalk here, we have a boardwalk that then is fronted by a cafe that will look over the beach with this boardwalk. It's something we've always hoped for as far as our beach side. This is the sort of thing that we've always been working toward. We've solved all the problems, and like I say, we are well on our way to getting this thing done. The city has been incredibly cooperative as far as working with us, and hopefully you'll be seeing this sometime soon. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, we're going to move to public participation and then the rest of the council discussion. So with that, first up is Mr. Strickland, Ken Strickland. Please just state your name and your address, sir, for the record.
Ken Strickland, 1208 North Halifax, Daytona Beach. Apologize to Mr. Storch. I told him that I was not going to speak, but I changed my mind. We continue to try to purchase prosperity by giving away beach ramps, taking cars off the beach, that sort of thing, providing tax abatements, God knows what else, to developers and to that have no benefit to private citizens whatsoever. None of this will do anything for the private citizen who pays some of the highest taxes in the state of Florida. Also, the idea that this will increase our tax base, it's my understanding that the properties along the beachfront, from one end of the county to the other, make up less than 2% of the total taxes that are collected by this county. So that doesn't hold water either. So there's no tangible benefit to our quality of life. If anything, it continues to diminish our quality of life. And the citizens, the ones that I know, and I know quite a few of them around here, would appreciate it if y'all would stop giving away our public assets to the benefit of people that come here from somewhere else with great ideas about how they're going to save us from ourselves. Ever since we started with CRAs and started sticking money in there, that money disappears like cotton candy when you stick it in a bucket of water. If you'd fix up our roads, our streets, help our cities to improve their infrastructure and that sort of thing, and stop giving it away to developers and private industry, maybe they would want to come here and we wouldn't have to bribe them. We could ask them what they have to offer if they're coming here, rather than what do we got to give you to come here? Because we've been giving money away to the tune of a couple of $100 million in the last 20 years. And here we are today. We're still in about the same spot we were always in. It's time to stop giving our heritage away so few people can make a lot of money and stick it in their bank account and leave town. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Strickland. Next up is Delene Foster.
Hello.
Good morning. State your name and address for the record, ma'am. Thank you.
My name is Nolene Foster. I live at 321 Manhattan Avenue in Daytona Beach. However, I own property in this area and was invited to attend this meeting today as a property owner and apartment manager. And I just want to thank you for considering this project. I have seen the...
Can you speak into the microphone, ma'am? Thank you.
I've seen the benefits that have occurred through the reinvestment, especially through the CRAs in this area. I have owned this property for a very long time and reinvested it in my own, for my own benefit. And now on Hollywood Avenue, which is where I own property, the reinvestment in that area has been phenomenal.
Good.
And I just want to encourage you and say, please say yes to this. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Jim Morris. Yeah.
I already spoke.
You had to speak to tell me you weren't going to speak.
Chairman, I prefer not to speak.
Understood. Any more public comment at this time? Okay, seeing none, we will go to council member comment. Councilwoman Wheeler.
Yes, thank you, Vice Chair. Thrilled to death about 40 million in our E-zone. We've been working so hard. I've been walking those streets trying to find anywhere that we could have investments, and having a Marriott go in there is absolutely fabulous with the boardwalk. I know the original plan had a walkover on the area, and I don't know what happened to that, and I'm trying to think of what's going to happen with South Harvey. But my question is, and absolutely, I'm not questioning economically how this can help the community. I do think there will be a tangible benefit to the area. Growth and cleaning up of areas always filters out, and that's what we're hoping. My question is, why are you asking for 20 feet of Harvey? Can this not be built without the 20 feet? I'm fighting constantly for parking and access to the beaches. And I know this is a non-usable as far as driving on the beach, but it is an access. And I'm just trying to figure out the benefit for this versus us giving up another 20 feet of parking that's vitally important. I would love to see their 20 feet have parking on that side and still have the 15 feet for our emergency.
And I can explain that. Initially, we were looking at the idea of having our parking accessed off of this access. There was some real concern regarding that. The only way to have access was from Ocean. To have access from Ocean, we had to expand the hotel in order to make it work. And so that's where the 20 feet came from. It will not work without the 20 foot. Now, you can't see this, but this area, you can't see this, but this area of the sidewalk.
Glenn, can you speak? You need a microphone, my friend.
The sidewalk area here, which is part of the 20 feet we're talking about. That's all public access. That you still have your public access on that area that goes down to the boardwalk. That's part of that Harvey vacation. But underneath that is the parking. And that's what's critical to this. If I can't get to the parking, which by the way, we're putting 249 parking spaces on this site, which should be more than sufficient for the hotel. So we will have extra parking spaces for this area, which is one of the critical elements.
And those are going underneath?
Partially underneath, there'll be 3 stories of it. But the access is the key, and the access has to be from Ocean, and to do that, we had to have the extra 20 feet. So that's where all this came from. Yeah, please.
Let me speak a little bit, if I may, Chairman, to the public access portion of it. Because initially, you're right, there was a crossover shown. That was shown by Glenn's client when they did their first exhibit. But there was an issue with the elevation of the bottom of the crossover in terms of permitting beach access down for vendor trucks and that sort of thing. But the important part that I focused on was the comprehensive plan requirements in Daytona Beach. It actually calls for an oceanfront walkway in this vicinity. That's why we conditioned the sale upon that. When you have the construction of the sidewalk, which they need to do to have access in order to have it come from Harvey, basically at the grade of Harvey, because you know the ramp dives off, so the actual sidewalk goes up to meet the boardwalk. And then when you look at Ocean Avenue, particularly south of Harvey, it's really deficient in regard to sidewalks along the street. A part of this project will be a promenade adjacent to their property north of Harvey, And when I've spoken to Darren Elkine, representing the property owner to the south of Harvey, which is, it's an undeveloped parcel, it's kind of a hole in the ground presently, about working with them on a PD to have sidewalks on the frontage, but also to create a connection on that side, which will terminate at the Mayan Inn, because Mayan Inn has access, it's all closed from that point on. But you've got pedestrian access at Kemp Street, which is next to the streamline. It goes through to Ocean. You've got north and south access for pedestrians. It can come from that whole neighborhood back behind ISB and behind A1A, back in the Seabreeze, that neighborhood south of Main Street. So you get some pedestrian connections for access where there really is no public parking presently. My thinking on the continuation is there's a large vacant piece of property south of the Mayan and south of Ocean Deck, which we hope will be developed. I think there will be parking questions there as well, so we probably will anticipate off-street parking west of Main Street, of A1A, to accommodate those uses. And it will put more people on the ground, and the pedestrian connection is a more important connection here than the car connection, because there really isn't a ton of public parking in that area. So if you're coming from the back neighborhoods and so on, you've got pedestrian access that's improved by this project. The connection to the boardwalk, which you can come from here now, go all the way north to the Ocean Walk shops, with the only real impediment to your crossing going up and over the Main Street Bridge, which is something that's existed, I think, since the Depression area. So it does help pedestrian connections north and south along the beach for quite a long distance, and that way you can go to and from where you want to, either by walking or bicycling, either way.
If I could add one thing, the amount of public access and the amount of public land that we're providing is actually more than the amount that we're taking. This is 15 feet of beachfront.
Right.
It's worth far more than the 20 feet of access, plus we're including the access sidewalk here that will also be public. So you're providing far more access and far more public lands than you're taking away. Plus, of course, there's the cost of improving the other access along Harvey. All of this will now be enhanced, improved, and then, of course, there's the tax values that'll be brought in, the tax dollars that'll be brought in because of this.
There's no question about that, Mr. Storch. There's no question. You know, I guess, you know, again, it's access to the beach in some portion that we're giving away, in my opinion. I feel, I mean, there's going to be access, but it's not going to be the same. In this resolution that we have in the back of our papers, it says, whereas the above described Harvey Avenue Beach approach is used for public pedestrian access to the beach, as public vehicular access has been removed from this portion. But then on the next page, it says, whereas the county council finds that as conditioned herein, the portion of the Harvey Avenue Beach approach is described herein is not needed for public purposes, and the prayer of said petition should be granted. So it's kind of redundant there, but I think any access is publicly needed. And as I fought for the parking and the access in the shores, you know, I just hate to give up any more.
Oh, and again, I absolutely agree, because what we've done here is we've doubled the amount of access. The only area that's unneeded is the 20-foot portion. You're maintaining your vehicular access and you're maintaining your pedestrian access.
That's 20 feet, Glenn.
That's all you need. You don't need a two-lane.
But once it's gone, it's gone.
Once it's gone, you have enhanced pedestrian access.
I understand.
So that's the question. Yeah. How much vehicular access do you need for a non-driving beach?
Mm-hmm.
But I've done everything we can to maintain this, to make this project work.
Love it. It looks beautiful. Absolutely. I'm thrilled to death to see the project. Okay. I just have questions on.
No, I don't mind answering questions.
Okay.
But it is absolutely necessary in order to make this work.
So what I heard.
Let me just finish with this. So you're saying this project will not come off the ground if they don't have that additional?
This project will not, because there's no way to do it in that way. I have to have access off Ocean. The only way to do it, the engineers have told us the only way to do it is to have the additional 20 feet, which is why we changed everything. We redesigned this to make this work. And because initially we were looking, like I say, at using the access off.
Yeah. So you were looking at access off of here?
Right.
Okay.
And that was considered unsafe, especially with the pedestrian conflicts. And so that's why we're not doing it that way. We're doing it in a way where we're creating safe pedestrian access in 2 locations and at the same time allowing this to be built in this way. But yes, that's, we would have to start from the drawing board again. I'm not sure we have the time to do that based on our contracts.
Yeah. And again, if this is not, if this does not take off, what does it say, 18 months, then it comes back to us.
Yes.
The resolution becomes null and void, yes.
Okay,
ma'am.
so
So
it
if they
comes-
don't sign the development agreement within 12 months, it's null and void.
Yeah.
Not enforced.
After it's, if it is signed, if construction doesn't begin within 16 months, it's null and void.
Mm-hmm.
And then once construction's begun, if the whole thing isn't completed within 5 years,
Yes.
it's null and void.
Okay.
Yeah, and I will tell you that the reason I'm a little concerned about that is because you're going to have different permits that have to be dealt with.
Glenn, can you speak into the mic?
Yes,
my
there'll be a new seawall that will have to be put on the place. There's a new seawall permit. So there's a lot of, when you're building on the ocean, it's far more difficult and far more costly and far more time consuming. But if we're looking at some construction starting, I think we can work together with the county on making sure that's done. At the same time, continue on this. Like I say, we're on track right now to have our PUD, the zoning, that allow, the entitlements that allows us to start this project done in December. And so at that point, we start moving as quickly as we can.
Okay, what was your comment again on, we can work with the county on what?
Actually, let me step back.
Yeah.
That is a requirement of the city. The city's resolution.
Thank you.
And the city's process and their RFP require construction to commence within 16 months of the development agreement. We just reiterated that requirement in your resolution to protect the county's interests.
Yeah, I'll be brief, Chairman. Ms. Wheeler, with the commission's consent in Daytona Beach, I drafted those conditions with the consideration of the timeline for permitting and construction in mind. I also drafted it in consideration of conversation with Ms. Seaman in respect to another vacation for a project that did not occur and the vacation has stuck. And that's what I referred to when I answered Ms. Dennis's questions initially. From the perspective of the improvements that are occurring, both the frontage along the beach and the sidewalk that comes from the grade of Harvey to the boardwalk, those are for public purposes. Our comprehensive plan speaks to public purposes, and I had a hand in drafting that aspect as well, so that you promoted pedestrian access north and south, made it easy to come from the Harvey Street grade, or rather from the Ocean Avenue grade, up to the walkway. And then also because the sidewalks, and when you look along the south part of Ocean, along Ocean itself, there's a real deficiency of sidewalks there, which we're working to improve as property develops. So that my thinking was you've got more pedestrian access to the beach in this vicinity than you do in most because of the density of residential in the back, but in the Main Street neighborhood. The properties that you would have along the beach, it would have customers at their stores and that sort of stuff. So the public purpose is still preserved. It is in a different form. But the changes that are made do not preclude or prohibit vehicular access, which you currently have. Ordinarily, the lane widths on roads, if you go out and step it off, you'll see they're roughly 12 feet per lane. And this is a limited access use because you'd only use it for emergency instances for public safety or vendors if you have those folks coming down in the non-driving zone. So that, I think it's a blend of the two, and although the surrender is made so that a private individual can construct on what is presently public right-of-way, that's the reasoning for it. Subsequent to it, it's put back to public purpose once it's improved. If it isn't improved, the public purpose is never removed. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that it, Councilwoman Wheeler? Yes. Okay, so before I go to Councilwoman Post, what I heard is there will still be vehicle access to a no-drive beach. Okay, Councilwoman Post?
I have a couple questions for you, Glenn. So there's been some question about the initial proposal that was submitted. And you mentioned that the initial proposal that was submitted it's not feasible at all?
No. When we looked at this, and again, we've been working with staff on this for months now, trying to make sure that we can get this thing built, because it's a difficult project. I mean, it's a very tight site. And unfortunately, like I say, the ideas that we had initially will not work. And therefore, to make this work from an engineering standpoint, to to allow for the actual access, to allow for the actual parking spaces that are necessary for this project. We had to have access off of Ocean as opposed to, and again, from a safety standpoint, because of all the people who will be potentially using Harvey as a pedestrian access, we couldn't have access off of Harvey. We had to have it off Ocean in a proper manner. And so that's what the staff basically said, you have to do this. And so we were able to work together to determine how to make this work for everybody. Maintain vehicular access, enhance pedestrian access, and allow for us to construct in a way where we access our parking area.
So to accommodate parking underneath and to accommodate pedestrian access,
That's correct.
you could not access off Harvey, you had to go around.
That's
And
correct.
so that is why the initial proposal was
Did not
pulled
work.
back and you resubmitted this
Right.
to take the 20 feet.
Right, which is now in process of being reviewed by the city.
Okay. You mentioned on the beach side, not taking the 15 feet, or can you explain that to the public, please, about the beach side?
Yeah, even though the property owner will own the entire amount, this section of the boardwalk, this section that we're creating for boardwalk, will be public, will be dedicated to the public. So that's being transferred out. Now, we'll maintain the ownership of the area behind it for the cafes and things like this, but that boardwalk will now be public. So you'll have beachfront property being donated to the public. And also, you'll have a sidewalk along where Harvey was that will also be dedicated to the public.
Okay. And can you put that picture back up of the Harvey approach? So looking at the Harvey approach, so that property right now, obviously, you can't see the actual lot, but the lot is just
To the left.
just a dead lot
It's
right
a dead-
now. Right.
It's a dead
So-
lot being utilized for a few parking spaces more than anything else.
Right.
I think it's very unattractive. I don't think it does anything to enhance the redevelopment of this area. I don't know
Okay.
why you would
So,
think this is
so
a
put
good
that
thing.
other one back up there, please. Yep, that one. So I'm looking at the fence line there to the left.
Mhm.
And so when you do this, is there going to be a definitive border there and then the pedestrian crossing? Or is it going to be an extension of the property?
What you'll have
Glenn, I need you at the mic.
What you'll have is, this will be a wall that will go from the grade and then go to the same grade as the boardwalk. So, and it'll be landscaped, et cetera. I mean,
So no one will be able to walk back and forth through the property? That is,
they'll have
this
to
will
go-
be,
They'll have to go up through here and then down the sidewalk,
gotcha,
okay? But it will not be able, you'll not be able to go from here to here.
gotcha.
Again, it'll all be done as a single unit, a single park setting. But it will allow for then continuous access all the way down, or you can go across here and then hit the boardwalk.
Right, okay, all right. Well, so you answered a number of questions I had, and I'll just say, in looking at the condition of the property that's there now, you know, I think we all hear the arguments of between development and the residents who currently live in a community, and there's that tight mix that we consistently maneuver. But you know, and in saying that this will be the magic wand to fix the area, obviously that's not going to be a magic wand to fix the area. But I do agree that this is going to be a benefit to the area, certainly, and certainly a difference in how it is now.
It is a first step.
Absolutely.
It is, but it's a huge first step.
Absolutely.
And what we did when we were looking at some of the hotels in New Smyrna, which you've seen the results there, is there was a calculation by an economist that for every dollar you spend on the hotel itself, you get $5 back to the community. So that's exactly what happened in New Smyrna along Flagler. For the $12 to $15 million we spent for each of the hotels there, you got literally close to $85 million in additional investment, because you got the shops, you got the restaurants, and then you had all those people come to those shops and restaurants, and it became more valuable. And then you had the increase in value to the residential areas around there. Because when you have a blighted area like this, you have basically rental communities. And all those properties go down in value. When you have things to do, where you have shops and hotels and other activities taking place, then you have people wanting to move into the area, which raises those values as well. Your taxable values on Flagler right now are through the roof.
Well, even setting aside the economic impact, I'm looking at more the visual impact of the
Right,
area.
that's correct.
And so I think it's going to greatly enhance the visual impact of the area, certainly, but also, you know, in regards to providing something for the actual citizens who live in that community, the pedestrian access and enhancing the pedestrian access as things are being done in that area to improve the blight. And I know that Daytona is working on some various things within the actual community, not necessarily on the beach. I think that pedestrian access will help greatly as well for the citizens in the area. So
It provides an amenity to them.
Considering the visual impact, considering that pedestrian access to the beach, considering that we're not actually taking away vehicular access for the emergency vehicles, because we need at least 20 feet
and
for
the
the emergency
concessionaires.
vehicles. And considering the fact that we're not actually giving away beach, we're actually getting beach from the property owner, I would say that at this point I'm in favor of this.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Just technical piece, I'm closing public hearing now. Excuse me, Councilwoman Cusack. It was just public purchase. You're not public, ma'am.
No.
Just saying.
We'll be close. 6 more.
I know.
6 more meetings.
6 more. She is.
Are you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that I'm supporting this because it's a win-win for us.
It is.
It's a win-win for the citizens. It's a win-win for, it will enhance the safety of pedestrian access and maintain our emergency vehicle and concessionary entrance and access. So I don't see, I just want, if everything goes as planned with this, in this time frame, there are provisions in it that will, we can move back from it if it's not done in the timeline that's been indicated. So I think, all things considered, it's a great project, and I certainly support it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Wheeler.
Well, with all the comments and the discussion on this being a good project and the explanation for the 20 feet and knowing that there's still going to be access for the beach patrol to get through there and an expanded area for the citizens of Volusia County, I would like to make a motion to approve vacation of the portion of the plat of Roger Seabreeze, deed book 0, page 301, now map book 14, page 80, and abandonment of a portion of the Harvey Avenue Beach approach in Daytona Beach.
I'll second that.
Motion by Councilwoman Wheeler, seconded by Councilman Lowry.
Also, note of clarification, I think it's deed book O, not 0. Is that correct? Okay.
There you go. Correction made.
Okay, any objection to the motion? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. We're going to take a little break in our agenda at, I guess at the chair's ability, and with our interim county manager, Mr. Rechtenwald, we're going to have a brief presentation right now. We're going to bring up Dr. Springer. Mr. Rechtenwald, I'll let you take it.
Yeah, actually, the chair had requested, and by the way, the chair is still not feeling well and is getting checked out, and it's still unclear whether he'll be back this afternoon. So I just wanted to report that. But we just want to have Dr. Springer here just for a minute to, we are working on the workshops that you've requested and some larger projects. But I want to make sure that everyone understands that, we are taking all this discussion very, very seriously. And we do believe that there should be improvement in the system. I would say that probably in everything we do. So it's a constant culture that we've been working on and will continue to work on. But that being said, I just wanted Dr. Springer to say a few words about the perspective of the system from the doctor's point of view and where the emphasis is in our current system. Dr. Springer?
Thank you, Mr. Reckenwald. Good morning. Good morning, Madam Vice Chair and the rest of the County Council. I'm very pleased to be before you all today and just to kind of give you a little overview of hopefully some of you read the article in the paper over the weekend, just to kind of give you my perspective from the medical director's side. I've been with the county now, I'll be 13 years, starting in January. I've enjoyed being a part of this process and being a part of the EMS in the system. And when I say system, I mean the system. I mean from dispatch all the way up to the hospital. I'm an emergency physician by training, and I certainly have been here almost 20 years and have received patients from EMS during that time and have watched the system grow and change in a positive direction. So let me just tell you about how I see it. We talk about ambulances, we talk about paramedics, we talk about times on scene, times to get to the scene. But it really starts from the caller. The caller makes a call, and our dispatch center, which is at the EOC, receives that call and then decides what direction the call should go, whether it's a true emergency or not, whether it needs lights and sirens, whether it needs 2 vehicles, including first responders or the ambulance, or just one or the other. So there's a lot of information obtained in a very short period of time. And these are trained professionals, and they go off of algorithms that we've worked on. And just to give you an update, we actually have just revamped our priority or medical dispatch system. So we'll be introducing a new system starting mid-October that'll actually address some of the issues that we've discussed here that have been discussed in the communities. So once that call is made and once the dispatcher dispatches the appropriate units, it's either a fire truck, an ambulance, a fire truck and an ambulance, or just an ambulance. And when that apparatus gets on scene, there's an expectation that the patient be evaluated. It doesn't mean they just look at the patient and load and go and throw the patient in the ambulance and take them directly to the hospital. What I'm expecting is a full evaluation. That includes getting a good, clear history from the patient, find out key medical information, including allergies, past medical history, things that could be potentially affecting this call, and then doing a good, thorough exam, which includes vital signs. It includes laying your hands on the patient, touching, feeling, listening, and then possibly intervene with medications, with devices such as oxygen, getting an EKG, heart tracing. So those things take time. And rule of thumb, since I've been here and just talking with my national colleagues, there's about a 10-minute expectation to fully evaluate a patient. And that can be from an ankle sprain all the way up to a cardiac arrest. I mean, there are things that need to be done. And once that's been done, then there's the decision whether or not the patient goes to the hospital. Currently, right now, we take patients only to hospitals, to emergency departments, but there is a trend nationally where alternative transportations are made, and so that's something that we're discussing. And it's possible that down the line we may be taking patients to healthcare centers, doctor's offices, possibly not, but there are some federally funded clinics that are truly doctor's offices that may be eventual destinations for some of these patients that have low acuity issues. We're not quite there yet, but we're certainly looking in that direction and working with the hospital systems as well as some of the other agencies in the county. So then there's the transport. Now, it used to, kind of rule of thumb was, you get that patient to the hospital as quick as possible. Well, I'm sure most of you know that there's wait times in the ERs, and it's not unique to Volusia County. It's a nationwide issue. So, you know, getting that patient to the hospital doesn't necessarily mean they're going to get emergent treatment or treatment as soon as they get there. Now, certainly if they do have true emergencies, the expectation is they will be treated emergently and efficiently in the emergency department. But we're talking about a very small percentage of patients. That's probably 10 to 15% of patients that actually need emergent care and urgent transport to the hospitals. So what I'm trying to say is there's a lot of issues that are affecting our EMS system. Some of them are easy to tackle, some of them aren't. But what we're looking to do is to try to figure out how to filter out some of the non-emergency cases as well as some of the non-urgent cases and look at other ways to get them to the hospital rather than using a ALS ambulance. So you've heard that we've approved 2 BLS ambulances that will start in October. That'll help take some of the load off the ALS system. They'll be able to transport some of the non-urgent conditions that don't require a paramedic or ALS equipment, which will free up the ALS ambulances and give us more response time. Other things that we're looking at right now are taxi cab vouchers, something that I'm very passionate about. It's, again, we're not inventing the wheel. This is something that's done nationally. And what that entails is having a EMS crew arrive on scene, evaluate the patient, realize or recognize that they have a condition that doesn't require an ambulance. And so what they'll do, hopefully very soon, is be able to call a cab, pick that patient up, and take them to the hospital of their choice. Other things that we're looking at are waivers to allow the EMS crews to free themselves up on scene. Now, we're not talking about heart attacks. We're not talking about emergent conditions. We're talking about non-emergency stuff like bruises, contusions, runny nose, sniffles, colds, coughs. These are things that we can go evaluate the patient, recognize that they may need to go to a facility because they're asking to go to a hospital. However, be able to have the patient sign a waiver and release the crew from the scene so they can go actually be available for true emergencies. So those are 3 things that we're working on. Now, as Mr. Rechtenwald talked about, I'm actually a part of a work group which includes 2 city managers, both that have fire backgrounds, 2 fire chiefs, the leadership with EVAC Ambulance, and myself. And we're actually working collaboratively to put together some recommendations. We talk about average response times. We talk about what should and shouldn't receive, ambulances and fire trucks. We're going to make recommendations, and we actually are looking at extending some of the response times. We're talking, there's really 4 big calls that you want to get to the scene and get them in an ambulance and get them to the hospital. Those are trauma patients, heart attacks, strokes, and OB emergencies, okay? Now, people can argue that there are other conditions that may be emergent that require lights and sirens to the hospital, but those are the 4 big calls, that are nationally recognized as the big 4. So, we'll look at having separate response times for those calls, and then other emergencies, maybe extending it out to a 10 or 11-minute window. So, we are working hard to make some changes. I think that we're in a good position now. We have, I think, a lot of buy-in. We have a lot of interest, and certainly we have a lot of interest from you all up here that have made this, a priority for us. And so, what I want you to understand, though, is that we were working on this prior to that, and we appreciate your interest. And now it gives us the opportunity to come before you and tell you about what we're doing. And I'm proud of it, and I appreciate the interest, so I do. So, questions?
Thank you, Dr. Springer. I'm going to, before I turn this over to council for more discussion and their questions, I just have one question that has been said publicly, and I think we need to go on the record. I'm going to ask it. If our citizens call for an ambulance, will it be there?
Yes. Absolutely.
Unequivocally, yes.
I have not known of one case where an ambulance did not show up.
In Volusia County?
Volusia County.
In a timely manner. Now, we know there's outliers. There always.
You gotta add in there's outliers for non-emergencies. I think with some of the confusion, or, and I think we are gonna be doing a little bit more education with all of our providers. You know, there is a level with, you know, in dispatch where basically they get down to all of the units are been assigned to something, but the one thing we have in this county, with especially with consolidated dispatch, is we have a systems controller that steps in and is watching all this. And you know, when these type of things occur in the peak load, you know, that's when they divert. And as he mentioned, their goal is to get those 4 or 5 items, the heart attacks and those items. So they'll take people off from who are en route to a lesser call. And that's where they pull them. So they are available. Plus, the Plus program, that's something that we've worked on that came out of the pilot program that we did with Ponce Inlet and Edgewater, and then we expanded it to other cities in the form of the Plus, where they've added their assets as part of our, you know, the ability for that systems controller to grab those assets should they need them. And we're still working on that. Now, I will say, and in the challenge, and this is where getting everybody together has been very important, is because, you know, cities have opted in and out. And so that controller needs to know, are you in or are you out? And that's something that we, you know, are working again with the cities to make sure that we know, you know, what assets that we have and that we can count on, along with our own that, you know, again, that we've committed to adding and will continue. That he didn't mention is we are talking about different model changes when it comes to interfacility, because that's something else. Interfacility transports also make up a significant amount of our workload, and especially when a patient has to leave the county to a more serious care at one of our major metropolitan centers. We're looking at alternatives to that as well, where we're not taking any of our emergency units to make that haul. So that's something that, again, will also put stuff back into the system that are already there, but it will mean, you know, and we're looking at different forms of doing that, either with people we contract or with themselves.
Before I go to Councilwoman Wheeler, it's also important to know, you mentioned that you've been meeting with 2 city managers and 2 chiefs for quite a while. Didn't just happen, right? I mean, how long has this been going? Just ballpark.
Several months now. But you know, again, I've been working with them for years, and it's
ongoing.
We haven't had siloed events. We have a very robust EMS committee where we discuss issues like this, and so again, it's not something that's come about recently. Now, some of the newer issues have, because we're actually getting buy-in, which is fantastic. So you know, the taxi cab voucher, the waiver, these are things that we've been wanting for quite some time, but now actually have some interest that's shown that they actually may happen. So it's all good things.
Well, it's a blessing that's in issues in the forefront for all of our citizens, and the model going forwards.
And I think that's very important to just look at. It's in the forefront, and that's the important thing. And I think that you know, it's good that people have those concerns. I don't think, and like I said, there's no doubt that we can always improve, and we're committed to that.
Thank you. Councilwoman Wheeler?
Thank you, Vice Chair, and you kind of stole some of my thunder on those questions. I am going to ask you again, because this statement was out there publicly, and I felt it was a very, very dangerous statement. But are the citizens of Volusia County in danger of not getting in an ambulance when they're calling?
No.
Okay.
No.
I think that's really important. I think that's a dangerous, dangerous comment to make, and it's unfounded. I'm very encouraged about the work group. I know since I've been on council, I've been asking, are we as good as we need to be, and can we make improvements, and let's do it. Let's keep moving. And I have felt like that's been getting tweaked all along. this work group, I think, is very valuable when you get all the players in. I think you probably need a hospital involved in it.
Yeah, the hospitals are involved
Yeah, okay.
indirectly, and so, you know,
Okay.
rather than have them in our, you know, in our brainstorming meetings, we know what they need and what they want.
Right.
And once we get to a point where we have a more finalized product, we'll certainly have them involved.
And I'm going to make a statement, but I'd like your opinion on it. It doesn't necessarily mean that we need more staff, but we could maybe be more efficient. Am I correct in making that statement?
We can always be more efficient, and
Mhm.
certainly that's part of a dynamic system, is you're always making tweaks to try to improve the system. So there will be a time, though, when the volume gets to a point where we will maximize our efficiency. Currently, right now, we run a very, very efficient system, and we're actually at a utilization level that's higher than most systems. So our providers are actually working harder than most. So we're looking for that sweet spot. But
Okay.
absolutely, there's still always room for improvement.
Mhm.
And part of that improvement is actually looking for alternatives for some of the inappropriate calls that we receive. You know, out of 90,000 calls, we end up transporting 50,000 patients. So we're going to 40,000 calls that really don't need to even go anywhere. So you know, that's part of our task now, is to try to educate the population, you know, when to call 911 and when not to. We've done a great job of making sure that people knew about 911, and I think, you know, every child has learned that throughout their early years in school all the way up. But now we've created our own problem, and so now we have to figure out how to.
Okay, and two more things, and then I'll be finished with my comments. But also, that comment was out there that we haven't taken on more staff since 1990 or whatever, and that even though our population has grown, is that a true statement that we? But is it because of the system that we have now that it's different the way it functions?
Yeah, you know, as far as staffing, you know, I'm not the expert on that because I'm not the operations person. But I can share with you that we're probably at or slightly above where we were when we first came over to the county.
Okay, that's important to know. Then the final thing is, how long does it take from the time that the call is? What's your response time? That's what I'm asking you.
So right now, our average response.
Average response time, which would be the accepted.
Yeah, 5 minutes and 51 seconds for the ambulance and for the fire, and 7 minutes and was it 30 seconds for? I have to look at it because it's, you know. So
and
so
there's
within,
going to be, yes, but that's the average, which is important. If you go into an emergency room, you may wait 5 minutes and you may wait 5 hours, you know. But you're certainly not going to do that when you're wanting an ambulance in Volusia County. I think those are all.
And again, if you look at our response times compared to the state, we're actually much better than the state average. So, you know, whether.
That's good to hear. Can you make that statement one more time?
Our
Yeah,
response
repeat that.
times are better than the state the whole state average. So
That's
and that's
great
real
to
data.
hear.
Yeah, and that's used from MSTARS, which is mandatory reported data.
Thank you. That dispels a lot of comments that have been made that I think has been incorrect. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councilwoman Wheeler. Councilwoman Post.
I'm glad that we're working to dispel incorrect information. I certainly want to comment on some of that as well. I'd like to start with your comment that is correct, that we are at the same level of personnel that when we took over.
I think we're slightly above.
At or slightly
yeah.
above was your response. So
We'll try to get you the exact number. We
but
have it.
I think
It's-
that should be
it's like
noted that we are
200
at or slightly above the same number of personnel on the road when we took over in 2011. And if you consider the increase in loads since then, I think I would just assume, not even getting into the weeds, that would have some impact. I'd like you to address the response time. You gave 5 minutes for fire and 7 minutes and something for.
31. Yeah.
Okay, 7:30 for ambulance. That response time is calculated from the moment that they are en route, though, correct?
From the moment they receive the call,
From the moment that the call comes in?
the moment that the personnel receive the call,
So
that they're dispatched, yes.
Okay.
That they are wheels on the ground leaving.
Okay. So the moment that the actual ambulance gets the call, it takes them 7 minutes and 30 seconds to get there?
7:31, yeah.
Okay. Do we know from the interim what the lag is between the time the call comes in and the time that ambulances are actually en route?
Yeah, so from the dispatch point, for some serious calls, if someone calls in and says, I'm having a heart attack or my husband is unconscious, usually the dispatcher is simultaneously dispatching units before they get the whole picture. So if it's something that meets emergent criteria, then oftentimes within a few seconds they'll dispatch and then update in the computer as they get more information. Now, if someone calls and says I'm not feeling well, it could be up to a minute or even more before they dispatch anyone as they get more information. So there's varying times. So.
Do you feel the level of personnel that we currently have is appropriate for response?
With utilization of some of the PLUS programs right now, if you look at the times, I think we could always do better, but I would have to look at, it all depends upon what we want. So, if we're going to make response time recommendations and want to lower our response times, then we could add more personnel. Now, if we're comfortable with what we have and make some tweaks for higher acuity calls, then it's possible we could do with what we've got. But again, like I said,
How about just in terms of you're the medical side? So from the medical side, do you feel that the number of personnel we have on the road is appropriate for the response?
I can answer that. Right now, I think we're pretty close. I would have to, again, with our work group, what our goals are, then I would give you an answer after the fact. But I don't want to make a knee-jerk answer without us discussing what our ultimate goals for response times are.
It certainly is a consideration that, that we're going to bring forth. And I do have that when we took over, we had 180 people in the foundation.
Was that people on the road, though, George?
I'll have to check. All what I have right now is...
Clerks don't really count.
Yeah, 180, but what I do know is we have 189 full-time positions, and then at the time, there were 20 part-time employees that we took on they filled the trucks, so they were all, would have been on the road at various times. We now have 51 positions. So what we're doing, and then we use that 51 is how a lot of them anyway, come in and get because remember, one of the things about a lot of these positions is when we lose someone, it's really painful because you have to bring them in and get them someone gets certified, like in a police, like in all the other areas. So they have to work a certain amount of time with a crew. So when you add a person, it's a third person that then has to get hands-on experience and then be certified by the doctor. So one of the things we identified that was a problem when we took over with the personnel was, and I don't know how many there were on the ground, but I do know they were struggling because people would leave and they had big holes. And so one of the things we immediately did was add the intermittents or increase the intermittents to a much larger amount or a pool that we could pull from to, number one, fill when they were sick, and then number two, get certified quicker by, get more hours in the field so we could get them certified by the doctor under his license. The other thing that was happening too at the time I want to mention is the trucks were breaking down so much. Another thing, when we took this thing on, the condition of the fleet was deplorable. And we have since changed out every single ambulance that we took over has now been changed out with a bigger unit, with the exception of two that we do use for interfacility. They're new, but they're smaller. But all the others are big emergent ALS units. And what we did was we got them in a way that the box, as they call it, is interchangeable now, so we can change out the engine, the truck underneath it when we wear it out, because we run these things literally into the ground. Now we just have to buy the cab and chassis and plop the box back down, and we can keep on going. So there were other things. So even the amount of people, well, if the trucks aren't working, it wouldn't have mattered. So again, I would have to go back and get a little bit more. And we are, again, we're looking at all that, and we are looking at adding people as well. But I think, as I've discussed to a lot of people, and I don't think anyone's arguing this. It's just that we have to handle immediate needs, and we're on that. But we have to look at these longer term things about overuse of the system or the way things are being used. Even the hospital themselves changed their way of doing business, and what happened, they move people around more than they used to with these these multi facilities, and even to the point where when they have maybe a piece of equipment go down or something happens, they might start moving patients. So we haven't done the best job probably of reacting to that. We've met with them, and I am really pleased to report that both hospital systems that I have dealt with have been very enthusiastic about trying to upgrade this particular area. In fact, one of them has gone as far as, and probably both of them have it, but I just one talked about it to me, of how they upgrade within themselves this transport, who needs to be transported and when. Because you would think, a lot of that could be better planned. And when they plan it, then we can use those intermittents, and we can pull people in, and we don't have to pull from the emergency side of it. So that's something we're working on. But sometimes the patient degrades in the hospital, and it's an emergency, and they got to get them to the specialist, and we have to handle that as well. So again, this is probably the number one thing that a whole group of people have been working on and are really working on, even at a much more urgent pace than ever before, just because I think we see that we now have all the players, because it's been a bear to get all parts of the system to work together with at the same time, and I think that's we've got that kind of herded up, so we're going to take that opportunity to make this happen.
And if I can go back to your question, Councilwoman, I'm not against making recommendations of adding staff, but we've got some initiatives right now that are going to certainly decrease some of our calls and our utilization of the ambulances. And so until we do that, I can't really say that we need more paramedics out there, because I really anticipate our call volume is going to go down significantly utilizing some of these other resources.
Okay. So I know that I was one of the people that have mentioned consistently and routinely there is not an ambulance available countywide daily. I know you were in on the meeting that the director of EMS had called me actually to come and have a meeting with a number of people. And I don't recall how many people were actually in the room, but probably about 15, would you say? Yeah.
15 or so.
So 15 of the EMS administrators, you and the director and others. And one of the questions I had was, guys, I need to know consistently and routinely each day throughout the county, is this a problem? Do we not have ambulances available? And the response was, yes, we consistently and routinely do not have ambulances available. That was the response from everyone in the room at that time. And I know that you were there.
Right.
And so in response to that, getting that answer, my question was, okay, guys, tell me, what do we need to do to alleviate that? Because that is a great concern to me. If you are telling me that right now, somewhere in the county, there is consistently and routinely not an ambulance available in service to respond to a call, and the response was, and tell me if I'm wrong,
I'm listening, yeah.
but the response was, well, we need at least 16 people. We need 16 people yesterday to put on the road to not make that happen anymore. And I said, well, why aren't we putting 16 people on the road? What's the holdup?
Right.
And so I'm confused as to
Well, I think you're dealing.
How we're going from
There were
that
two different
to
types of people in that room.
everything's
okay?
fine.
there was
But there was not a,
administration.
there was
Let's
not a person.
let's let Dr. Springer,
Well,
let's
no,
let him,
This is
let's let him,
Yeah.
he's stuttering
Part
here
of
to
my-
try to answer
But wait,
here.
this is part of my open discussion, and I
Okay.
think it's very important. I listened to very lengthy discussion, but this is the reason I'm asking these questions.
Please finish so the
So-
doctor can answer. He has to get back to his job too, please.
No, go ahead.
You know, I'm sorry, but I take great offense that I am wasting his time when I am talking about the safety of the citizens of Volusia County.
I'm not
So
making
just
that.
a moment, please. No offense to you, sir. No offense to you. So I'm curious if you could explain the difference, how we went from, you know, it's not rocket science, here's the deal, and actually, you know, I understand that there have been a number of council members who have actually taken the initiative and gone out and actually sat in front of the screens and looked and seen with their own eyes that there is not an ambulance available routinely. And actually, if you know, if you all want to look up this morning, I think about 10:15 a.m., there was not an ambulance available countywide. So for a period of time.
I want to clarify that, though.
Absolutely,
Okay,
go ahead.
so while there may have not been a ambulance sitting on a corner waiting to be dispatched, there probably, I'm assuming, were ambulances available for emergencies to be diverted from a low acuity call. And that's a dynamic system that goes on every day in most progressive systems. So while you may not see a free ambulance, oftentimes there may be some ambulances that are transporting, some that are on scene, but there are some that are en route to calls. And that's the system status coordinator's job. If they receive a call for a chest pain patient and they have an ambulance dispatched to an ankle sprain, they're going to pull that truck off of that ankle sprain and divert them to the more emergent call. So sometimes a snapshot in time doesn't often tell the whole picture. And I want to make sure that everyone understands that, because this happens everywhere and all day long. And unless you sit in that system status room, you can't look at a force watch and make the assumption that there's no ambulances available when there actually are at times. No, there probably are times when there aren't, when they're all on calls or all with patients. But if they're en route without having made patient contact to a low acuity call, and if a higher acuity call comes up, then it's the system status coordinator's job to free up that ambulance from the low acuity call and divert them to a higher call.
But am I correct in that you can only divert them when they're en route? And
Correct.
once they actually get with the patient, you can't
Absolutely,
divert them.
yeah.
And certainly when they're transporting, you can't divert them.
You're absolutely right, but you can't tell from that snapshot that I assume you're looking at Force Watch. You can't tell if they're en route or if they're at a call.
Only en route, correct, that they could be pulled?
They're the ones that are only en route, and you know, very rarely is every single ambulance sitting at a call, on a call, or in a hospital. You know, it's a dynamic system. So, and 2 seconds later, you may actually have 3 that free themselves up, but those are usually dispatched immediately too. Now, one of the things we're looking at is actually doing just what the police do, is for these very, very, very low acuity calls, when we're at peak load, is actually stacking those calls, saying someone will come, and you will get someone on scene, but right now there's going to be a delay. And that's done, again, not unique to Volusia County, it's done nationwide, probably internationally. And you know, it's something that the police often do as well. So as a police officer, you would have stacked calls that you knew if you had something that was more higher priority, you would be dispatched to that, however, knowing that you had calls that you would still need to follow up on. And I think that's part of our education and the importance of us educating the public that, you know, 911 is for true emergencies and for true issues. You will get an ambulance, but it may not be in 3 minutes. It could be a delay.
Mm-hmm. So tell me the 4 types of emergency calls that you mentioned before. The
Trauma alerts, STEMIs, which are heart attacks, strokes, and OB emergencies impending.
So trauma alerts, strokes, heart attacks, and OB. calls. Okay. So I've asked for, I pulled some of the CAD calls because everybody has been inquiring about actual examples of any delays in response. And what I asked for was a 6-day period of any ambulance response that was longer than 20 minutes. And the time frame that I had asked for was between 8/2 of 2018 and 8/8. And there are a number of calls that extend well beyond the 20 minutes.
Okay.
I'd like to just point out a few of them that actually fall under those 4 types of emergency calls that you're discussing. And you know, this is of great concern to me, and I think it's important to point out that you know, this is not a blame game in any way. This is.
It feels like one, though.
Well, no, but well, I mean, it is what it is,
Yeah.
right? But
Yeah.
it is what it
I
is.
think it's
But so this is dialogue to fix an issue, to resolve something, and to ensure that we're taking care of something that needs to be taken care of. You know, it's not meant to lay blame anywhere. I'm very happy with just, you know, it is.
Councilwoman, can we get on with this? Because we don't want to get into the detail here. If you've got issues,
I
we
do
can.
have something to say, and I would like to finish. Thank you. So, my point is that you know, it's not about laying blame. That is very important to state, and it is about just looking at where we're at. It is what it is, and we just need to move forward and resolve it. You know, and it's truly not rocket science, and I think we're all in agreement of that. So the first CAD call I wanted to point out was, it's actually, the number is F Foxtrot 182-200-290, and that was on August 8th, 2018. That is actually a stroke call in Ormond Beach. And in looking at that call, I'm looking at 36 minutes from the moment the call came in, 36 minutes for an ambulance to get on scene, which meant that it was 58 minutes for them to arrive at the hospital. And so that's a 36-minute response time to get the ambulance on scene for a stroke victim in Ormond Beach. I've got another call. It's on 8/6 of 2018. It's F Foxtrot 182-180-216. And that was a breathing problem. And I've got 33 minutes for an ambulance to get on scene. And in the CAD comments, you've got ambulance advising delay for distance, and also later on advising delay for workload.
Okay. But there was a first response unit on scene, I'm assuming, for both those calls prior to the ambulance.
So what makes the 4 types of emergency calls desperately important for transport to arrive?
I'm not discounting that. I'm just asking, was there a first response unit
Yes,
on
sir.
scene? Okay.
Yes, sir.
And
Can you define
that second one wasn't one of the
Oh, there
4,
we go.
just
Doctor,
just
can
for
you
clarity.
define first response?
Fire agency?
That's,
Fire ALS paramedic, which is.
Mr. Rechtenwald, I need you to step in here because
Right.
what we're totally, what
Right,
that's
that-
totally out of
it's
this
a-
is a
it's a
fire
two-
transport.
It's a two-tiered system.
Yes.
And I don't want to speak for the doctor, but like, take the heart attack, for instance. You know, we're not saying that time is, you know, as he said, these are time sensitive calls versus, you know, I think they're all time sensitive to some degree. I mean, you want to be treated even if you have a sprained ankle. But the idea being that, take the heart attack, for instance, I would think, and he could step in correct, but the idea is we do get someone there, ALS, the same training as our people. And, you know, if someone was to need the paddles, so to speak, you know, it's the treatment that's provided then that's going to save your life, even though it is a time-sensitive call. So the important thing on that call, and by the way, if I'm not correct, they review all heart attacks, STEMIs, and all that through our QC process. So every one of these will, you know, gets looked at. And then we just, if there's improvement specifically on that, that's made and talked to with the fire chiefs and our folks. But the idea there would be, if the fire truck got there and rendered the correct care that's needed at that time, that's the way our system is built up. It's a two-tiered system. It's got a safety kind of in there that we get there first with the ALS, and then we come with the extra ALS, and then the transport. So I'm not saying, and those are concerning calls to us when we hear numbers like that, and they get it, and I'm sure that they review, and those things do happen. But it is over a period of time. We have to look at, our overall data. And that's what we're trying, to upgrade the system so something like that never happens. But never is very hard to do with 90,000 responses.
I agree that it's very important to have someone on scene immediately, but would you not also agree it's also important to get them transported as soon as possible?
No doubt,
correct? Especially
for
in a
those
cardiac or a
calls,
stroke.
Yeah.
So, and I neglected to mention on the stroke call, the first stroke call, the comments also are delay for distance coming from DeLand, and again, delay for distance. There's another cardiac call, Foxtrot 182-160-033. That was on 8/4, and that was a 32-minute response time to get ambulance on scene. There's another stroke call on 8/2. 24 minutes to get to on scene, and there's also the comments delay getting
how
unit
many,
together after previous call.
Councilwoman Post, how many we have to go through to get the picture?
I think that's an excellent point. So I only
So,
asked
I mean,
for
we-
this is 6 days worth, and I haven't even read them all.
Well,
so I think that's
well,
an
we
excellent
don't.
point.
Well, how many do you have? I mean, can you just summarize what you don't have to go? I mean, we really have a full agenda.
Well,
and this is important. I get it, but I know that everything here is important, and we do have some things that we need to get done. This is important, but can you not summarize your 6 days rather than go through them individually?
Well, I think considering the comments earlier and the repeated comments that they're, the things that have been said are untrue or the things that have been said are reckless, I think that it's important to show that I've only asked for 6 days and I'm showing 36 minutes response time for stroke, and all of these, and you're telling me that we don't have time to go through them
I'm
all.
telling
and I've only
you
asked
that
for
we
the
have.
6
We
minutes,
can't be
6 days worth.
No, we're not going to go through 6 days. As for
So
me,
imagine. So okay, well let me just summarize then. I would like the council to imagine then beyond 6 days, what are we looking at for 2018 year to date in terms of response times? So that is the point I'm trying to get across. I think it's important.
your
that,
point's well taken.
Okay.
So if you can,
excellent.
we hear you.
Yeah,
So
I would
the-
like to hear from you in response.
Well, again,
He's already
these
responded
are
time and
outliers.
time again.
And, my question would be, do we know if there were any bad outcomes from that? Just
Is
just
that
bear with
seriously
me.
your response?
Yeah, that's my response, because
Oy.
that's the business I'm in, ma'am.
Oy.
And let me just explain to you.
I don't know. I
that
guess
if
I
there's
could
a
call all of
delay,
these people and see if they survive.
Ms.
That's
Post,
a
I
phone
think
call
you're
then.
out of
Yeah.
order with him talking.
If there's a delay in response, doesn't necessarily mean there was a adverse outcome, and that's the truth. And I can't be any more clear than that. Now, I certainly haven't heard any. You're looking at me like I'm speaking
I
a
am
different
horrified
language.
by what you just said. I'm
Well,
so sorry.
I'm sorry, but that's medicine.
Yeah,
And
okay.
and
Madam Chair, you must
Yes,
take
ma'am.
control here.
Yes, thank you, Councilwoman Cusick. Councilwoman Post, your colleagues have clearly weighed in to summarize, so it does look like a blame game, and I apologize for that, Dr. Springer.
Okay.
So
Again, I'd be
we're
happy
go-
to
It's not
sit
a
down
blame
with
game.
you. And
Thank
again,
you.
I just want to make sure that that it's made known that just because there was a delay in the ambulance arriving on scene doesn't necessarily mean that there was a bad outcome. And it needs, because that's the way it's sounding, and that's not the case that I'm aware of, because I have not received any calls from any hospitals regarding bad outcome based on delayed transport.
And that's a good closing comment. Thank you. We're going to move on.
Should we be operating?
Councilman Lowry,
Should
Councilwoman
we
Post,
be
we're moving on.
operating
Councilwoman
in the
Post.
vein of
Councilwoman
what the
Post, point of
outcome
order.
is?
Point of order.
Well, I do have one more point then
Point
as well.
of order.
The
Your
work-
council, your colleagues have asked you to move on. Your majority of your colleagues have asked you to move on. So if you got one quick point, please make it, and I'm going to move on
I
to
do
Dr.
have,
Lowry.
I do have one more thing to ask about, is the workshop date. I know that we have discussed having a workshop to really go over this and to weigh it out. And so I would like us to actually,
I'm trying to get it in November.
the date.
And so I have to get, if you want it to be effective, I think we have to have all elements of the system.
Yes,
And so trying to get that, and just, you know, to herd the folks in the system as it is difficult, but I'm committed, we'll get something in November. I already have a list of, and there's quite a few spaces available and opportunities in November at the, and I'll make that happen.
Thank you.
And so my final comment would be, I want you to know that I truly understand that there are so many aspects to this, and we've discussed that, you know, that we need to have all hands on deck in a workshop if that's what we're doing. I get bed delays, I get transport, I get all of that, and I do commend, and I am very happy that we are having dialogue, and there has been so much increased dialogue to work on those issues, and I greatly commend you for that.
I appreciate your interest. I really
My
do.
concern is
Thank you,
simply the
Councilwoman Post.
short-term
Thank you, Councilwoman Post. We need to
strategic.
move on. Dr. Lowry.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask a couple questions. One is, obviously none of us up here, well, except for Ms. Cusack, are like medical people. And so when an ambulance arrives on the scene, it may take a period of time to stabilize or in order to move them. And I think there's a lot of things that we don't understand that goes on. I think it's, here again, dangerous and reckless to throw out 30 minutes, 35 minutes when we have a two-tiered system that maybe it did take a period of time for an ambulance to get there, but there was a fire truck there or there was some other first responder there. And I think it's painting a wrong picture. Would you agree with that?
To a point, yes.
Okay. Also, you were getting ready to answer a question you never got to answer just a minute ago. You said you were in a meeting with two different groups of people and getting the response that you got. There were 16 people we needed yesterday or something to that effect, and you never got a chance to finish. I'd like to allow you to finish.
You know, I believe that, you know, and I'm just recalling from what I heard, that one of the individuals just threw that out. And there was no science behind that number. And I think that part of the discussion was that we were going to go look, and we were going to look at different levels of staffing and different response times and different load capacity to decide how many individuals were needed at various levels. So that was my take-home point from that meeting. It wasn't that we were going to throw 16 people out there. That was an anecdotal suggestion, but there was nothing there. I saw no formula to back that up. And so, but again, you did. You mentioned, well, why don't you go back? And I think you tasked the leadership of EVAC to get you some numbers based on utilization.
And I'd like to point out that was actually the director
I'm
of
not done
MES
with my
that said
comments.
the number.
Could I please finish my comments before I'm
Councilman Lowry,
interrupted?
please continue.
I just wanted to be able to allow you to clarify that, and that's all I have, but I want to be able to give my colleagues a chance to respond as they might want to.
Thank you. In wrapping this up, Dr. Spring, as I've listened to all this, and one thing's for sure, we're all concerned. The entire council and the community and our cities and the hospital, we're all concerned, and we want the best outcome. How many years did you go to medical school? How many years did you need before you received your degree?
I did 4 years of undergrad and 4 years of medical school and 3 years of residency.
So we could swear you in as an expert. Swear you in or swear at you. It goes one way or the other right about now. So I'm gonna close with this. Back in 2000, so September 11th, my husband was hit from behind by a vehicle on Park Avenue in Edgewater. He was riding his bike. It's before we had the trails put in down there. First responders was Edgewater Fire, that I am eternally grateful for. By the time they had him stabilized, and evac got there, which I am eternally grateful for. First, they were going to take him to Burt Fish, but decided they needed a trauma unit. They took him to Halifax. By the time they got him to Halifax, he needed 6 units of blood. He was in 2 weeks in ICU, broke every rib, crushed his right shoulder, his hip in 3 places, and had just had double bypass surgery 6 months before this. Do you think I asked what the dispatch time was? I never once asked that question. Do you think I cared what patch it was or who was wearing it when they responded? I know this. The system worked. My husband's life was saved. Was it difficult? It was. Is it now? It is. But our system worked. What we're leaving out of this discussion is the way we are designed to work with fire transport. And we do have first responders, and they're not always evac, but we do the best we can. And to this day, so you're looking at numbers and data. Do we have them? I didn't even pull the ones the attorneys told me to get. The file I didn't. I never have. I never will, because these are people we're looking at on all ends of it that are doing their level best. Can we do better? We can. We're committed to doing better. This entire council unanimously has said, and staff, we want to do better, and we will for our citizens. But an accident or trauma is an accident. Nobody planned for that accident that morning on September 11th. Nobody did. Nobody saw it coming. But I'm forever thankful for fire, the first responders in Edgewater, and evac. So there's always the rest of the story, and there's real faces and names behind this trauma and these incidents. So Dr. Springer, thank you for taking the time. Thank you for your professionalism, and it's nice to hear you say on the record and that we've clarified this for the very last time. And if the News Journal wants to write a title, how about this? Dr. Springer states unequivocally that should a citizen need evac, it will be there. That's the statement we need to close this discussion with at this time. And with that, Dr. Springer, I thank you.
Madam Chair, could we have a 10-minute break here?
We're getting ready to break for lunch, Mr. Patterson, so no,
Okay.
we're not gonna do a break right now. So, council, with that, let's take a look, because I hear you, Mr. Patterson, I hear you. So we need to do a right-of-way here in Farmington. The only one, I know Dr. Thogmartin is in the room. Mr. Rechtenwald,
Yeah, I'm
would you
thinking
take
if
it- move
a
up to
couple of these,
Dr. Thogmartin?
we can do that, and I think 7 and 8 are very routine. They're only there because of their size. So if the council's desire, we could probably go to get this done before 1, I would think, and then you could, it would put you back a little bit on lunch, but you could probably get everything done.
Including agenda item 6?
I think so.
Farmington.
And, yeah,
Okay.
I would say that's 5 minutes, and then the others 7, yes, I think you could do it.
Okay, so with that being said, to Mr. Patterson's request, we are going to take a 5-minute break, and we will be back here, council, and finish up before
I'll
lunch.
still up in the boys' room, guys, so you have 5 minutes.
Okay, council, we are back. Let's get through these agenda items. And we are on item 6, Maytown Road realignment right-of-way agreement in support of the Farmington local plan. This is a really good conclusion. Go ahead, Tad.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon. Tad Casebeer, Volusia County Engineer. As required by the Farmington local plan, Farmington Osteen LLC, the applicant, is required to develop a cross-Florida or cross-Volusia County road connection from Maytown Road to Doyle. As a part of that, the original expectation was that Maytown would be aligned a little bit to the north and match up with where Doyle currently intersects 415. Due to some issues with existing property owners not being able to work out an agreeable deal between both parties, they had recommended moving the alignment a little bit farther north. We looked at the concept. It's what you've got in your exhibits. Best example of it is 0-45, showing the aerial. She'll get it up here in just a second. It's the very last on that page. So that shows the overall area. What we're doing is a part of this is we'll realign instead of coming up and through. See, I need to get Clay up here to show me how to do this thing. But all right, it's supposed to come up and underneath the lake there, and then tie into Doyle Road on the west side. As a part of this, you'll back up 3 pages to 639. Keep going. There's another one that's realigned. It's a bit easier to read.
Right.
Right there, a little bit farther up. Very good. You can see where we're realigning it. Moves it north through a couple of bigger parcels, avoids the subdivided residential neighborhood just to the south. It provides the access that we're looking for, connectivity from I-95 on the east side all the way over to I-4 on the west side via Maytown and now Doyle overall. We think this provides, while it's not exactly consistent with the requirement, it does provide the intent, which is to connect those two major thoroughfares. So if you have any questions, the applicant is here to answer any questions.
Dr. Lowry?
No, I don't have any questions. I just wanted to see if we need to make a motion in regard to this, if that's what it requires.
Yes, sir, move approval of the
Okay.
alignment agreement.
This is in my neck of the woods, and I know when I first came on the council, we had discussions in regard to trying to resolve some issues there, which this seems to be the best solution. And so I'd like to move on item 6 that we accept the realignment right-of-way agreement in support of the Farmington local plan.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Lowry, seconded by Councilman Patterson. Any opposition to the motion? Motion carries unanimously. Just a comment. Mr. George, when we talked about this, doesn't this also serve as an east-west connector? This works as a great bypass. Go back to the strength of this project here for that particular community.
Yes, for the record, my name is Glenn Storch. I represent the applicant in this case, and you're right. This is part of an overall very large comp plan that will provide a connector between I-95 and a new interchange at Maytown Road on I-95 and I-4 at the Doyle Road interchange. This will be, and this is a badly needed east-west connector because there's nothing south of 44 right now until you get to probably 50.
That's our two districts.
So
connects us.
that's why this is so important.
Yeah.
And as you can imagine, large road projects like this take a long time to plan and develop. This is a major step forward because this also avoids all of Osteen, and so it's good for everybody.
It protects the rural area of that particular community. I know there's been great concerns out there in the west part of our community, so it just can't go unstated, Dr. Lowry, for the record, that this east-west. So what time, yeah, there's years out. What are you looking at, if you had to guess right now, that interchange at 95, we're looking at how many years out?
Right now, as you know, interchanges take about 20 years to process. So we're well into that process. We're probably more than 12 years into it now as far as our planning and our permitting. We anticipate that that interchange will probably be up and running probably around 2026. To do that, you have to make sure that this dedication agreement that we're just working on now, which by the way will be required to be built by my client as part of the overall deal, will also be in place by that date.
So this is a really big deal. This is very solid transportation,
It
very
is.
solid transportation.
And I've got to tell you something that I'm very proud of. There are several private landowners who are donating right-of-way as part of this project to make this happen. And one of them, Susan McCaskill, is right there today.
Thank you.
And so we do appreciate this because this is it's a safer project. It's good for everybody. It will really make a difference.
Wonderful. So there's some infrastructure going in. The developer's doing. Is that an accurate statement, Mr. Storch?
I hate to say developer, but it's the landowner.
That a landowner is putting in. Thank you. That's a great project. I just didn't want that to go unstated. Very good. We have voted. We're good. Any other comments on this issue, Council? Okay, we'll move on to item number 7, purchase of 11 heavy-duty transit buses. Yeah. You want us to vote again? We did. Yes. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Denny's, members of the council, Rob Stevens, General Manager of VoTrans. So in August, you guys approved a resolution appropriating 5307 Federal Transit Administration dollars for in this year's fiscal budget for purchase of capital equipment. These 11 buses are in that capital budget. I want to make a note that a reminder that these are replacement vehicles. So the vehicles that, when we purchase these, they'll be retiring vehicles that have reached their useful life. I want to take a moment, too, to really let you know that the VoTrans staff, the maintenance staff and the technicians take great care. They do a phenomenal job at keeping the buses that have passed their useful life running on the streets. They do a great job with that. We do have vehicles that have passed their useful life. We got a total of 23 of those currently. So 6 of those have close to 1 million miles average, and they are 18 years old. So we have another 6 that have reached their 12th birthday this year. So FTA, the Federal Transit Administration, describes useful life for this size and type vehicle at 12 years or 500,000 miles. So we do have some of those, and these vehicles will replace them. These particular group of vehicles, they average $2.29 for parts cost to keep maintaining them, compared to 83 cents on the newer vehicles. So there's a 75% difference in cost to maintain the vehicles that have passed their useful life. So we'll go a long way at replacing those. Replacing these 11 buses at the end of the day for our budget purposes will help us save $40,000. So we're looking forward to that. With that being said, staff seeks your approval to purchase these 11 buses as a consortium member under the contract. Reminding you that there's also no local funding required, no matching dollars are required, and staff recommends your approval.
Thank you. It's 100% funded from the FTA.
Yes, ma'am.
Capital grant. Thank you so much. Okay, Council, we'll entertain Dr. Lowry.
I was going to make a motion unless someone has a question to ask. All right, I'll move to purchase, on item 7, purchase the 11 heavy-duty Gillig Transit buses through the Central Florida Regional Transportation Authority. That's 100% funded through the FTA of $5.5 million approximately. I'll move that.
Motion by Commissioner Lowry, seconded by Councilwoman Wheeler. Any opposition to the motion or comment? Seeing none, motion carries unanimously. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Item number 8, amendment to our group dental insurance with Aetna Life Insurance. This is what we discussed previously, is it not, Mr. Moats?
Tom Moats, Human Resources Director. This item is a renewal for the 4th year. In 2015, the council approved a 5-year agreement with Aetna for dental insurance for the employees. The employees pay for their dependents. The county pays for the employees. Last year was an 8% increase. This year we were able to negotiate that down to 6%. We ask for your approval. Any questions? I'll be glad to answer them.
Thank you, Mr. Moats. Council?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Councilman
I
Patterson.
move approve it Of amendment number 2 to group dental insurance for Aetna Life Insurance Company.
I will second that.
Motion by Councilman Patterson, seconded by Councilwoman Post. Any opposition to the motion? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I also want to give the department, Mr. Moats and your staff, a great job at that, because as an insurance agent, I know where rates are going, and to be able to negotiate things like that's a heck of a good job. Thank you.
Thank you, and I give Dave Merrill, my department, credit for that, because he's the one that negotiated that, and also Mr. Bush.
Thank you to them.
Thank you. Okay, we're moving right along to item 08A, our contract for medical examiner for FY 2018-19, and Dr. Thogmartin is in the house again. Welcome.
Thank you so much. Madam Chair,
Kind of like Dr. Rechtenwald. That was good.
That'll not, no.
Yeah, interim position.
I might need a doctor, but,
No.
and hopefully not Dr. Thogmartin right now.
Not this kind of
The
doctor,
doctor that's
George.
never wanted, right? Except for we want him, and we're very happy to have this item before you. This coming from our workshop back in July. We received direction to come with an updated contract that essentially privatizes the office. The doctor has worked with our staff and our legal staff to come up with this contract. We expect this contract will help the doctor, who is also helping us, to recruit a new chief medical examiner as he goes forward in some of his national meetings. At that time, when we get some candidates, then we'll convene a committee, search committee of the folks, of the stakeholders, and hopefully we'll come up with a chief, and they'll have a format that is probably very attractive to them to come in and work under. This contract does provide some provisions so we can track what's going on, and I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Thogmartin at this point to let you know any other provisions or things that he would like to elaborate on.
Well, thanks for having me. I really appreciate your trust. I don't really want to go through it all again. I'm mostly here for questions if you have it. If you have any, please level them at me now. There may be individual expenditures, things like that, contract clauses you're interested in. I'd be glad to explain it, but it's basically an identical arrangement to what we have where I am mainly employed in District 6. And then 10 years ago, what we did in District 5, we're doing for you. And it just changes the whole function of the office as far as its efficiency, the work throughput, and it also, instead of, I think the most important aspect that the taxpayers are going to want to know is you have a set amount you're going to spend.
Right.
So let's say, you have some sort of liability issue, a claim, a car accident, anything like that. Instead of the taxpayers taking the hit, the medical examiner takes the hit. You're going to have a lot of less administrative support. Your HR department is done as far as the ME is concerned, and some of the other support things that actually aren't in the ME budget. So overall, it's a better deal. We were able to bring it in with the help of your CFO, Ms. DePeister. We were able to bring it in at what you were planning on spending with your original county-run ME. You're not paying any more. So we were able to get all that in there.
Thank you, Dr. Thogmartin. Councilwoman Wheeler.
With all of that information, and thank you for all that you have done, I would like to make a motion to approve the contract for medical examiner for fiscal year 18 and 19 in the amount of $2,556,955.
I was second.
Motion by Councilwoman Wheeler, seconded by Councilwoman Cusack. Any opposition to the motion? Seeing none, motion carries unanimously. Thank you. So what I'm hearing, Dr. Thogmartin, is we're going to have more efficiency, less risk, at the same dollars we had before. Is that a good
That's
summary?
correct. That's correct. Basically, instead of
team.
just part-time doctors, you're going to still have the part-time doctors, but you're applying those same principles to the entire office. So hopefully, well, I'm saying hopefully, it will do better. It's proven model. I mean, my own district has been doing it this way for 48 years. So it's not like I invented it.
Madam
It just
Chair,
works.
if I could ask him a
Yes, Councilwoman.
Since we have you here, I want to say thank you so much for all you've done for Volusia County. How do you feel today that we are as far as being able to utilize the services, get things done? Or do you think that we're on track? Where are we have deficiencies? What would be your parting shot to this council at this moment?
Well, I've made it a point that the physicians that are coming into work for you, I actually have 16 now, counting the ones that work for me and then outsiders. So there's actually 16 doctors we have on staff that are helping out when they can. So I've got a lot of redundancy now. That's what I was hoping to build up to. And, some of the people I plan on bringing in actually, may be interested in the job. You may be interested in them. So you try them on for size, they try you on for size. I get to look and see how they work, see if there's any red flags. So, and then a lot of people there say, oh, I'll cover. It's no big deal. I'll cover. I've got a weekend. I can give up a day off. But then they say, wow, that's a really nice office. I really like the way you guys set that up. Maybe I'll put in for the job. So I'm getting a lot of that, and then I'm getting a lot of buzz also. And we haven't even advertised yet. We got to get together and advertise. Already have a number of people that are interested or like, hey, let me know when you advertise. I'll be looking for it. Give me a heads up. The main thing you need to do is get your search committee together, and I think you're not going to really have a problem getting someone.
Very
Just a follow-up, do you have any overflow as far as being able to get the work done?
Oh, yes, like the physicians, I was just going through, you guys were good enough to give me a small computer that has access to Volusia County's, drives and network. So I go on and I do quality assurance and I look and, I see, autopsy performed September 15th, autopsy signed September 15th, ready to go. I mean, wow, right?
good.
That's what you're looking for.
That's
I mean,
what
my
I'm looking
biggest
for.
problem right now is getting the former doctors to finish their cases. There's still at least one unfinished case from May.
Wow.
And it's just, I don't get that. I don't understand it. So that's my biggest problem right now. It's just, come on, let's put the signature down. Let's go.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman Post?
So, Dr. Throckmorton, you mentioned about the autopsy reports. Can you just give me a general estimate of how long it takes then now to get the autopsy reports done?
Well, mine, like, you have two different kinds of cases. One where you can arrive at cause of death right at the time of autopsy, like your traffic accidents and some of the others. I won't get into the weeds on that. But there's ones where the cause of death is obvious and you're just documenting the injuries. So if I can put a cause of death on an autopsy report that day and do the death certificate that day, literally I'm finished with the autopsies that day and my report is signed by me that day.
That's fantastic.
And it's ready to go. Same thing, and if there's a case where it's a pending case, for instance, a case where you're thinking it's a drug overdose, you don't have an anatomic cause of death, but they may be issues with drugs. Those would be signed out as pending cause of death. And then what we do is we use electronic means to email those, or I cheat, I have access to the network, so I'm notified that the tox is done. I sign on to the network, I open the document, I electronically sign it, and then let the administrative professionals know it's done, print this out, put it in the file, distribute it, so it's done right then. There's no mailing going back and forth. It's,
Excellent.
It's fast. And your toxicology here, using the lab you do, is fast. It's super fast, faster than mine. So,
Excellent. I'm very happy to hear the time frame in the autopsy reports. That's excellent. And the personnel, you're finding that you're operating at a good number.
Oh yes, I'm not going. What we want to do is, I have personnel I can bring in to fill in. What I'm suggesting to Mr. Rechtenwall and others is that we keep certain positions that are vacant. Like you have a couple of investigator positions that are vacant, keep those vacant. Allow your new chief to fill those with people he or she likes or has or wants to bring with them. Same thing with the doctors. We've agreed that I won't hire I could hire an associate medical examiner and house them and have them live here. But we've all agreed, and I think it's better, to go ahead and leave all the doctor positions vacant, Gotcha. Build your own team. Come to Volusia County, build your own team. Do you have a colleague that you really like? Bring them with you. So the ideal candidate would be, hey, I'm interviewing the person, but I also have 2 associates I want to bring with me. That would be ideal. They fill the office with themselves. They bring staff that they trust and know. Then you don't have any discord.
All right, excellent.
It's beautiful.
And the building itself, we're still, with the cooler and the HVAC, we're still hoping for a new facility, or where are we at on that in terms of your?
You need a bigger fridge.
Okay.
You definitely need a bigger fridge, and then I think they're planning on a new facility. There's money in the budget there. I think you need a new facility.
Engineering is scheduled to meet with the doctor to go over, I don't want to, ideally, we would like, as he said, the new doctor to be part of it, but I don't want to wait too long. And I think there's a lot of basics that we can knock out with the doctor here now to get that rolling. And then when we get the new chief, they can make the adjustments probably internally. But there's some things we have to get going on just to get an idea. And so they're going to be meeting with him shortly.
Okay. So Dr. Thogmeyer, I just wanted to close by saying I am just so impressed with the work that you have done, and the fact that you've brought us to this point, and that you've been able to rectify a number of things. And I thank you very much for the work that you've done, and I'm very excited to have you on board and to be approving this contract. So thank you.
Thanks. You should know it's not just me. There's a whole team behind me.
Yes.
That guy
All
right
of you,
there,
right?
and you guys are great to work with.
Yeah.
Pleasure to work with. Very, very accommodating, willing to realize what we need, and I couldn't recommend the job more to anyone.
Thank you.
Very good. Any other comments, Council? Thank you, Dr. Thogmartin, for your excellent work. We appreciate it. Okay, lunch break. We're going to break till 1:30, Council. Did we take a motion on that? We did. Yeah. You seconded it. You did. Microphone on?
Yes.
Council, okay, it's 1:30. Okay, who are we waiting on? Councilwoman Cusack. Is Joyce here? She was just here. I'm gonna wait just a minute on her. This is lobbyist, okay. We are.
You sure this is our number?
He used to draw a lot. Okay. Okay, we good? Councilwoman Cusack has entered the room. We're good. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. We are on agenda 9, federal lobbying services.
Good afternoon, John Booker, Government Affairs, Volusia County. Considering what we're getting ready to talk about a little bit, I thought it was interesting that today in history, 1793, George Washington laid the foundation for the U.S. Capitol. So some of the issues that we will be deciding, however, whatever direction we go with the lobbying services, the building was started today back in 1793. So we are seeking direction for, give me a second, RSQ 18 SQ 110JJ. It's for federal lobbying services. We're just seeking direction on how to proceed.
I think just to add to that, you got the proposals, and we just need to know, do you want to take a further look, pick from what you have already read? Where do you want to go? We can invite. We had talked before about them coming down, or maybe we could even look at a Skype type arrangement if you wanted to do that, or have any of them come down and propose in front of you with a short list or all of them. But we just want to make sure that we, and I've actually heard, talk amongst you of proceeding at all with the lobbyists. So that's why I figured we needed to have that discussion here today.
Thank you, Mr. Ruchtenwald. Okay, council, we're looking for direction here. We're not here to take a vote. This is clearly just for direction, right?
Well, you can today if you want. If you, based on the proposals that they turned in, if you guys just decided or came to a conclusion today, you could do that as well.
So.
And direct us, and it would be the selection, and then direct us to negotiate a contract.
Okay, so what I'm going to do, since we're kind of have a void here right now, I'm going to start at the end. Councilman Patterson, I need your input. What do you think?
I prefer not to do anything until after the first of the year.
Okay. Councilwoman Post.
My impression was that we were going to go ahead and select today.
So is it your wish that we're going to select today? Okay. Councilman Lowry.
I would like to also wait till after the first of the year.
Okay. Councilwoman Wheeler.
I would like to select.
Councilwoman Cusack, it's up to you. I'd like to select. You want to select. So we have.
Right.
I would be fine to cutting it down from 7 down to, let's say, 3 or even 2, and then making the final decision, then maybe having them make a presentation or,
Make some arrangements.
yes. Mhm.
Okay, let's do a short list. Let's do a short list of 3. So right now, raise of hands if you want, the only ones that wanted to wait until January, we had 2 to wait till January, and the balance wanted a short list today. So on a 2 to 4, let's go ahead and short list to 3. Doesn't mean it won't be dragged out until January, but let's at least see where we are.
And again, on the ballots, your number 1 choice will be number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
So the question though, council, before we do this, we should have some input from them at some point. So so from the short list. So if let's shortlist 3, and then from that 3, we will I would like to see us expect a presentation from all 3. So this will just be a vote to shortlist, not the final choice. We don't have enough information, I don't believe, this council does, to make a choice at that level. So are we good with that? We'll shortlist 3. They will be notified for presentations to council, then council can take action after that. Agreement? Okay. So 1, 2, 3 is what we want.
Well, I would do 1, 2, 3. I would rank them all because if not, you're going to have some with zeros in it, and it's going to be the lowest number. So 1 through 7, and then the top 3 with the lowest number will be the 3 we will bring back.
Why don't we just rank the 1, 2, and 3? What?
We can, unless we're all over, and then we're going to
No,
have some ties.
just do 1, 2, and 3. Don't you think?
That's the trouble is the scoring, if you are all over the place, and like you say, you can't put a 0 down because that would be would make it the lowest.
Wouldn't it be best to wait until the chair is here, just so that we have at least 7 people making a decision here?
The other way is if you just want to check your top 3, we can just do the top 3 with checks, and we won't 1, 2, 3 it. It'll just be whoever has the top 3 check marks.
We're just going to check them, not label them 1, 2, 3. There you go.
If we have a tie, we'll redo it.
Okay.
Don't start down here, because I don't want a damn thing to do with this.
We're just doing 3? Okay.
3 check marks.
I thought we were, it doesn't matter. Yeah, I guess it doesn't matter. Yeah.
Times like this, I miss Doug and Josh. I do. If you've never served with Doug and Josh, you don't understand the irony and the humor and the discomfort sometimes. But it was good, Mr. Eckert. It was good. We had 2 attorneys up here, and it gave a little different.
Lots of debate.
Different debate. It did. It was a different. It was.
Did you abstain?
All right, we have a definite one person on here. We have a definite second person, and then we have a three-way tie on the third spot. So I'll read out the tallies. Ms. Cusack selected Becker of Washington, D.C., Prime Strategy, Washington, D.C., and the Color 9 Group.
We got the talents, just give
Oh.
us the names, okay. The totals, yeah.
Okay, I have to read it into the record.
Okay, but we don't need the cities, is what I'm saying, just give us the name.
All right, Ms. Wheeler Becker, Prime Strategies, and the Color 9 Group. Ms. Denny's, Becker, Carpy, and Clay, and Smith, Dawson, and Andrews. Ms. Post, Becker, the Color 9 Group, and Ferguson Group. Dr. Lowry, Becker, Carpy, and Clay, and the Ferguson Group. So 5 votes for Becker.
Wait, where's Mr. Patterson's?
He did not vote.
What, Mr. Patterson, why did you, point of order. Point of order, Mr. Patterson, you can't abstain from voting for. You need to talk to us.
I did. You didn't listen. I'm telling you that the best thing that should be done is just to put this off until January. I really think.
We don't agree.
But the
Well,
majority
I know you don't
chose
agree,
not.
so therefore,
Well, you still have to vote.
I would have to go back to my office and get my choices.
We should have been.
No, I've already looked at it. I'm not really impressed with any of them.
I need you to speak to the microphone, please.
I am not impressed with any of them. I read the books this weekend. I came in yesterday, I looked at them, and I'm not impressed. I know personal things about quite a few of them that would keep me from making any decisions. Kind of the same thing with the Tallahassee lobbyists. There are things that I knew about some of them, issues that I've had with them personally, that I didn't think that they'd be a good choice for us. And looking at some of these federal lobbyists, there's some that I didn't even recognize, know anything about. I didn't, and then some of them that I know personally, and like the number one choice, I would never right now go with that group.
Well, that's good input. And because of that, if you have information or if there's a reason why you don't think that would fit Volusia County's needs, you need to share that with your colleagues. We need to hear from you.
I told you, I don't like any of them.
But you said, cut that.
Well,
But
they
you-
were my least likely.
But if there's something that you have knowledge of that will not fit Volusia County.
I don't want to go into the personalities involved, that's all. You guys made your choices, go with it, go with it. You don't need my opinion.
You are a member of this council.
I
But-
am, and as a member of the council, I chose not to. I don't like any of them, really.
You should have gone to the restroom, Pat.
I never did that when I was in the legislature, and I'm not going to start now.
Well.
Mr. Eckert, what do I have to do here?
My question to
Mr. Patterson, given your choice and given that the rest of them are going to be read out, why don't you select 3 that are not in the top 3?
In other words, you need to.
Mr. Eckert, that's the question that I was going to ask for council, just as protocol and procedure. Are we required to participate in a vote? And this is a vote, technically.
This is, you're required to vote on matters on which you're present.
So
Both by
because
state
of
law
the-
and by the charter.
That, I don't want this to come back later, Mr. Patterson, is what I'm saying, is on a procedural issue. You've put us in a position that I'm going to have to call point of order and ask you to vote. Do you have it?
Mr. Eckert, am I required to vote?
Yes, sir, unless you have a conflict of interest, and I don't see
I
one.
do not have a conflict of interest, just a conflict of decision.
Mr. Patterson chose Smith, Dawson, Andrews, the Color 9 Group, and Thorn Run Partners. Our number 1 ranked would be Becker. Number 2 would be the Color 9 Group, and then we have a 4-way tie for the 3rd. Do you want to do 2, or do you want to revote for another one to bring back?
How many in
How do we have a 4-way tie for the
Color 9 has 4. 5 for Becker, Carpy and Clay 2, Prime Strategies 2, Smith, Dawson, Andrews 2, Color 9 Group 4, the Ferguson Group 2, and Thorn Run Partners 1.
So we had a clear 1 and 2.
Yes.
I'd like to recommend we just do 1 and 2 and let them come. It's going to be a hardship for a bunch of them to come anyway.
Or
If that's okay with everybody else, that's just my input and suggestion.
can we table till the chair comes back? Hmm? Just pull the, Councilwoman Cusack?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would agree with Laurie, that we would have the 2 Color 9 Group and Becker, because they, of the ones voting, they got the majority.
And I don't
So
think
I think- so
the
I think
chair's
it-
vote would matter.
Would
I don't think it would
matter.
influence, yeah,
it could-
mathematically.
Best it could do with tie.
Yeah,
So I would think that we ought to proceed with the 2 groups, if that's
I'm good with that.
Is that a
agreeable.
motion?
I don't think we
We'll
should
entertain
delay.
a motion. Councilwoman Cusack?
I'll make that a motion that we proceed with the 2 clear, number 1 and number 2.
I'll second that.
Motion by Councilman Lowry, second by Councilwoman Post. Any opposition to the motion? Motion carries unanimously. Council's decided to ask the top 2 contenders to prepare a presentation for council.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Moving on. This is a really good one. Looking forward to this one. Item 10, resolution amending the classification and compensation plan. Mr. Moats, welcome.
Thank you. Tom Moats, Human Resources Director. The item before you is to amend and restate the 2018-19 classification and compensation plan. I'll give you a brief overview of some of the highlights and then a little more detailed on some portions. This is to increase by 4% the salaries of the non-bargaining unit employees effective September 22nd, 2018, and had the maximum minimum of the pay ranges increased by 4%. This compensation of the county attorney shall be subject to separate county council action, and the compensation of the bargaining unit employee shall be governed by the collective bargaining agreements. In addition, we're making other changes. We're taking the 18 broadband classifications and moving them out of broadbands into the regular pay grades. We'll be eliminating 2 classifications. I'll go in that in a little more detail in a moment. We're going to add 4 new classifications. We're moving 2 classifications that are improperly in hourly pay grades to salary pay grades. We're reallocating 5 classifications to higher pay grades. We're reallocating 2 pay grades that are in the unclassified pay grades to the classified, and we're adding a new pay grade 126. Also, what we're going to be doing is really important, is we're addressing the telecommunicators, which has been a problem that we've had of attracting and retaining telecommunicators. What we're going to be doing is reallocating 127 of the telecommunicators into new pay grades. 78 of those will get an increase just by going to the new minimum. Also, we have 22 vacancies currently. The minimum we're going to be taking the pay grade is currently $12.74. We're going to a minimum of $15.82. This should make us competitive with all our surrounding agencies. Also, we dispatch 3 services, where some of the others only dispatch 1. We're also reallocating 6 Sheriff's Office Information Service Analysts who are in a broadband pay grade into the regular pay grades. 6 of those would get an increase. And we're reallocating 20 Office Assistant 3s to communication aides, and 18 of those would get an increase. Also, in our plan, as I said earlier, the non-broadbands, there's 22 employees that were being moved from the broadbands to the new pay grades would get an increase to the minimum, and 5 of those classifications to a new pay grade, 2 would get an increase, for a total of $434,973, with the Sheriff's Department being $376,344.57 to do that. We had worked extensively with John Balone. I don't know if John's here. He was here earlier. From the communication, the Sheriff's Office on this plan, they concurred with that. The Sheriff concurred with it. We're real pleased with it. We think it will go a long way in addressing our attracting and retaining employees that we currently have that problem with. And what I would like is, one of the things is we initially proposed to eliminate the real estate specialist. We'd like to keep that and slot it into pay grade 212. That was one that we originally was going to delete. After talking with management and some of the council members, it was decided to keep that classification. So we would ask you to amend that today to include real estate specialist at pay grade 212.
So, okay, in the motion, it will be amend real estate specialist 212.
To pay grade 212.
Pay grade, okay. So, Mr. Moats, just looking at this, it's a good summary that we have here, but the 78 that get an increase, the cost to fill 22 vacancies in our telecommunicators, when you're increasing it from 12.74 to 15.82, that's over a 20% increase. That's a really big deal. Mr. Rechtenwald, do you want to speak to that?
Yes, it is. Some of the folks will, like I say, get a significant increase, but also they're getting their money faster. That's the, under the current system, they would start and have to work their way up to that amount. We figured, they're under probation anyway, and they were getting poached as they were going through that process. So it was important, I think, for us to increase the starting pay right from the beginning. And just to reiterate, this is a plan that we worked extensively with the sheriff and his team, and they were actually, I think we came back with a little bit more generous plan than what they had anticipated. I also want to point out that all of this is in the budget, so that you will vote on tonight. It was in what you also saw last meeting as well. So this has been contemplated. It's in the budget. So we do think this is a big step, and this is a very tough position. And as we talked just earlier, it is part of so many things, the EMS chain, but also ours also start all the police calls and fire calls as well. So it's a very important position, and it has been very difficult to keep and retain. The training, again, this is another one of the situations, like I mentioned earlier, they just can't start. When they start, they have literally weeks and months of training that they have to do before that they can be 100% useful to us. And so it's very important to retain them as well.
One of the things what Mr. Reckenwald stated, they have to go through at least 8 weeks minimum of state training right off the bat. And one of the things that we did with them is we've added in this proposal in the pay plan is a new position for them, trainer. They need a full-time trainer, and we put that and proposed that in this package. We've also reallocated and changed, as I said, some of their OA3s to communication aids that will assist them better than what they currently have, and also help them with their retention in that area. And retitling some of the type positions they ask for to help us when we go out to the market. So it's been pretty much of a reorg and a big change there to address a lot of their needs.
Thank you. And this has been in the works for quite a while in discussion with the Sheriff's Department. It's been identified, it's been recognized, and a commitment from staff, management, and this council to make this right, just as we did that 3-year contract with the deputies when we fixed compression. So in a way, this is a parallel universe.
That's correct.
With that particular contract. Is that right, Mr. Rechtenwald?
Very much so. This is something that, was started, like I say, months ago, and a lot of work has gone in on both sides, a lot of research, and I think it's a great plan. But yes, this is something that we committed to after we settled the contract with the deputies.
Very good. Councilwoman Post.
Mr. Motz, the term broadband classifications or broadband employees is mentioned quite a bit. Can you just give, and I know we talked about that in our meeting, can you just give a general definition of a broadband employee so that the general public understands?
Yeah, what we had is classifications that years ago were put into what they call a broadband, which means it's just an extended pay range. A lot of times the pay ranges are very narrow from beginning to end. These were very long, and what they had within them was levels 1, 2, and 3. And what we just, over the years, is realized we could just make those, we don't need all the levels today. We may only need 2, or they may have had 3 previously. So what we did is we decided to move them over, and we have progression agreements, how to move from level 1 to 2 to 3 in the broadbands, but now we're just going to make them a 1 or a 2, and they can still use those progression agreements to move up. And it's a better way, because currently our system is not set up to really accommodate that, a broadband versus the regular pay. And it goes manually, you have to give them pay increases, plus employees get confused where they are. And since the pay ranges sometimes do not correspond with the regular pay ranges, if an employee moves sometimes, do they take a demotion or a promotion? And if you take a demotion, there's usually a loss of pay. By doing this, it standardizes that and makes it very clear what's going to happen to an employee. They understand that, and we understand that. The reason for the broadbands are no longer there. We're incorporating the reason into this.
Okay. And I'm looking at on the screen the, where is it? 127 employees into new pay grades, but 78% or 78 to get the increase. So, somebody else can do the math, but what about the leftover people beyond the 78? Can you address the next year, the compression?
We're anticipating next year to give a 3% increase and do compression. And what's going to happen is those that aren't in that 78, many of them will now get a compression increase that they would not got previously, which they'll be addressed. And so we know that. We looked at that. We talked that over with the Sheriff's Department. John Balone as the director out there, was concerned about, and we made sure that when we looked at this. So that's what's been put in the union contracts, and we anticipate that would be given to the non-bargain union employees. So when we built this, we built that with in mind.
And as HR, you're going to be having the meetings with those employees to address that and to ensure that they understand that fully, the strategic plan between this year and next year.
Yeah, particularly this group, what we'll be doing is sending to the divisions any employee that's affected under this to show them exactly where they are and where they're going. And then we're going to go out and actually assist John with those folks that did not get an increase out at communications to say, well, we understand what your concerns, but here's where you're going to be next year. We can already project that. Provided that the council approves it, of course, we'll show them. This is where we anticipate you to be, provided that happens.
And so I'll just close by saying I am very, very excited about the addressing of the pay, and certainly for the dispatchers. And I know that this has been long process, and that everyone has worked very hard to come to these decisions. And it's wonderful to see that we are increasing the pay of the dispatchers, and that we are looking fully ahead, and also looking at next year and beyond, to ensure that we do keep up to date with the surrounding areas. So, thank you.
Okay, any other comments, council? Seeing none, we'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the resolution amending the classification and compensation plan with the amendment to the pay grade specialist 212.
Real estate
Real
specialist,
estate.
yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Motion by Councilwoman Post, seconded by Councilwoman Wheeler. Any opposition to the motion? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. It's a
Thank
great
you.
job. Long time coming, but it was worth it. Thank you. Okay, agenda item 11. No agenda item, audit discussion.
We brought live bodies instead. But what we today.
Having Dr. Thogmartin and Dr.
Yeah,
Springer
see,
here,
it's,
you had to
we're bringing-
identify live bodies.
Yes, this is a follow-up item to discussion that we've had in your previous workshop. We do have in the audience the council's auditing firm, James Moore and Associates. They're here more to answer questions and define anything as we work through trying to develop a scope or a direction. So what I really need to hear, from the council is, what areas would you like to have this occur? Maybe what time period, and then we could get into maybe the depth. When we're talking, we've used the term forensic, and just they can help define for the public and maybe others who may not be as familiar with what that is. And of course, we're open to any other ideas that may have, as we've discussed this leading up to today, to hear your thoughts on, any other, ideas in return to audit. I think that, we have a very strong systems in place. We are strong financially, but certainly the idea of making sure everything is as it should, to kind of clear the air and make sure we stay clear going forward, we're all in favor of that. So with that, I just, if someone would like to maybe give their thoughts on some of those items that I need to know to build that scope.
I need to know basis, Mr. Rector.
Well, I need to know, like you say, where do you want it, and from what time period, and then, there are various tests that these guys would recommend that, and again, you've mentioned it by a third party, and again, they're just here to help us build the scope to send it out, if that's what you guys choose to do, to another firm.
So, Mr. Rechtenwald and council, I'm going to start the dialogue out since I was one of the first supporters, but I've had a lot of input from a lot of people, and I've listened. And I brought this suggestion up months ago, right after Councilwoman Wheeler had brought up the suggestion of an internal auditor. Now, if we go forward with a forensic audit, there's going to be a price tag on it that's going to go probably anywhere from the $300,000 and up range. We know it has a price tag to it. We know that. I knew that going in. I knew when I made the suggestion. However, I also know that right now we have an opportunity to strengthen, to verify and strengthen internal policies and processes, and I think it would be money well spent in doing that and strengthening internal policies and verifying internal procedures. But to that end, it may serve Volusia better long-term, because a forensic audit, statement-only audit, whatever we want to call it, that will be a one-time event. But to make a stronger footprint and outcome for council, And our citizens, I think it may be better to consider, and I would be willing to come to the middle and offer, perhaps we take that money that's better spent in looking at an internal auditor position. I spoke with Jamie Seaman on this about it, and I've spoken briefly with Mr. Rechtenwald about it for direction. And what really strengthened my position and gave me pause to look internally at a permanent internal auditor were the ordinances. Council had had several ordinances previously. So as this discussion goes forward, if we could possibly combine those ordinances after discussion, have direct staff to come back with an ordinance, because we certainly can't do it now. This is as with any item that comes before council that is not agended that we discuss. Direct staff to come back with an ordinance, but have the internal auditor, here's the key, report directly to the manager and report to council. Not to finance department, but directly to the manager. So when I was speaking with Mr. Rechtenwald, I think you said, help me clarify this, George, I don't give you words, but I think this position already exists. We just have to reauthorize the position. Is that correct?
Actually, it is in the pay plan. So you don't even have to reauthorize the position, it's already in the pay plan.
So if it's already there, but let's be clear, this is where I'm going to step back after I introduce this and let council talk. That internal auditor, I don't want it, with all due respect, Ms. DePeister, I don't want it under your department. This is
Correct.
a standalone, separate from you, that answers to council and to the manager, and will take direction from council as we would like to review or look at a certain project or funds or time element or however that's crafted.
Right. The issue is there is a position, but the ordinance as it's crafted today may not be the ordinance you want today.
Exactly. So, Ms. Seaman, can you?
Well, I did provide council members with
You did.
the previous ordinances. During some of the discussions, actually, Ms. Post asked me to do some research, and it was at her request that I pulled out those ordinances and provided them to all of you. The first internal auditor was in 1980. At that time, council was looking at a dual process. They actually adopted an ordinance and advertised for an internal auditor, but they put on a charter amendment that year to have an internal auditor position that reported directly to council, and that was defeated by the voters. The minutes are quite enlightening back then, because the council members were split as to whether even to put it on the ballot, and there was some discussion that had they been unanimous in putting it on the ballot, they may have gotten more.
It would have passed today.
Well, but back in 1980, they thought they may have gotten it to pass. So they hired the auditor, and the minutes reflect that the auditor would come before council with a work plan, that council would approve the work plan, and the reports would come through the manager to the council. In 1984, Dr. Flucius was the chair of the county council at the time, and he tried yet again to get a charter amendment in which the auditor reported directly to the county council. The council did not concur, and it did not go on the ballot at that time. So you still had that auditor position that reported through the manager to the county council. And again, for about a decade, the minutes reflected the work plans coming to the county council approving those work plans, and then the reports coming to the county council. In 1994, I sent you the ordinance changed slightly. The Department of Management and Budget was given some review and oversight of activities, but the auditor still had the responsibility for performance audits, program audits, and any other audits that the council authorized. And the person that held the position, Ms. Peggy Gamble, she was the first auditor in 1980. She retired. The position was replaced with a gentleman who was here with us. His name was William Ford. He was here with us for a couple of years. Then he left, and I'm not certain of why the position was not filled. But then you are provided with the ordinance that in 2008, the county council eliminated the Department of Internal Auditing and moved those responsibilities into management and budget. So you have the history before you, you have the previous ordinances. I've given you a little bit of background on how it functioned with the work plans coming to the county council authorizing what internal audits would be performed, and then those reports being brought to the county council.
Okay, so that's the history, but on these ordinance, okay.
Well, you all need to decide if that's a position you would like to reinstate, if you would like to amend your administrative code and recreate the Department of Internal Auditing, recreate that process by which the auditor reports to the manager, and how those reports come from the auditor and the manager to you all.
Okay, I find this interesting. I'm going to, Councilwoman Post is first. I'm going to call on you here in just a second, but this ordinance 94-7 that you sent us, this ordinance is still in effect today?
No, ma'am, it was repealed by ordinance 2008-06.
That's what I need to know. Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Post.
So Jamie, I just want to thank you for doing all of that background information. That was very helpful to me. I know I think I can make my decision fairly quickly. You know, we've had quite a bit of discussion, and I know where I stand, and I would like to reinstate the previous position and amend the administrative code.
Okay, thank you. And Councilwoman Wheeler.
Thank you, Jamie. And this was information that I actually got from you back when Mr. Deneen left. And I said, what can we do? Where do we have the checkpoints? I think this is important not only for us to see the trail of whatever, but I think it's also a good thing for the citizens, you know. Any double checkpoints, whatever. I think this is, I think we need to reestablish this position. That's where my stand is at this point.
Okay, and Councilman Patterson.
A quick question here. That auditor of what we're talking about, because I'm favoring what the other two council members have brought
Internal.
up. How does that affect our elected department heads, and how would it affect us if Amendment 10? Because is it just going to be county departments, or just all departments, just certain ones?
It would be just county departments.
So the elected department heads or constitutional officers would not be subject?
Well, if Amendment 10 passes, and if it's deemed to apply to Volusia, the Supreme Court left that question open. If it were, then it would not apply to the constitutional officers.
Even though we would make decisions regarding their budgets in the end, correct?
Correct. So I just would like to add just a bit to what Ms. Siemens said, because we can bring back the administrative code proposal for you. You still may want to think about, you still probably will need to think about what the role, we can create the position, but one thing that's changed since 1980 is that you now have an independent audit versus the role that was played by the Auditor General back then. So, and deciding, you're going to have to give some thought to what role it is you want this person to play, over time. It certainly wasn't thought to be an important position, but there's some overlap with. I take your point about that you want it reporting directly to the management. There's some issues of overlap with management and budget. some with your external auditor. It will be, not that you want to do it right now, but it will be a bit of a role, definition role, so that you make sure that, and you may want some redundancy, so just for you to decide.
Understood. The whole discussion on this, though, is for an internal auditor, separate from external, separate from CAFR. I'm not looking to, or I think council, to duplicate a CAFR statement. Right. Right. Okay. So Councilman Patterson, are you done? I'm
Yes, I
sorry.
am. Answers my question.
Okay, Mr. Eckert. Councilwoman Post.
And so to that point, Mrs. Vice Chair, I don't know. The specific task assignments is what I would be interested in, and in the way that position operated before. So specific task assignments and being accountable to the council separately.
Agreed. I think that's a discussion for another meeting that we can craft with, because we're not in any hurry. We don't have a time certain that this has to be accomplished. So I'm going to let, are you done? Then I'll,
Yes,
thank you.
absolutely. Thank you.
Okay, Councilman Lowry?
Yeah, I was just curious as to how this would work. We currently have an auditor. Do we then just rely on the one? Do we do both? We would continue our external, and then the internal would, how would that function together? I'm just curious.
Well, typically, and I can just probably go on the past, been here as when we had the internal auditor, the external auditor will continue to do their job, as they always have done, to make sure we're in compliance with all the accounting standards and that the CAFR is reported fairly, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, according to the accounting standards. Now, the internal auditors typically have standards themselves, and some of them are certified internal auditors. There is a certification that internal auditors do have. There might be some, as Dan indicated, might be some overlap, but typically they go off and do some other things. I think to the degree that Ms. Denny's was talking about, looking at efficiencies, making sure internal controls are being followed in more depth than perhaps the external auditors do in their review. But I probably am talking, and the external auditors are here. But typically, any internal audits that are performed by the internal auditor are oftentimes reviewed by the external auditor when they come on scene to see what was done, because that helps them to understand some of the controls and things that they need to look at, and I think that's true. So, they don't do the exact same tasks, but there is a little bit of, looking at what each other does.
It doesn't work in a vacuum. It works in a parallel universe. And I think the time has just come for us to do that. So with that, any other conversation on this? So if we have agreement, council, I'm going to suggest we direct staff to bring back a new ordinance for the internal auditor, specifically that will report to management, but council will set the parameters and the direction and any projects or departments or funds, however we define that going forward. And that can change from quarter to quarter. We can get quarterly updates, we can get monthly updates, you can get annual updates. But I think this is a very good step forward for the future. And will at the same time give us that other level of transparency that council will direct, that's been so spoken about recently, and I think it's a fair issue to address, and I think council stepping up to do this is a good thing.
Okay.
Mr. Vice Chair, may I also ask if we asked staff to include in that, just for our information, some examples of the previous job or task assignments that were done through that position prior, so that we're aware of the kinds of things that position?
Okay, thank you.
Yep, we can take a
Councilwoman
look.
Cusack.
I think that's a great suggestion, that we have some parallel as to what was expected of the previous internal auditor, and how the ramifications and where would they fall as far as being accountable or answering to the manager and to the council. Now, is that anything that would interfere as far as setting policy for that individual? Or how would that work, the relationship with the council members and the manager and the auditor? Tell me who would that person work for?
You would have to work for the manager.
Okay.
But the manager would receive the direction from the council. We could, I mean, in the past, I think they may have presented a work plan of which we would talk about, and then we get what would be looked at. I will say, and then of course, they are bound by the rules of their profession. Like our engineers, when you authorize them to build a bridge, they go build a bridge to the standards. So I think we have a pretty good idea of how to lay it out.
Okay.
The one thing to think about when we're getting into that will be eventually the size and depth of some of these projects that you want to do, because at the end of the day too, they may end up managing something if it's a bigger or deeper project than just one position. So we'll have to look at that. But I think it's an excellent idea, and I think we can really get you something that you'd be happy with coming back.
I think, Madam Chair, that would be an excellent thing for us to proceed with at this time. Thank you.
And Mr. Rechtenwald, I have to tell you, it's a breath of fresh air to hear management agreeing with council and going and doing a project like this. So
I think I'm very confident in it because of the great staff that I have working here
Agreed.
with us, and in the past, and even when with our out time, for once, it's a huge organization and people come and go, mistakes get made. Most of the time, whenever we found them, they've been an honest mistake and we fixed it. But that's part of the whole process, and having people help us look at that is very helpful. And standards change over time too. That's the other thing, and we have to keep abreast of that and what the way we report things. So there's a lot to it. So I welcome the to take that path, and I
Welcome
think it'll
the
help us.
transparency. I think the word is
Exactly.
transparent.
Exactly.
Did I hear you say you welcome the transparency?
I do.
I know you. I'm being facetious. You do. Thank you. Okay, council. This was a good good medium for everything. So good days are ahead. Thank you. Okay, let's move on to item 12, draft county trespass warning ordinance. And this one, who's up with this one? Jamie and Russ?
I'll take the lead on this one, and Mr. Brown, I believe, is here in the audience. There he is. The trespass ordinance actually came out of an appeal from an attorney approximately 2 years ago. Trespass warnings have been issued by our law enforcement agencies for quite a while. And about 2 years ago, an attorney contacted our legal department, John McConnell at the time, and said, how's my client supposed to appeal this? And we realized we didn't have an appeal process in place. So doing the legal research, we discovered that St. Petersburg was running through the same issues, the issue of being granted an administrative appeal process when you are given a trespass warning from public lands. That litigation finished up, and St. Petersburg adopted their new ordinance based on that litigation in March of this year. You just saw recently where Daytona Beach adopted a similar process, and that's what you have presented as a discussion item today. This has not been advertised, but it's our opinion that if you're going to trespass someone from a public facility, they must have the right to appeal that trespass warning. The beach is our most challenging area to trespass from, in part because it's 47 miles long. And the court cases have said we have to define the area in which that trespass is being authorized. So what we proposed is 1,000 feet north and 1,000 feet south of the address, the nearest address from which the person is trespassed. The case that we actually dealt with came out of a gentleman who kept walking his dog on the beach. And after numerous times of the beach patrol giving him a ticket for walking his dog on the beach, they finally gave him a trespass warning saying, enough, stop walking your dog on the beach. But again, we can't tell him he can't walk his dog on the entire 47 miles of the beach. We can't trespass him from the entire 47 miles. We had to define a geographic area, and that's where we came up with 1,000 feet north and 1,000 feet south. So again, this is before you for discussion. If you are inclined to adopt this administrative process by which someone can challenge the trespass warning, we would put it on the October 16th agenda. Your October 2nd agenda has gotten very full very fast, so we'll put it on October 16th for the adoption hearing. And that's the staff report.
Thank you, Ms. Seaman. Councilwoman Wheeler, somebody have discussion on this item?
I do.
Councilwoman Post.
So I have a question, Jamie. Tell me again, why did we cease issuing the trespass warnings on the beach? I know it's...
Because we didn't have that appeal process. We had no process by which someone could appeal that, no, I wasn't properly granted that trespass warning.
Instead of going through this process, we just decided we're just going to stop doing it.
Well, we stopped doing it while we researched the law, and that's when we discovered that the law was in flux, that there were court cases on this exact issue going up and down through the Middle District of Florida up to the 11th Circuit Court of Appeal and back down. So we were waiting for the conclusion of those cases so that we had good case law to support the constitutionality of the ordinance.
And so this is simply, and this is just something I wanted to point out, is that this is simply the county going back and doing what we have always done from the law enforcement standpoint of issuing trespass warnings.
Yes, ma'am. And it's not just the beach. We've had trespass warnings in our parks for drunken disorderly conduct. We've had trespass warnings in our parks. Lake Ashby is our one park where we don't allow alcohol. And there has been trespass warnings for people who have repeatedly violated that no alcohol in the park provision. So yeah, we've had a number of, trespass warnings have been in place in the 25 years I've worked here.
Right.
It's this administrative appeal process that caused us to stop issuing them temporarily while we waited to determine what the state of the law was going to be.
And so that was the second point I wanted to stress, was it is not simply for the beach code. This is
Absolutely not.
County parks. I'm reading county maintained or owned public properties, buildings, county parks, and including the beach and approaches as defined in the charter. So I
Yes,
just wanted to
ma'am.
make that extremely clear.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councilwoman Wheeler.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion that we move forward with this ordinance.
Place it on the October 16th
Place it on
agenda.
the October the 16th agenda.
Motion by Councilwoman Wheeler, seconded by
Patterson.
Councilman Patterson. Any opposition to the motion? Okay, motion passes unanimously. But just one comment too on this. This process is the same, I think, as we use with the Value Adjustment Board in animal control, is it not, as far as an appeal process goes? So we have these processes built in to other ordinances. We just did not for this one.
Yes, ma'am. And we do have a special magistrate, and we would take it through our special magistrate process.
Okay, and the timing is always everything on these issues. Yesterday, Jessica, if I could have you come to the microphone and discuss this. So yesterday, I was at Smyrna Dunes Park with New Smyrna Beach Commissioner Jake Sachs. We were looking at that beautiful pavilion, empty palette that's just crying for some artwork and some color on it. So as we were out there at the park, we saw two bicyclists come off that brand new boardwalk side by side at a pretty good speed too. And we all looked at each other and went, what? what? So, what we've run into is we need some teeth to our ordinances because staff has no way to implement how we protect our assets for our citizens, because a majority of the people that particular boardwalk is about 1.2 miles around complete. We have walkers, we have, you know, mothers with their children in strollers, we have seniors out there, we have people with their dogs in the morning. So the bikes do not belong on that trail. There's other things that go on that they cannot enforce. So, and Deputy Mr. Manchester, he's right. So they need some reinforcement in the field. We can set policy and ordinances all day long. If we can't enforce that, so what? And we're to the point now where some of our parks, they're flat out being abused by multiple populations for different reasons. So please don't try to pigeonhole this into one population. It's not, because we also have the issues of dogs on the beach and our day trippers that pull up by boat out on Smyrna Dunes Park and these other places on the, not just day trippers, unfortunately, but it's usually on the weekends when these things happen. We have some real issues that are growing on our beaches, in our parks, that we need to send the message that this is for the quiet use and enjoyment of all of our citizens, that shouldn't feel threatened, and staff shouldn't have to I'm trying to be very polite here on some of the things that I know that you see and that you clean up on a daily basis and the public is exposed to.
Yeah,
George, you want to
I
say
do
what
want to
I
weigh.
won't
I
say?
just want to weigh in, and I'll just say that the behavior that our folks have to deal with at times, and when I mean disgusting,
That's a kind word.
That's a kind word. And again, it's through the enjoyment of all of our citizens, and we're a very popular place, and we're growing, as you know, and in some cases we may get loved to death over, with large crowds. But the behavior of some people, and what they do, we have changed, the model through the years to provide bathrooms that provide, privacy, and that's meant for privacy. It's not meant to start a bicycle painting booth in there, or other things that we have found through the time. So, when we put in landscaping, the mulch is there to mulch. It's not there to be used as charcoal for something else. I mean, so these are things, again, and as you pointed out, it's a cross section of people that are involved in this. I mean, you get kids coming in from wherever and having maybe just too good of a time, and of course those guys our beach patrol folks have done a wonderful job of that through the years, but they get into places, like I say, into our landscaping, into our some of our splash pads and things that were meant for young kids, or they were meant for families, and they weren't meant to wash clothing in. So I'll just leave it.
Or take a bath.
Or take a bath. So again, and because these are systems also through the years where we've had to implement proper stormwater techniques and things. So these are reuse systems and things of that nature that are out there. So they're not meant for some of the things that people do. So I just want to commend again the staff, but they need the teeth, as you mentioned, to make sure that we can do a little bit better job to make sure all of our citizens get to enjoy themselves when they go to our wonderful parks and our beach and other facilities, as Jamie mentioned. We have many, many, many facilities, and this can happen in a lot of them.
So, Council, just a procedural issue here. I have just received 4 speakers cards to item 12. It's not scheduled. It's not a public hearing. It's not a public hearing.
But it is your prerogative, Madam Chair.
Excuse me?
It is your prerogative to
That's-
hear the public on any item.
Exactly, and that's where I wanted to go, Ms. Seaman, thank you so much. So even though it is not advertised for public input, because we have 4 cards on this issue that I received after we voted, very honestly, I am going to go ahead and open up public participation at this time. I have 4 cards. You have up to 3 minutes to address council. If you would come forward, our first speaker will be Ken Strickland and Mr. Jenkins, Mr. St. Pierre, and then Mr. Cameron. You have 3 minutes if you would come. State your name and address for the record. Thank you.
Ken Strickland, 1208 North Halifax, Daytona Beach. I'm also chairperson of Justice for Homeless Committee, committee of the local ACLU chapter of Alicia Flagler. Poor and homeless, I know you worked real hard just now not to say homeless when y'all were talking. But the poor and the homeless are not criminals. They have no shelter beds here. They have no home. They have nowhere to go. I don't know where you want them to go. The poor and the homeless will be the targets of this. In public areas, the difference between them and myself and you up there is if you show them your ID, it shows you have an address and a home. Theirs will show that they live at 340 North Street, which further expands the target on their back. They don't know they don't have to show their ID. I know I don't if I haven't done anything, so there's no need for them to be being ID'd or any of that stuff. Parks are for loitering. If I go to a park, that's what I'm doing. I'm sitting around, I'm loitering, I'm doing nothing but enjoying the outdoors. If it's okay for me to do that, it should be for the poor and the homeless. I'd like for you to know that we're monitoring Daytona very closely with this ordinance, and we're monitoring other cities in the state, and therefore we'll be monitoring the county as well. Also, I would suggest before you pass number 12 and number 13 that you read page 3 in your own packet and follow those guidelines with your vote going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Strickland. Mr. Jenkins.
Thank you. My name is Al Jenkins, 272 Putnam Avenue, Ormond Beach, Florida. This is my first introduction to a city council meeting, and I want to say that I am honestly and sincerely impressed with some of the things you guys talked about, but mostly how you worked at it before you came to decision. And I thought that was pretty impressive. I think what Ken was alluding to in having you relook at your agenda, which impressed me as well, because your agenda includes in it non-discrimination policy, and that's unusual. That's an unusual thing. I've been to city council meetings before, and that's an unusual thing to attach to an agenda. And just for myself, I read it, it says, Volusia County does not tolerate discrimination in any of its various programs, services, or activities. Pursuant to Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and other federal and state authorities, Volusia County will not exclude from participation in, deny the benefits of, or subject to discrimination anyone on the grounds of race, color, national origin, sex, age, disability, religion, income, or family status. Now, this ordinance that you're proposing to pass, as a matter of fact, has in fact been overturned by different federal courts throughout the country. Just last Tuesday, in California, the 11th District Court, the federal court said on an ordinance similar to this, no, because it's considered cruel and inhuman punishment. If you have people that do not have shelter beds, then you have to at least allow them to sleep somewhere. If you don't have shelter beds to provide for them, you have to have something to allow them to do, to allow them to go. I certainly understand as a human being and as a former business owner, it's pretty tiring to go out in your business and see people that are poor, that may have an odor, that are disgusting to look at. I don't want them surrounding my business either. That is a fact. It is unfortunately, the way America seems to be headed these days, in many cities, much worse than this. So I would ask you to please think about this ordinance before you do it. And as Ken did state, the ACLU of Florida, we are now just taking up, just starting to gather the information we need, because we are putting full force on this to make sure that, that it is not against the Constitution or the Bill of Rights. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. St. Pierre.
Hi, my name is George St. Pierre. I'm going to give my store address of 1022 Main Street. I am directly at the foot of the Main Street Pier. And I have seen some horrible things. I've seen some great things over the years. This is not a homeless thing that we're dealing with. This is giving our beach patrol, our parks, our police departments and stuff the right to a constant person that's doing something wrong repetitively over and over and over again, the chance to have the ability to do something about it. You've got the same exact 10 people in my area that do the exact same thing day after day after day after day. Some of them are homeless, some of them aren't. It's not a homeless situation. It's the constant wrongdoer that does it, and it gives them the ability, because the parks, the beach, all our things that you're trying to protect are for everybody.
That's right.
Not for one group to destroy and the rest of the group to complain and try and fix and clean up. And thank you for my time.
Thank you. Mr. Cameron.
Good afternoon. I'm Jim Cameron, Senior Vice President, Government Relations, Daytona Regional Chamber, and want to commend county staff for their work on this matter and the research that they've done. But in the chamber, we're going to be studying the draft that you've come forth with today, and we're planning to be here on October the 16th. But we do encourage you to move forward on this matter, because it is something that affects the business community in general per se. And while this can apply to anyone that, this can apply to anyone that homeless, non-homeless or whatever was brought out just a minute ago, anyone that violates the county's rules and regulations. And I'm sure a lot of this is going to be left to the discretion of law enforcement officials. But we have confidence in your law enforcement officials, though, using their best judgment when such offenses may come forth. But there's been a great deal of confusion, and I've heard about this. I mean, just say, you know, especially City of Daytona Beach, especially in the core tourist district, though. This is a city matter. No, this is a county jurisdiction matter. I mean, in something like this, especially after the city took action on their ordinance August the 15th, is that this might clear up some of that confusion, though, especially in the Main Street area, though. But I wanted to say again, especially convention business, though. And you heard of that situation when we had the Gamers Conference and all back, I want to say that was in July, I believe it was. It's more instances like that, and I'm sure there have probably been other situations, though. But again, convention business is difficult and competitive out there, and we need to do everything we can to put our best foot forward, and we applaud the county's effort and to urge you to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cameron. Anybody else wishing to speak to council at this time? Okay, thank you so much. Well, council, we've already voted on this issue. Excuse me, Councilwoman Cusack? Does somebody else?
I saw a hand go up over here.
Would you like to address the council? Come on up now and just finish. When you're done, fill out a yellow card after you leave the podium. Just state your name and your address.
Absolutely. I wasn't even going to speak, but thank you for having me. I was born and raised
Your name and
here in
address. Your
DeLand.
name and address,
Betty
please.
Selman, and I'm with the 1022 Main Street. I work there. And to have a lunch break, the beach is right there. I can walk. I can tell you, I can't walk now anymore. I can't walk. I don't feel safe. There's needles out over by the pier. It's very unsafe. The tourism has went down and declined so much so that I'm lucky that I still have a job. We have 3 other people. But the whole thing with the tourism and the safety of everyone, if you call the police, they say they can't go on the beach. And then it's just so much that goes on there. I wish you guys, and I invite you guys to come out and just look and see exactly what's going on 1022 Main Street, over by where, it says Daytona's most beautiful beach. Well, you can't, and it says you can't even go through there. You can't even walk there as a citizen yourself. Now, I just recently moved to Daytona, so this is a big eye-opener the past 3 years for me. Living in DeLand, I've never had that thought of unsafetiness. I feel so unsafe as a woman, and when I get off of work, not only do I have to pay $50 to park in a safe zone because I choose to, because I want to be safe, but I have to have someone walk me to my car because of the unsafetiness. As far as homelessness, I see that every day. We all go through that. I see that, but it does not have to do with that. It's not safe for women or for the tourism, and there's been so many people with tourism that say that they're not going to come back because of many different reasons. Urination on the ground over there really bad. Just a lot of things. If you want to go into the bathroom, do you feel safe going to the bathroom when you're at the Breakers Park? Can you go to the bathroom? Would you? No, I would suggest you come to 1022 Main Street and say, Betty Jo, can I use your restroom? That's what's going to happen. But if you guys could come down there and just see how it's hurting tourism, that's the biggest thing. I love Daytona Beach. I'm glad that I moved there, but it is ridiculous what you have to go through on a daily basis. And I feel sorry for the police. I feel sorry for everyone because everyone's on the same agenda. If people can act in a good manner. So, thank you.
Ma'am, if you could go fill out a card now, thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, anybody else that chooses before I close public participation time down? Thank you for your input. Okay, we're going to move on to item 13, draft ordinance amending the beach code. This dovetails.
This ordinance actually came out of 2 things. One, when you all redefined or clarified the definition of beach to include the approaches, we realized that some of our conduct provisions only applied to the beach. Those conduct provisions have been in there since the ordinance was adopted in 1988. And so we needed to add the term or approach to make sure that they could be enforced both on the beach as it's defined in the code as well as the approaches. This includes your approaches that are improved as parks, as well as the ones that are simply improved as parking lots. At a previous council meeting, Councilwoman Wheeler raised the issue of the City of Daytona Beach's new conduct provisions in their parks and asked us to search those and evaluate how they could be applied to our improved parks. And there were a few adjustments we are recommending that you make to the beach code. Specifically, we are adding a provision. We had no commercial solicitation, but we had not addressed the issue of non-commercial solicitation related to donations, gifts, or payments. Recognizing someone's First Amendment rights, we're only addressing that kind of solicitation which becomes aggressive in manner, which would make someone feel unsafe. These types of solicitation restrictions have been upheld by the federal courts in our circuit. Now, whether there is a conflict between circuits, whether California, Oregon, or Michigan circuit courts have had a different opinion does not apply to the state of Florida. Our concern is our district courts in the state of Florida and the 11th Circuit in Atlanta. If there's a conflict between circuits and those cases are taken to the U.S. Supreme Court, the U.S. Supreme Court will ultimately make a decision, but we are to follow the law in our circuit. So we have done that analysis, and the language we have presented to you has been upheld by the courts. One of the other issues that we have is unattended items left in the parks. All of these provisions are related to safety and security and aesthetics. Unattended items may possibly have some threatening materials related to them. We don't know what they are. We need to make sure that our officers and our park attendants have the ability to deal with unattended items, and when they are left, whether it's dad leaving the cooler, that maybe somebody thinks a bomb's in the cooler, or it's just an unattended bag that you can't see what's in it. We need to be able to deal with that in our parks. You just can't leave things behind. The loitering and prowling provision is specifically related to a state statute. This is not just coming to the park and hanging out. Anybody can come to the park and hang out. What we're saying specifically is that we do not want people near the playgrounds, play equipment, restrooms, splash pad, picnic children, where children may be present. 856.021 makes it illegal for loitering or prowling of any person in a manner not usual for law-abiding individuals under circumstances that warrant a justifiable and reasonable alarm or immediate concern. Someone hanging around the restrooms, someone hanging around a child's playground equipment, those are things that a reasonable person would raise their alarm. It's something that has been upheld by the court system, and we want to be able to provide that tool so, again, that our parks are safe. The damage to recreational amenities. This is costly to taxpayers. It doesn't matter who damages or adversely affects the park equipment, the park amenities. It costs Ms. Winthrop substantial amounts of money to shut things down, repair them, and put them back into working conditions so that our public is safe. The issue related to the fountain splash pads and shower areas is very specific because the water from those are not sent out to a wastewater system. They are a recycled system. So when you start introducing foreign objects, foreign materials, soaps, anything into that, you are adversely affecting that recycling system. You're adversely affecting the park as a whole. She has to shut it down, clean it, much like a swimming pool, and then get it refunctioning again. She has the splash pad at Sunsplash will be opening again soon after she had to go through substantial repair and cost. So we need to make sure we're not introducing any foreign objects, liquids, materials into that system. Similar to the unattended items, we have bicycles that are laid down in the pathways where people can trip over them. We do have bike racks, and Ms. Winterberg's going to make sure that we do have bike racks at all of the locations for people to put their bikes. Dropping them in a pathway where people can trip and be injured by them is just not appropriate. We need the bicycles put into an appropriate bicycle rack. Again, the playground equipment and splash pads are for our children and their accompanying adults. They're not for folks just to lay on and enjoy the water and laying on top of the sprinkler splash systems. It's an equipment issue, it's a repair issue, and we need to prohibit that. So those are the provisions that we are proposing. These are, again, going to aesthetics, to safety, to providing a good environment for the public, and we recommend that you set this for a public hearing on October 16th.
Okay, thank you, Jamie. Council, before we go to discussion on this, I do have two requests from the public to speak, so we're going to allow public participation. Anybody else that would like to speak, please fill the card out now. But we have first Mr. St. Pierre and Mr. Cameron. Somebody.
Again, Jim Cameron, Senior Vice President, Government Relations, Daytona Regional Chamber. And just pretty much what we had said on item before, that we support you moving forward with this ordinance. It clears up jurisdictional questions and any confusion between city law enforcement as well as county law enforcement. So again, we continue, we ask you to, again, move forward. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Cameron. Mr. Pierre.
I'm George St. Pierre of 1022 Main Street, and the main thing is the jurisdictional thing. It's almost ridiculous that you got a stair step, and when you're on this step, you're in Daytona Beach. When you're on this step, you're in Volusia County. So it's like a little cat and mouse game. Oh, here comes Daytona Beach. I'll stand here. And then Daytona Beach says, well, we really can't do anything because they're right there. And they have been working together, right? Mr. Manchester here and Chief Capri. And I've been on the phone at the same time with both of them at the same time going, look, you all got to figure this out, because you go over here, it's okay. Over here, it's not. Over there, they can do this. Over there, they can't. And it's gotten quite ridiculous. And I'm on a borderline. And it'd be like almost... you're sitting in that chair, and oh, if you move over that chair, well, you can't do anything about it. And it's gotten completely ridiculous. And the people that are doing this know the law.
They know it.
They know the law better than the police know the law. And and as far as you're controlling what you're doing in your parks with solicitation, by all means, and you need this, because you wouldn't believe some of the things they come up with on these signs. And I gotta say this, but I got people, and this is in Daytona Beach, with signs saying I need money for cocaine and hookers. You don't want that in your city park with your little kids playing in your playgrounds. You don't need that. Nobody needs that. We're not talking about, anything else other than that, but it just goes from one extreme to as far extreme left as you can possibly make it. And there's no boundaries. And it's your guys' job to give us those boundaries and those rules so these guys can obtain the law and make it safe for everybody. And it's everybody's parks, it's everybody's entranceways, it's everybody's everything, and everybody should be able to use. And thank you.
Thank you. It's about enforcement. We hear you. We hear you for sure. Okay, thank you with that. Okay, first council member Post.
Jamie, I have a question about 20-127, the unattended items.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm reading the addition on page 4 or 5 there. Personal items shall not be left approaches and shall not be placed on walkways, on picnic tables, or in shelters or pavilions so as to curtail, impede, or interfere with the use by others of such facility or recreation amenity. So what is the, so someone leaving, because I can say many times I've gone and left my stuff. If I'm going for a walk on the beach, I'm going to leave my stuff and I'm going to go for a walk. So that's unattended.
No, that's not what they're talking
So I just want to clarify, because I know there's been some discussion about this specific part, so I wanted to clarify that for the public.
If you read this one carefully, you'll see that it references only unattended items on the approaches. Not on the beach, on the approaches. So what we're dealing with is again, the parking lots and the improved parks. That when you leave your things behind more upland.
In that public area, okay.
Yes.
Gotcha.
It does not apply to just leaving your things on the beach and you go for the walk.
Okay.
That's not the issue.
All right.
Okay?
Thank you for clarifying that. The thing with the laws is there's a reason for laws, right? So it's to ensure that a few that might do things that are illegal or raucous are not impeding on the quality of life of others. And, you know, that's the reason we generally have our laws, right? And so in reading through these, there's a number of things, like littering. You know, these aren't targeting a specific person. Breach of peace, disorderly conduct, fireworks, unattended items, loitering and prowling. And I can say I'm glad that you clarified the loitering and prowling, because, you know, in law enforcement, I've got out with quite a few people actually here in DeLand that were hanging out like that inappropriately, and that wasn't a specific targeted group. So I think it's important that we're thinking about ensuring that no one is impeding on the quality of life of the general public. And in terms of, you know, profiling is a very strong word, but in terms of profiling or targeting, the abuse of the law at the discretion of LEO, at the discretion of law enforcement, is unacceptable on any level. So, you know, if that were to happen at any point, I think that, you know, we would deem that unacceptable. These ordinances, I'm looking at them as being created to ensure the quality of life of all of our citizens, as you mentioned from on Main Street there, and not specifically targeted to any individuals. If you have teenagers going down there and doing the same thing, you know, peeing on the sidewalks, we're going to have an issue with that, right? So I'm in favor of these two, of getting these two draft ordinances done and pushing these through. Thank you.
Okay, Councilwoman Wheeler.
Thank you. I was probably one of the ones that pushed for something of this caliber, having a lot of the beach as my district, and hearing from people from Daytona, and then hearing people, visitors, and then listening to staff, and George talking to you every single day for quite some time, and trying to fill that gap between Craig Capri, Ray, Jessica, and who has jurisdiction. And it wasn't pinpointing any people. It was just people who were breaking the law or pushing the law. And I know there were many times when I was on the phone with you and you were complaining about an issue, and you'd have visitors come in that were frightened. They were coming in because they were fearful. And I also remember the time when there was a parent there with a child that had a needle in the shoe. And I also remember the time when you were taking pictures, actively taking pictures, and you felt threatened even by taking the pictures. You were being threatened. I have been threatened with my grandchildren in my hand. Not any one class of people. It truly wasn't. I've also had that with teenagers, you know. But there's lines when you don't feel safe. And the parks are for our citizens, young, old, whatever. And people should, and any of the properties in the city or the county or throughout the county, we need to be able to feel safe. We needed some teeth, and there was always that gap. And I think this just adds on to Daytona's. This gives them a little more meat, gives us a little more meat, just to say, you know, we need to keep these areas safe for our people, our citizens, and our visitors. Again, this is absolutely anyone who violates any of the laws from the Volusia County. I am in support of this, and I would like to make a motion to, unless there's any other comments.
Deputy County Attorney?
Go ahead and make the motion and I'll
Go
make.
ahead and make the motion, we'll come back.
Oh.
Go ahead.
Make the motion to draft the ordinance amending the beach code and present it on October
16th.
16th.
Motion by Councilwoman Wheeler, seconded by Councilwoman Cusack. Any opposition to the motion? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Okay.
Madam Chair, if I
Yes,
might
I'm
for a
sorry.
minute?
Yes,
That's all
yes.
fine. I wanted to clarify some jurisdiction issues.
Please.
Because we keep hearing jurisdiction. When the county charter amendment was passed in 1986, it transferred to us the authority to have a unified beach code for the entire county. It did not, however, transfer the services from the cities to the county. The cities still have jurisdiction on the beach and within the municipal boundaries. Every one of those law enforcement agencies can go down onto the beach, and for a number of years they did. I don't know why in more recent years some of them have taken the position that their officers cannot go down onto the
Hey,
beach.
you need to restate that, because you know what? That's the first time that coin has dropped for me, because and even look, Jim Cameron's even surprised. When you surprise Mr.
All right,
Look at everybody in here. It's
let
like
me try
popcorn,
again.
popcorn going off in here.
Let me try again, and I want everybody to be real clear about this, and I want to make sure this is properly reported in the newspaper. In 1986, when the charter amendment took place, it was not what is called a dual referendum. A dual referendum would have stripped the cities of jurisdiction. What that means, at the time, there would have been a vote inside the cities as well as the county as a whole. That is not what happened. It was a county-wide referendum for the county to establish unified rules and regulations on the beach. We have concurrent jurisdiction with the cities. The cities continue to have the authority and the ability to provide services, law enforcement, trash pickup, any public service on the beach within their jurisdiction. In fact, there is a provision in our beach code that if they choose to, by May 1 of any year, they may notify us and they may take over full responsibility. And we are to reimburse them their proportionate share of the tolls that are collected. And this, like I said, I've been doing this for 25 years, and in the beginning, the cities understood this, and we had them down there, and we had joint task force, and when we had problems, they worked hand in glove with the then beach rangers, and then eventually the beach patrol. In more recent years, and I do not know why, the cities have not, with the exception of Daytona Beach Shores, the cities have not put their law enforcement agencies down on the beach. There was a recent conversation between our offices and the City of Daytona Beach City Attorney's Office. We provided them the information and we provided them with the law on this. So we're hoping to encourage our fellow law enforcement agencies to work more closely with the Beach Patrol to address any issue that they have, because they do have the ability to go down on the beach.
So can I suggest that this item be placed on the agenda of the elected leaders roundtable, Mr. Rechtenwald? Sounds like we need to bring some ordinances back to the memory of some beachside municipalities. And maybe it's time we did this beach advisory group. Maybe we need a joint beach task force to address these items, because the city of Daytona is addressing items like this, like they can within their jurisdiction. This is kind of like with EMS. We're doing what we do in our individual jurisdictions, and then we all get out there, and they've got, our citizens got the city on one phone and the county on the other. Right? So maybe it's time we look at a joint task force on beach jurisdiction, patrol, enforcement, whatever you want to call it. We need to have that meeting for safety's sake. We've already had 2 incidences on the beach, major incidents on the beach. And we know these issues are occurring, and a lot of us don't talk about it publicly, but we know what's out there.
Well, Mr. Eckert just reminded me that if there's a offense that takes place upland and they move down onto the beach, they may most certainly continue pursuing that person down onto the beach.
See, I don't know that thought process is followed.
They do that. I think that's a little less in question, but I do think if you were to ask Ray, it's more the idea of, in general, they don't go down there unless, they're asked to go down there, except for the shores, which does routinely go down there. We do meet with the city of New Smyrna Beach every year, but as far as going down on the actual sand, I don't believe they do. Yep, so except for to pursue. But we can definitely hold those a joint meeting to go over all this and remind them of what they can do. And I would say it's another, you get it. How many times, Ray, do you go up off the beach into upland situations?
Our policy is if we're requested.
Right. I mean, they save people in hotel swimming pools. They've been a part of many police action up on the land, especially along the beach. But they certainly have been involved in the shores and all the cities along there when they take part in many calls, backup or part of. Recently, a few years ago, if you remember, when there was the active shooter in the Halifax hospital, it was a beach patrol person who was on duty that night, who worked their way up through the back because he was an EMT. He was familiar with the hospital and got up and actually took care of patients while that shooting was going on. He won an award. That was the city of Daytona Beach police gave him at that time. So I just want you to know that our folks do work in that direction, and we can work to clarify this other issue. We'll be getting a joint meeting together.
I think that this is probably as important, if not more important, than that beachside task force we put together a couple months ago, council and appointed representatives to. I think for our citizens and where we are now as a community, this is just as important for implementation and advocacy
And Madam
safety.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry, I had one more thing that I wanted to add into that. One of the issues that we've had over the years, and this is a council policy decision, I'd like you all to think about it. Parties and improper activity in the parks and the approaches after hours. And when I say after hours, I mean in the nightfall and in the middle of the night. We've always left those facilities open so that people can park there and then go for a walk on the beach at night.
Fishing.
But you may want to be thinking about and have some conversation with Ms. Winterwerp with some of what she's been dealing with related to activities in the park in those late hours, and whether or not you want to set park hours. It's a conversation that needs to be had at some point, so at least staff knows where they stand.
That's a good conversation to have for another day. But yes, thank you. Keep planning that. City Council will have that discussion. And I think this could be very beneficial for all of us to work collaboratively together with our cities and let them know. Maybe they're not really aware of the jurisdiction that they do have and can exercise. So this is good. Okay, thank you so much. All right. Anything else on this one from council? We're good, Mr. Rechtenwald? Council?
Good on this.
Okay, the next one I'm going to have to step away from. Item 13A as a conflict of interest. So in view that the chair's out and I am the current vice chair, I'm going to let Who, Mr. Rechtenwald or Mr. Eckert? Which one of you want it?
This is my
This yours?
topic I would address.
Okay.
Thank you, council members. It's unfortunate this issue arises in a particular context because it presents an issue of somewhat broader significance. In the particular context, and I've advised, because it's in the particular context, I've advised Councilmember Denny's and Councilmember Patterson to declare a conflict of interest and not to vote on the matter. In a broader context, that probably wouldn't have been necessary, and maybe that's something we can talk about at some other time. But in this instance, I've given you a memo which outlined how we got to this point, at least is pertinent to the issue of representation, how we got to this point. And the legal department is representing the county in various cases having to do with the Waverly investigation. Last year, in either in separate cases, although they were attempted at one point to be brought in the state court litigation, one state court case, or together, the former special counsel Mr. Caney and former council members Daniels and Northey and current council members Patterson and Denny's have been sued individually. The legal department entered an appearance for them and has been representing them. Motions in the federal case, motions for summary judgment have been filed, and the trial is scheduled for next year, though that could be early next year. It could be changed, perhaps, for other reasons. The motions to dismiss have been heard. I've indicated that I've furnished to you motions for disqualification of the legal department. Those as counsel in the cases for any of the defendants. Those motions for disqualification pertaining to our representation of the county are not the topic I need to address today. One of the grounds raised is that there is a conflict between the county and the individuals. The individuals have waived any conflict. Typically, we have, and often, we have represented the individuals where there's been similar waivers. In some cases, we've provided separate counsel because of the particular facts, or because of, in one instance, we were in litigation with the employee and who had been terminated, but still we provided counsel. Our deputies have been sued individually, or corrections officers have been sued individually. It's an increasing phenomenon. So in this instance, I've outlined why I do not believe there to be a conflict of interest in an application. Why I don't think there's a conflict of interest in this case, in an application of what I would see your more common policy, though that this is all entirely subject to the council. I would ask you to waive any conflict of interest between the county and the individuals. That's a reciprocal relationship. I don't see any conflict in representation any way that the county would not be well served by us representing, while at the same time representing the individuals. And that's the issue that is I'm asking you to address today.
So I am very familiar with this, as you remember that I was very much engaged in a part of this. So I do believe that as far as our legal department representing the county, but that is not what is in question. You're talking about the individuals or the county?
It's not in question here. The opposing parties have put it in question in the court. You have made a decision that the legal department would represent the county
Yes.
in all this litigation.
And that happened, that was in, according to our notes, that was in 2013.
Well, actually at the end of 2014.
All right. So you're looking then for direction as to whether or not there's a conflict with the individuals or with the county? What are you asking us to look at today?
I'm asking you to, that the individuals have waived any conflict of interest by the joint representation of the legal department with the county. I'm asking for you, though I've indicated I don't see there to be a conflict of interest, but to avoid the potential of that being raised as a basis for disqualification, I'm asking that the county council would likewise waive any potential for conflict for the county's representation of the individuals.
So then, for the individuals then, Mr. Eckert, then you're saying that there are other alternatives rather than you representing them. Is that correct?
It's Mr. Smith and Mr. Carroll, yes, sir, ma'am, in my office. We've represented the individuals in this case, and we filed motions for summary judgment. We completed the discovery in the federal case. The state cases, and I could go through those. The cases are still in the motion stage. There's still some discovery, and also still some discovery to be had in the state cases. The discovery deadline is not closed. And my analysis is that the county will not have, first I believe there's not a conflict of interest, but if there is, that the representation of the county can be fully discharged while simultaneously representing the individuals. As I've indicated, I think the interests of the parties are aligned, and I've given to you why I don't think that the defense of the county would be hindered. If I could go through the cases briefly, in the case 6:17 CV 1634 ORL, which stands for Orlando 41 GJK, Mr. Dorn is suing only the individuals. That's in case 6-17 CV, and I'll give these to the clerk later on again, 01632 ORL 41 GJK, which has been consolidated. Mr. Kiepert is suing both the county, Mr. Michael Kiepert is suing the county and all the 5 individuals. In state court case 2017 11242 CIDL, Mr. Justin Kennedy is suing the individuals. Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Daniels, Mr. Patterson, Mr. Northey, and Mr. Denny's. In case number 2014 10972, which has actually been consolidated with a county court case that the county filed against Waverly, there are counterclaims against by Mr. Dorn and by Mr. Kennedy effectively against the county. The plaintiff originally was John Caney in his official capacity, and the county was added as a party. So when Mr. Caney gets sued in his official capacity, he it's a proxy for the county in that case. So we have carefully analyzed it. We don't see any conflict. We have we've done the same for our deputies, where we don't see there to be a conflict. We've done the same for corrections officers, and in this instance, we've done the same for the council members and for special counsel, who was appointed by the council. And the council appointed us to represent the county. We see the interest of the individuals to be aligned. We don't, given the task that you all gave us, we don't think we're hindered in the performance of that duty by representation of the individuals.
I think I'm next.
I have.
Oh, okay. Well,
There's no one that is leading here, or who's you leaving that's been in charge? So can you call on the members here who wants to speak? I think.
If you wish me to.
I'd like to speak if I could.
Well, since I was still talking, so
Okay, all right.
I have some concerns about this altogether, simply because I believe strongly that apparently for there to have been these cases filed, there must be someone that believes that there may be a conflict. So.
Well, there's someone who believes they have someone who believes they have liability. The conflict that is alleged between the specific conflict that is alleged between the county is with Mr. Caney, and thankfully, it is not the standard that if you lose a motion that you're guilty of malpractice. And the suggestion is that the county's interest is adverse to Mr. Caney. We think that was a legally there's a reasonable good faith basis for the position taken by Mr. Caney, and the county council was entitled to rely upon it, though so far as the circuit court's concerned, he found that the subpoena power could not be delegated.
I'll leave any further comments that I may have for later.
Okay. If we make a decision up here, it is your responsibility of the county legal department, if we're sued, to represent us. That's kind of standard procedure, correct? Unless we waive that and seek our own counsel.
We're representing the county. The question is, here are the alternatives. You could tell. I have thought there not to be a conflict, and I'm advising you that I don't see there to be a conflict. But there's an opposing party who sees that who alleges that there is. But it's unusual for the opposing party. It does not that it's not allowed to be able to assert that there's a conflict and to have the council disqualified on that basis. The assertion has been made that the individuals say that they're okay with us representing them. The alternatives are that we would have been, and maybe some degree still are, that they either we pay for counsel where we have seen there to be a conflict for the individuals. We're authorized to do so, and if they lose, they would end up being responsible for that payment. Or they have to come out of pocket and defend the case, in which case they would recover the fees. And in that instance, if they don't have joint counsel among them, there's the potential of having to pay for 5 lawyers at the conclusion of the case. Insofar as the plaintiffs are concerned, you may have to pay for 6, but that's not before you. Well, the 6th would be Mr. Dorn. So far as Mr. Dorn's concerned, we are should be disqualified for representing even the county. That's what his motion asked. But that's not the issue, respectfully. You've given your direction, and we don't think that there's a basis for disqualifying us. But that's not really the issue before you. The issue is before you whether or not the joint to waive any potential conflict in the joint representation. And these were again, well, there's some allegations of conduct outside the county council chamber, although there's not a factual conflict between the witnesses. That's a material factual conflict. These are actions taken by the county council or at the direction of the county council in a view that the law entitled the council members to take the votes. So there's a number of immunities that are available to the that have not yet been ruled upon by the court, but we don't see. The question is really, is the county's defense going to be hampered by also representing the individuals? Or, as a policy matter, do you want to pay for separate counsel? In which case, or tell the individuals that they should retain their own counsel. In most cases, well, I can only think of one instance where individuals were charged with criminal conduct, and there was a federal charge, and so in that instance, they under the statute, this is quite a long time ago, so I may not have the figures right. We did not provide counsel; they prevailed, and we paid for the counsel that they retained. So.
So what brings us here today? I mean, if this is going back to 2014, when was these lawsuits filed? And why are we just having this discussion today? And not have it when this first happened?
Well,
I have some concerns about this.
Yes, ma'am. The lawsuits against the individuals were added in 2017, or brought in cases brought separately in 2017. As I've explained, and you may not be satisfied with the explanation, because the actions arose in the main from activities taken in the individual's official capacity, I thought it was authorized and appropriate to represent the individuals, provided that there was not any, and my assessment was that the county would not be hampered by the defense of the individuals, that the interests of the individuals were aligned with the county. And I thought that, I still think that's the most effective way to provide a defense in this case. More recently, Mr. Dorn at the time suggested that there was a conflict. We told him we had carefully analyzed the issue, and we didn't think there was a conflict. A year passed. Mr. Dorn in the Discovery Act raised the issue most particularly in my deposition, and I wrote to the council and said, "Here's the issue. If there is a concern, please let me know." But even more recently, the motions for disqualification were filed, as I say. These motions are supposed to be, as a general matter, filed at the outset when a conflict is identified, because it's the notion is that individuals are entitled to have the lawyer that they choose, and unless there's a legal reason not to. Mr. Dorn has argued that there's a conflict between us and Mr. Caney. He's also asserted that there's a conflict because current or former council members took a position in opposition to the investigation. But the action of the body was to say that to accept legal advice and to say that you could go forward. But the propriety of whether or not the charter authorized a delegation of subpoena power is really not directly at issue. So, as I've tried to explain, I'm trying to address myself specifically to your question, Councilmember Cusack. The reason that it's here today is because Mr. Dorn has filed an issue, and it would be helpful, I think, to have the issue resolved once and for all. That because in his view, he thinks we have a conflict by representation of the individuals. I don't. You're ultimately, the county council is ultimately, the county actually is the entity, is the ultimate client here, but you're the governing body.
So it's normal operating procedure. If we make a decision up here and we're sued, that if we so choose, that the county, if we don't choose to have external representation of some kind, that the county legal department would then
More often than not, we've provided
More than not.
a defense.
Okay.
I've kept you abreast in case, for example, one case where 11 deputies have been sued. We received a brief on that this morning.
Right, and so there's precedent for that. Also, you don't feel like the individuals their defense is being hindered in any way by you guys representing, if I understand correct.
And they've waived a conflict, and I know that I believe they think they're being well
And the
served.
individuals that we're dealing with are all in agreement that they're okay with this current setup?
Yes, they
Okay.
specifically executed a waiver.
My thinking is we'd be silly to try to change horses at midstream here. I would think we'd want to grant this waiver and to continue with the process at hand unless there's some ruling that would change that. I don't know if anyone wants to add, but I'm ready to make a motion on this that we grant that waiver. In fact, I'll just go ahead and move that we grant the waiver of conflict between the individuals and the county in regard to that and continue. I'm saying that properly? And we continue on the current path that we're on in terms of their representation.
I have a question before we actually make a decision.
Well, it has to be seconded.
Yeah, that's why. Yeah. Can we
Can-
can
ma-
we get Joyce or
uh,
Pat or someone to be the
Councilmember, do you want to,
official-
would you, I guess, assume your question is of me.
Well,
Yes,
actually, it's not. It's of Councilwoman Cusack. Would you mind? I'm just curious as to your what you're looking at as a point of what your concerns are.
Well, my concerns are this. Some time ago, before the election of 2014, there were some allegations that I had some in-kind contributions from Waverly. And so there was much discussion about whether or not Waverly was a reputable supplier of our bus benches. My opponent at that time was Pat Northey. And so it was, I feel strongly that it was really a situation that I think was not in good faith as far as I was concerned. It was almost as if I felt very strongly that it was an attempt for me, against me, to assassinate my character, and so I could lose the election. That was at the end of the day. And so that's why I have bad feelings and vibes about this. And so, and this is not where we are today, but you cannot separate that from this. When the votes were 4-3 in favor of the whole investigation. And so I just have some really bad feelings about this. And I think that as it proved out with Mr. Caney, it was authorized by a vote of 4-3 that we would retain him as the attorney to do the investigation. And so now he's a part of this. Now the county is going to take over his defense. And so it's just a lot of things that just don't sit well with me with this case. And so therefore I would be, as far as my colleagues having representation, I don't have a problem with them having representation. But I have a problem with the entire situation.
And then, so Dan, maybe you can answer, so Mr. Caney was the initial attorney for, in regards to this entire situation, correct? And then, or
Well,
she's saying that you took
I'm
over, Mr. Caney, or
not
can you
sure,
explain that?
not sure how you would say the original. Mr. Caney and I disagreed. I gave advice to the council on a particular aspect of the charter. The council didn't agree with my advice, and Mr. Caney and I differed on that aspect of delegation of authority. But I say that's not really the issue here in the defense of the case, whether or not John or Caney or myself was correct. That won't be, and so far as I mean, the council already made the decision in 2014, after the investigation was concluded, that we would represent the county. So that is to say, the legal department, and actually me by name in the motion, but in fact, it's two lawyers in the office. Subsequent to that, the individuals have been named personally. And so the question comes, given that we're already representing the county, upon the council's specific direction, is there a conflict in representing the individuals? And I'm saying I think the interests are aligned, and I don't see any that the county's defense, the entity's defense is hindered by representation of the individuals.
So if we're specifically asking if we're okay with saying that the county represents individuals that are on the council or were on the council in regards to specifically, I'm sorry?
And Attorney Kaney also,
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
so it would be the four.
So you've already, unless the court would say otherwise, we're representing the county because that's your direction.
Mm-hmm.
The question is,
The people.
do we also provide, do you waive any potential conflict with us representing the individuals? And I see the interest of the county and the individuals being aligned, and I've tried to explain why I don't think that there's a conflict. Others do. The primary basis that's alleged is that you may have a malpractice action against Mr. Kaney. I disagree with that. And so.
So I don't know about Mr. Kaney, but if we're asking about a potential conflict in representing members of the council or the previous council for duties that they were performing in their role, I'm totally okay with that.
Well, there is conduct that's alleged that's outside, but it's not. But the evidence has not. We completed discovery, and
Are you
the
saying
evidence
outside because it was during the campaigns, or what?
outside of the
Outside.
chamber.
But still during their role, correct?
Well, some of the allegations say that they departed from the role, but the evidence hasn't established that.
I hate to bring this up to an attorney, but we do have a motion on the floor, and I think we need to get a second, or it needs to die, one of the two. Oh, well, I didn't know there was even an opportunity for a second. Okay.
Well,
You want to make another friend?
Well, I mean, I don't know what other one I would make other than the one I just made. I'm trying to making a motion to grant a waiver of conflict between the individuals in the county so we can proceed.
I'm going to second that.
Where were you a few minutes ago? I'm just kidding. I understand. I'm just teasing.
And I was trying to read my Dan app.
There we go.
Your analysis, Councilmember Post, it is where individuals are sued who are employees, there are sometimes allegations that they acted outside the scope of their employment. But we usually make a factual analysis, and so long as the interests are aligned, we represent them. Or we provide a defense if we have some other specific conflict basis. I'm not stepping back from the specifics of this case, but it's a burden. With regard to employees, it's a burden upon them to expect them to hire lawyers to defend themselves, and then say we're going to get reimbursed. And it's like, to draw an analogy, it's a burden upon the individual county council members to have to come out of pocket, and then when they're successful, to be reimbursed by the county. But in the meantime, this is the only reason why there's this is the reason for the conflict of council members Denny's and Patterson, that instead of them having to come out of pocket, or instead of us If you think there's a conflict, the next alternative is, well, we're going to provide, next issue is, and this, someone comes back to Councilmember Cusac's, why wasn't it addressed specifically? Because I wasn't asking you to provide a defense for them. I wasn't saying, we have a conflict, but you should provide a defense for them. Those are the three alternatives. And I wasn't asking you, wasn't saying we have a conflict and they should be paying for themselves.
Okay, I think we're all clear on where we're at, so we'll allow you to close it up for us. Since
Well,
you're
if I could,
since you're the-
who's in charge?
We had the motion in the second, that's what I'm waiting. Yeah. Madam Chair, do you want to, I'm
Well,
sorry?
I think, let me suggest that I'm not
like
the
to
member of the
appoint
body, so either Councilmember Dennis can
We need to appoint a chair, correct? Or a
chair the
motion.
meeting, or she can appoint,
Appoint a
you
chair
can
to-
elect a temporary chair among you.
That's what I'm saying, a temporary.
Only needs
Mi-
to vote.
Mr. Eckert, am I allowed to
You can
chair?
chair.
I just can't vote.
Can't vote.
Okay.
Okay,
Cool.
I've had a hands-off policy. Okay, so there's a motion on the floor and a second, and the motion reads,
It's the waiver of any potential conflict of interest of representing the individuals.
okay, so there's a
What
motion and a...
individuals, what individuals, will you name them?
Mr. Caney, Mr. Daniels, Mr. Patterson, Ms. Northey, Ms. Denny's.
So there's a motion on the floor and a second that is inclusive of all 5 individuals. And there's a second. The motion has been made by Dr. Lowry. The second has been by
Billy.
Councilwoman Wheeler. All those in favor of the motion?
Aye.
I'm going to say aye.
Those opposed?
Aye.
This is a motion that passes by the majority of those eligible to vote. Three
So
to one.
motion carries 3 to 1.
3 to 1.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I know, let me just say, I know this is a difficult topic for all the council members, and I appreciate your,
I was just questioning why we were representing Mr. Caney, but I get it. I get it.
We hired him.
Yep, I get it.
Okay, council,
Would have set a precedent that anybody in the future
moving on.
wouldn't be defended by the county.
Let's see.
County council.
I've got an agenda here somewhere. Okay, we're to the easy part now. Appointment nominations, we need an appointment to the Sunrail Advisory Committee. Do we just need one appointment, or do we need 2? Is it two?
Madam Chair, it's 2.
Okay, Mr. Patterson.
I want to make the motion, and I'll take both of them, Abel Bryant James and Liz Sturgeon to the Sunrail Citizens Advisory Committee.
Okay, so it's a nomination, we don't need a second. Any opposition to the motion? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, now we're going to continue item 14A because it is the chair's appointment. We will wait till his return. So we need a motion for continuous. Thank you, Councilwoman Cusack. Councilwoman Cusack made the motion to continue, seconded by Councilman Lowry. Any opposition to the motion? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Public participation. I have one card here for Mr. Nicholson. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. John Nicholson, 413 North Grandview Avenue, Daytona Beach side. I'm sorry I walked in at the tail end of your discussion on 13. I spent 6 hours waiting for tow trucks and
Oh, no.
so, but basically I want to put this on the record. I know you've already passed it and I don't want to bore you, but I think it's imperative that it goes on the record. I live there. For 30 years, I walk the boardwalk every morning at about between 3 and 5 in the morning. So I know what's going on at night. I walk in the afternoon and I walk in the evening. This is not just homelessness. This is just not panhandling. These people are actively confrontational. You may have heard from George. I don't know, he was sitting in the background. He owns George of the Jungle. He was beaten over the head when they stole some skateboards, all right? When that happened, he said, oh yeah, well, go across the street and talk to them and see what happened there. So I went to 17 businesses around Main Street and A1A. Everybody, every single one of them had problems with the homeless for different reasons. Besides just being stolen from, there are a slew of things that are happening. So Schumann at one point said, oh, hands off. So our attorney says, okay, hands off. Walking down the boardwalk, you end up with 67 sleeping on the benches. You end up with another 12 in the band shell. And what affects you guys is they block the entrance to Joe's Crab Shack. There's rental needed from Joe's Crab Shack for the boardwalk. You guys have problems with the Ocean Center because they almost pulled out. There was a gaming group there that almost pulled out because of that. There is a Westin planned next to the boardwalk, and they pulled out. Westin is a very high-end hotel. We don't want to lose that kind. So when you lose important things like that, when we lose those benches, right in front of the Hilton, 4 people slept there 24 hours a day and occupied them for 4 months. Nobody else could use those benches because they had their belongings there. If they weren't there, their belongings were there. But they said, well, you have to allow them to do that. At the Panhandling, there was a theft of purses. There was a Jeep. She's sitting there and she's thinking, oh, he just wants money. And then he leans over and grabs the purse. You cannot have that in the city. Basically, we lost the bathroom for the men's room because they're sleeping in the stalls. We're talking 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, they're sleeping in the stalls. So nobody in our men can use it. You can use a urinal, but you can't use a stall. So we're losing benches, we're losing all kinds of things that are amenities that are part of the beach. It's not just the 15,000 of us that live there, it's also the 13 million of us. They are actively disturbing our life and our businesses. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other cards for public participation?
No.
Thank you. Okay, with that, we'll go to staff. Mr. Eckert, you're up first.
Yes, Councilmember, thank you, Madam Chair. When, upon Mr. Deneen's resignation and retirement, you appoint, at the first meeting, your action was to appoint Mr. Rechtenwald as the interim. At the time, there was discussion of some time limit. Your subsequent discussions has been, not 90 days was mentioned, although your subsequent discussion has made it apparent that there's going to be a longer period, and unless you make some other choice, which you're always free to make, that you're going to, Mr. Rechtenwald will have the perhaps unwanted duty to continue to serve as the interim. To be clear about his authority, and that's really the issue here.
Please, because
I would ask that you move that his appointment as interim county manager be extended until the time when a new manager becomes employed after you go through your selection process. Of course, he serves at your will, and if you decide to do something different, then he can revert. You can appoint someone else. But right now, so as to be clear that there's not a time limitation, and his actions are not, as county manager, are not in doubt, I'd ask you to move a continuation of his appointment as interim county manager until a new county manager becomes employed.
Okay, Councilwoman Wheeler.
I would like to make that motion to move approval of his continuation. George, is that okay?
I will second
Okay,
that.
then I'll make the motion to continue that until further a new manager is employed. Who knows when?
who knows when. And of course, what you've said is that his pay was increased 5%, and he received the 4% today, but the 5% will continue until, so long as he's the interim county manager.
Should we make that motion to have him continue on until such time as we change it? Or because it may be some situation where it wouldn't be when the new guy comes. I don't know if that's-
Sure, well, it's hard to see if you had a new manager.
Yeah, I don't see that happening, but I was just trying to be generic enough to cover all the bases. Of course, we can always come back and change. Okay,
Open-ended?
all right, I'll hush.
So we have a motion by Councilwoman Wheeler, seconded by Councilwoman Post. Any Mr. Rechtenwald, you cannot vote. Any opposition to the motion? The motion carries unanimously yet again.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I just want to say that we do owe Georgia our sincere thanks for all he is doing to make county government work here in Volusia County.
Yes.
You
We're
go
fortunate.
beyond, and you try so very hard to do the right thing and try to please in every way possible to see that our needs are met. And so on behalf of the council, we certainly thank you for all you're doing to help us.
Yes, yes.
Well, thank you, but it's the team I happen to be quarterbacking right now, so I appreciate it.
But we appreciate you and continue to do the job that you're doing as a great quarterback.
Thank you.
Great comments. Councilwoman Cusack, thank you. Okay, anything else, Mr. Eckert?
No, I think probably Councilmember Lowry's statement of the motion was better than mine. I'm glad that you.
Whoa, that's a first.
Well, I gotta remember this. Let me write it down.
That'll preach, Dr. Lowry.
Nothing else.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Rechtenwald.
Well, one item, just to, so people are thinking out ahead a little bit, we are in the final stages of the impact fee study. So that will be coming, if we, all goes well, it should be on the next meeting. So, and at that time, it'll be a presentation by the firm that did it. And so, but what you need to be thinking about is, well, that's the presentation, then what actions do you want us to do in terms of outreach and such after that, so that we can move towards an actual action, okay? So just, that's coming at us, and again, I just thank you for the confidence that you do have in me and the team, and we'll continue forward, and we'll hit the issues head on as we hit them.
I think you can be assured of that, Mr. Rechtenwald.
I believe it's a good thing I can take a punch, so.
You can give one too, so.
That's true too, but that's a different day.
That's for a better day. But seriously, thank you. It's been a good day. Okay, we're going to start with council member comments. We're going to start on this end of the dais first. Councilwoman Cusack.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say that I want you to know that I value the opportunity to serve with each of you. And while we have that one issue that disturbs me terribly, that Waverly deal, that it's a part of my DNA, and I don't take lightly to that. So we agree on more than we disagree upon. I want you to know, Chairwoman Denning, you've done a good job in directing the ship today. It's been, we will keep our chair in our thoughts as he gets the feeling better, and that we will continue to do the work of the people. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be a part of this great team. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cusack. Councilwoman Wheeler.
Yes, I have a couple things. One of them is, I had mentioned to staff, the new park that will be going in Daytona Beach Shores that we finally got. I've been approached by numerous people in the city, as well as the elected officials in the city, that, and the family of Edwin Peck, that there would be consideration in naming the park Edwin Peck. So I just want to throw that out there. I know we haven't even turned the shovel, but this is a man that has been very instrumental in the whole community, as well as the Shores. And with the Shores also asking me to put this out, Mr. Peck just celebrated his 100th birthday, but he's an amazing man. He just got his black belt. So, but he's just a really fine figure. So I would just like to have in consideration, I would like to have everybody consider the fact that I've had his family, they're writing up something that you can all have to know what all he's done in the community. But I would just like to ask for the support of that possibility of naming that for the Edwin Peck Park.
Okay. Jamie, I'm going to, I see, somebody has to say this. I think it has been council's protocol that we only name bridges and parks after those that are deceased.
For the most part.
For the most part,
Yeah,
I mean, we
see,
we
there's,
did that with
for the
Turnbull
most part,
Bridge.
so we're,
Well, with Turnbull Bridge and those other parks, everything that I was told, I'm not against it. So I'm not against it at all. In fact, I think it would be a really good one. So if it's,
I think it
Can
was
we-
a suggestion based on
Yeah.
just the concern that I think, and the former manager used to describe, that he was part of having to take the name off of things when they, maybe were named a little earlier in their life, and then something else
100
happened.
is not too
I was
early.
going to say, I think when you're hitting the 100 mark, you're a little bit safer than what he had described.
Yeah.
And that's where I
Yes.
do know that discussion. I don't know if there was a formal
Yeah.
policy.
I think
No.
he would be a good.
And I would, again, I'll bring in information about things that he has done in the community and everything, and the awards that he has won throughout.
Just to be clear, so I think you've clarified it by the age. You're talking about Mr. Peck Senior.
Yes, I am, I'm sorry, yes. Yes.
And which park, Miss Wheeler?
Well, it's the new park across from Red Lobster, the one that we just went into.
Got it.
Yes.
ma'am. Well, we have two
Yeah,
properties.
it's the one across from the Red Lobster, the large park.
Okay.
The second thing is, a while back, we all received a letter, and we also had a presentation from Frank Bruno on a van for the DAV for transporting. He's really needing, I don't know how many he was wanting, and I can't remember, but he just made that request again at the elected officials roundtable, and I know the Shores put it out to their public. I think that we should be participating in this. They really need this van. It's got a lot of miles on it, and I don't know exactly where we stand or how we go about this or what we should do, but I think we need to have consideration for providing some kind of safe transportation for our veterans. Okay, if you can follow up on that, I would appreciate it. And then the last thing is, George, I just want to know, you are working so hard, and thank you very much, and thank your wife for sharing you with all of us. But who is handling your job that you did?
Well,
Are
what
you
I've asked,
getting help? That's my concern.
I asked all of our department heads to step up
Okay.
and do more. And there are times, and I may have to look at maybe a little bit different model if things get very protracted. But right now, I'm able to do that. And there'll be, like I said, I'll come to you if I feel that it's not being done effectively.
I just wanted
And that's
you to
my
know.
main concern,
Yeah.
really, if anything else. It's just I want to make sure that we're effective
Yeah.
doing what we have to do. And I don't, the fear, of course, is something slipping through the cracks. But again, I have a very good team behind me, and I will, and I will continue to ask them
Yeah.
probably to do a little bit more.
Well, I think, you are showing what you really, your desire for the county is, not only with our council and with the department heads, but also out there in the public. I'm hearing it over and over and over again, how grateful they are that they're seeing you out there and representing us. So I just know that, you're burning at both ends, and I just want you to know we're concerned about you, and when you need help, you call us.
Will do.
Thank you.
And actually, honestly, I think part of what we're doing, as you said, together, it's with yourselves as well, and I think that's part of, kind of where we're going forward is I'm trying to appear, because we are a team, and that's what we're trying to get out there to everybody, and we will continue to work these problems. So, appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Lowry.
All right. We have, I think some of the residents from Lemon Bluff have contacted some of the staff in regard to the speeding boats in that area and so forth. I see some of you nodding your heads, so you know what. I know we have no jurisdiction there as in terms of policing and so forth, but could we, and I guess I would need the consent of the council to do that, could we write a letter to I guess the Florida Fish and Wildlife would be the department that handles the no wake zone regulation on the lake. I don't know, I'd have to see if the colleagues want to, but I would like to see if we could write a letter to them to ask them to maybe, especially on the weekends, now and then have some enforcement out there. I've been out there before and nearly been run over at times by speedboats, airboats, and now with the water up, it makes it a little wider and I guess more tempting to go faster. So I guess I'm asking legal, would that benefit? Could we do that? Would that be appropriate?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, I guess I would need to see if my colleagues would agree with me to send such a letter.
Yep.
Sheriff, we could ask. Is that okay with everybody?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm also every year, at least since I've been on board, we have supported the Hops and Vine fundraiser that the Rotary Club DeBerry Deltona Orange City puts on every year with a sponsorship. $1,800 is a sponsorship, and that's in lieu of the waiving of the fees because we're using the DeBerry Hall, which is a county asset, and Erica Benefield, who is the DeBerry City Council Commission lady, is going to be chairing that, and so I've been asked to present that to see if we could sponsor that again this year.
Agreed.
Is everybody good with that? Okay.
Council
All right.
Cusack.
Good. We're knocking these out really good here. I think also I wanted to. I'm sorry, did I move too quick? Okay. All right. Keep moving. All right. I want to bring out an award that the West Volusia Tourism group got. Some of y'all may have got the notice on that. When things like this happen over on my side of the county, I'm excited. But Miss George has done a great job over there, and I just want to brag on the bunch a little bit. The West Volusia Tourism Advertising Authority has been honored with the top award in the 2018 Flagler Awards. The Flagler Awards are an annual statewide competition recognizing outstanding Florida tourism marketing efforts. They got the best of show, and it had to do with their video, What's Up in West Volusia, and so forth. So anyway, I just want to say a congratulations to Georgia Turner and the team there that's been doing a good job since she's come on board. It's been like night and day, and I just want to congratulate them and mention them. Then one last thing, I want to mention, it was kind of obvious today to me that one particular council member had a lot of information that the rest of us did not have, and that
What issue?
on
The CAD calls?
yeah,
EMS?
yes, on the information on the emergency ambulances and so forth. I always feel like when we're doing things, I know sometimes we've mentioned on other items that, well, I didn't get that information or I just got the information. I think it's important for us to all have that same information, and I would like to encourage Mr. Rectorwald to be sure that we have that, because we don't know what the source is, we don't know the validity of it. We cannot check that, know anything about that. In fact, in the future, I'm going to be very adamant as much as I can that we not move ahead on discussions until everybody's provided with that same information. And so I would just like to ask Mr. Rectorwald to be sure that we have that all together in the future. Thank you very much. I'm done.
Okay, Thank you, Councilman Lowry. Councilwoman Post.
So Councilman Lowry, I will absolutely make sure that everybody gets a copy of all of those CAD entries by the end of the day. Absolutely.
Okay, I guess it would actually be Mr. Rectenwald's responsibility to get that to us.
Well, I didn't get it from him. I got it from,
Well,
but I guess you can request it
forward
from
it to
dispatch.
him, then he can get it to us. I think would be probably the appropriate channel.
Sunshine Law.
Mhm.
And then he forwards it to us.
Okay,
Yeah, because if you start
All right,
sending stuff
that's
to
fine.
us individually, we'll have sunshine issues.
okay.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm glad we addressed the impact fees as well. I was going to ask about that. I know it was brought up in the elected officials roundtable that the cities were inquiring about where the county was at on that. I would hope that we're getting the study on the impact fees
You have a whole presentation.
at the next meeting.
It's the plan, if everything
I would
is
hope we
right. yeah.
actually move
Well-
forward from that point
And
and
once you have that,
work to make some
once it's presented to you, then I
Okay.
believe, right, you'll
All
have
right.
a ton of information to go forward.
Okay. And I'd just like to say the Toys for Tots shootout is Saturday, September 22nd. If you haven't heard about that yet, obviously that's raising money for Toys for Tots, very important organization. That shootout is at the New Smyrna Beach, trying to think of the actual official name, but the Hunt Club there out on 44. Yeah. I will be there again this year. But and certainly if you can attend, you can absolutely donate to Toys for Tots as well. So, and the last thing I had, I just wanted to say as well, I know George's ears are probably all red already, but I wanted to say George has done an absolute nonstop common sense job of really working to thoroughly address the issues while also maneuvering to help keep everybody appeased. So I thank you for the work that you're doing. I definitely see that you are working and talking to people and doing that, and very, very happy with the job that you are doing thus far.
Thank you.
And that's all I have.
Thank you, Councilwoman Post. Councilman Patterson.
Fred, I'm glad you brought up about the West Volusia Advertising Authority, because I was going to mention it too, because their video series, What's Up in West Volusia, was one of the top videos award that they got there. And, you know, for a small advertising authority, they're doing a tremendous job on 500,000. So yeah, I'm really glad we reached out for them. Again, if any of you get the chance, you ought to get over to DeVita Labs and see what's going on over there. That is a tremendous operation. I got involved with it many, many years ago when it was just starting, and it grew and it grew, and now that big operation over there, when you see how the mechanical robots that they have in there moving these little test tubes all through there as they do the testing, and just the whole atmosphere over there, the team, when I got there and they had everybody cheering for us, and then they got out there, and it's a great place, and I'm glad to see that in West Volusia. The only other thing I have on top of that, last night at the DeLand County CRA Spring Hill area brought up about 2 streets where there's a potential problem with accidents, intersections, and Clara in New Hampshire and Beersford and Clara. Evidently, there's a Kia dealership over there that is actually bringing their cars way out close to the road, and it's a vision problem. Plus, I think at Clara in New Hampshire, and I don't know, I forgot to put my glasses on, so I don't know if Joyce is saying yes or no. Yeah, that there's been some accidents there, and they probably need a 4-way stop. So if we could look at those 2 intersections over there in the Spring Hill area.
Okay.
And that's
Will
all
do.
I have.
Thank you, Mr. Patterson. Okay, I've got a couple issues here. First of all, we have a ribbon cutting this Friday for the next segment of our trail. This is the big one connecting that 58 miles. We'll be down at 442 in the Cow Creek area. For staff, the only thing I would ask Mr. Rechtenwald is get somebody on it. We have no bike racks down there, and there are no benches for the bikers. Why we would put a trailhead in and not have amenities, basic amenities, is pretty amazing. So can you just put a red star hashtag? That's an easy fix. Second, met with some citizens and with staff here, and there's an issue that we need hopefully to direct staff to come back. And last year, we had adopted an overlay zone for public airports that includes rules that protect the airport operation by limiting certain uses that are close to the landing areas and other safe zones. And as you know, we're growing. The entire county is growing here. So the main point is that the rules include a prohibition of schools or single-family homes from being built in the protected areas of a public airport. And it's come to my attention that we may need a similar overlay for our private airfields, such as the Spruce Creek Fly-In. I'd like to get agreement from council that staff would take a look at this issue and bring back at least a report on whether or not we need to look at an overlay for the protection of our private existing airfields. I think we just need to take a look at it, get a report, see if there's a need for us to do an overlay project on that. Can we at least take a look at it?
Yep.
Okay, that's an easy one. This second one, I'll make some lemonade. So out of some lemons, I've had a lot of conversation over a comment that was made and conclusions drawn from a lobbyist, federal lobbyist. I'm not going to go there, but what I am thankful for, what I realized over the weekend with all the conversations, concerns, and dialogue, is that it has brought this issue to the forefront. It has brought the issue of Oak Hill and water and sewer improvement to the forefront because it is an issue we've been working on for years. But what has put this issue to the forefront through the back door is saying one of our former lobbyists saying that we were provided information on a grant that there was no follow-through. Well, I want to show you just this, council. This is my notebook right here. This is my plastic notebook. And staff can tell you we've made a minimum of 20 of these for electeds, for staffers, for consultants, for state reps, for senators, for Chamber of Commerce, for the CEO Alliance. And this is everything that we have on sewer, water, septic, the grants that we've been working on. And here is the letter dated December 16th from the CEO Alliance, signed by Dr. Sharples, and the letter from Team Volusia, signed by Keith Norden, December 15th, 2016. We've got the charter school. We have all the resolutions of support from this council and previous councils in here. I have the notes and the minutes from consultants we've worked with. I have a copy of the Florida Department of Economic Opportunity, their advanced funding announcement and technical assistant grants for FY 17-18, and my emails from Abby Johnson with the St. John River Water Management District, who has been a great partner with us. We tried to get Oak Hill qualified. See, for anybody to think that this council, any of us, if we hire a consultant or a lobbyist, we're just going to step away and wait for them to do their work, you don't know council. You don't know council, and you don't know those of us that will get an issue and we go forward, every single one of us. If there's something passionate, as you have seen, whether we agree or disagree with each other, we're passionate about it, and we drill down till hopefully we can find a resolution for it or fix it or find the funding for it or continue. This is a big project. We're talking millions and millions and millions of dollars. So the particular, and it wasn't a grant, it was a loan, and that was an accurate statement that would have to be repaid. So just for the record, and I spoke with the mayor of Oak Hill and their administrative clerk, Con Evans, this morning on the way in, just to verify. But we've been working with them, and on that particular USDA grant, when we worked on that, I know 6 months, a year ago, there's 4 criteria to apply, to even qualify for the application process. Oak Hill didn't qualify for 2 out of the 4. And one that shocked us the most is their income is too high in Oak Hill. You know what the average income is in Oak Hill? $52,900, higher than most of our other cities. And that's according to the census. Joyce, I know. And I said, the one thing that I thought would qualify them, I think, well, we're good on 3 out of 4, and boom, we're out 2 out of 4. Like, how can this be? Because you don't judge a book by its cover. I mean, we've got greats like Larry Zonka down there that owns Goodrich's, and there's money down there. So, but there's not a lot of property owners down there and the citizens. And that's the area where, in the Water District, we have, in the Indian River Lagoon Council, we have identified basically as one of the 2 strategic locations out of our 5-county region, and 2 water management districts is a place we can have the most direct input and correction and return on investment for our lagoon in a very microcosm piece of working on this. So I'm saying all this, council, because when we do all this good work behind the scenes with multiple partners, and one email gets blown so out of proportion, you know what? It's a disservice to all the good work this staff has done. And it's a disservice to our state representatives and senators. Senator David Simmons, when we went over to, was it Orange City? We did that water package plant. I don't know if you noticed, but whenever I see Senator Simmons, I am sitting at his right hand. And when he looks at me, wherever he is, I will show up. For one reason, he will look at me and grin. John Booker, what does he say? You know what he says? Oak Hill, right? Yes, Senator. Oak Hill, water quality in Oak Hill. We're doing this behind the scenes. We're doing this continually to see what we can do to get, with or without a lobbyist. It's what we do. It's what staff does. To the point, my notes here, I'm not going to read you every date, but I already filled up one notepad. This one starts at January 30th of 17. When we go to staff meetings, I always take a note, the date and who was there. And it's Mayor Gibson, Con Evans, our administrator. George was there, Jim Deneen, John and Julie. We're talking about all of these issues yet again. We've got February 13, 17. Then we've got Scott, we've got John and Julie, Mike Ulrich, Deneen, George Rechtenwald, Con, Beth Lemke, the consultant for Oak Hill, and Doug Gibson. We've got April 10th, 17, we had our legislative ask we were working on. We have June 29th, 17. This one we brought in the St. John River Water Management District, Carl Dwayne DeFries, the Executive Director of the Indian River Lagoon Council. We had Judy Grimm. Eric Raimondo was there from from Representative Santiago's office, and Mike Ulrich. And it goes on and on and on with the tabs. And you see Mr. Carl shaking his head because this project is so big. And then we had a legislative ask. It was our legislative agenda last year. What did we have? I think only 250,000 was our ask at the legislative.
200,000.
200,000 for this project. We didn't even get 200,000 from the legislature on this project. But the county has been partnered with Oak Hill. We had 200,000 at the table last year with them for design and engineering. Because the legislature didn't fill our requests, and we want to be positive going forward. The county has come to the table yet again, and it's already in the budget for another 200,000 for design, planning, and engineering for this project. So the county has 400,000 at the table. So I don't care about a $42,000 contract with a federal lobbyist that hasn't done anything. We're using real dollars, real time, real staff, real meetings, and going to accomplish something here. And then you've got the East Central Florida Regional Planning Council, of which Councilwoman Wheeler sits on. I sat on, rotated off, and Chair Kelly now sits on that. But they have got the most comprehensive economic development strategic plan dated May 25th, 2018. Been years in the making, years in the making. No lobbyist could do this. Nobody. This took a huge organization. So then when I was talking with staff about my concerns with all this, and I said, so what, talk about partnerships. Are we getting grants? Well, you know what? Our County Utilities Division has allocated $200,000 for the past 2 years on a 50% match for the sanitary sewer design in hopes that our government, state or federal, would appropriate grant funds. They did not, so we're at the table with the other 200. Just last month, this council authorized a task assignment in the amount of $61,000 to prepare a sewer collections and transmission facility plan for the Oak Hill area. So the county council, we've also championed a reasonable assurance plan working in cooperation with the DEP, St. John River Water Management District, and the cities of New Smyrna, Edgewater, and Oak Hill. I'm saying all this because when I read those comments in my mind, I've got a big pencil with an eraser going, that's not true, that's not true. And I'm looking at all these meetings and all this data. So before anybody draws a conclusion, go to the grant, go to the source, speak with Mayor Gibson. He'd be happy to speak with you from Oak Hill or Con Evans or any of these other leaders at the state level and bureaucratic level. Right now, council, because of all this, here's the other piece to this. January of 2019, we will have some mix of a new council up here. There will be a new council, which is exactly why we repositioned ourselves. Council decided to reposition for the state and federal lobbyists with the new Congress and the new legislators in Tallahassee in January of 2019. That's why we did what we did. That's why we're doing what we're doing. But to that end, our water quality workshop was held in 2014, in June of 2014. And the only ones from this dais that were there at that time was Councilwoman Cusack, Mr. Patterson, and myself. Going forward, and now we're working off the county's 2015 water quality plan, and staff is working on initiatives from 2015. I think it's time in 2019, Mr. Rechtenwald, that we do another water quality meeting with the new council. So by then we'll know what Congress looks like. We'll know what our state legislature looks like. So we talk about all these meetings, but put this in the tickler file because there will be some significant legislative actions depending on what happens, but there's always changes going on, but we have great partnerships, and staff has creatively accomplished numerous water quality and water supply initiatives through important partnerships. Our partnerships with the DEP, the St. John River Water Management District, and our local cities. These partnerships have resulted in advancing over $22 million in infrastructure, all without issuing any new debt. So, yes, are we going debt-free? At our 6 o'clock meeting, we'll have a budget hearing. We are. But we are accomplishing major infrastructure milestones and projects collaboratively without issuing new debt. So I just could not let this issue go by. The more I talked about it, and Mr. Rechtenwald and I, thank you for spending Sunday afternoon with me.
Just on the phone.
That's what happens on the phone, not one-on-one.
Either way.
I know.
Let the guy rest.
Ms. Denny's, I thought for a minute, Chair, you were trying to make a case that we really didn't need a lobbyist.
Well,
That's what it sounds like.
I was getting really excited down here that maybe we don't need to hire any lobbyists.
Well, my point is at the federal level, it makes no difference for this project and what was reported. And unfortunately, I'm disappointed in Mr. Pericola. I am really disappointed that he chose to take that type of an outcome, because the fact of the matter is this council repositioned for January 19, and his contract expired January 31st of 2019. So if we rebid it, the earliest we could have somebody new on board would be the end of March 2019. But the new Congress is seated in January 2019. So instead of this council being celebrated for being visionary leaders and proactive and positioning the county and our citizens for what's coming ahead, instead we let one little email with misrepresentations track the media. It's just not okay. We're working too hard. I mean, we're doggone it. We're all working too hard to not go to the source and not tell the rest of the story. And I'm going to start telling the rest of the story, because together we're council, we're going to get there. Are we loud? Sometimes we are. Do we aggravate each other? We do. I hate to tell you, even my husband aggravates me sometimes. I probably do him too. I do. Can you believe that? But that's okay. That makes us a team. What I'm saying is the political tension and things you hear up here, there's nothing wrong with that. It just proves none of us are a rubber stamp. We're not rubber stamps. We're independent thinkers.
Madam Chair, could I get a copy of that May
This
report
one?
that you referenced? Yes.
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely. This
Okay.
is from the East Central
Yes.
Florida Regional Planning
Yes.
Council. This has more good information.
Yeah.
I don't know who has.
If make sure, I'm sure I have, but we'll get it and I'll
Get it to the
redistribute
entire
it to
council.
everybody.
As well. Yep, thank you.
Because and that's one of the advantages. My other saying local is that regional is the new local. This is an East Central Florida Regional Planning Council. We couldn't do this. Volusia couldn't do this on our own. We don't have the money. We don't have the research capabilities. So this is good news. Council, I'm sharing this with you to say I appreciate I'm going to turn it around. I appreciate making all of our initiatives that we're working on behind the scenes go to the forefront, because there's good news out there. And I'm going to continue working, whether it's the largest city or the smallest city in my district, for this particular project. And another thing, Burns SciTech School down there, the charter school in Oak Hill, has a waiting list now of over 500 kids, 500 students on a waiting list. They're going to expand their footprint down there, but they need a bigger, what do they need? Booker, where's my words, guys? They need a bigger plant, water plant.
Well, they need bigger capacity lines.
That's it. That's it.
Right.
Okay. So I know this. I don't know all the words. Anyway, but they need a 4-inch. They're going to put a 4-inch pipe, but they really need an 8-inch pipe so they can connect, and we can go down that US 1 corridor for future. But they can't afford to go from a 4 to an 8-inch. The county's going to partner with Burns SciTech, and we're going to make this happen. So there's so many things going on that's good news behind the scenes, has nothing to do with whether or not a lobbyist did or did not get a grant.
Let's make sure,
Let's back it up. Am I
just,
saying too much, George?
well, no, I just want to make sure we clarify. They're going to pay what they
owe.
what their need is, and what we're going to do is common practice in utilities, but we know there's more coming, so we'll upsize the line and pay for the difference. So they're paying what they're supposed to, and and that's just good utility work and planning. So again, but yes, they've been and actually their development and what they're doing, kind of makes a lot of that possible. So that's very good.
So, Council, sorry for going on, but there's good news out there.
We were hoping you were going to take a breath there for a minute.
I am, Councilman Patterson, thank you. So with that, that's all I have, but continue the good work, each and every one of us, and we're going to get there, Council. So and Chairman Kelly, we wish you well. Godspeed, get better, we miss you. It's yours next time. With that, we'll be back at 6 o'clock. We're done. We're recessed until